How's everybody doing? Welcome to the war room. Let's see what happens today on Ukraine versus Russia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be on shortly here to bring you guys the news over the hour. We've had a pretty news-packed afternoon. That's putting it a little lightly, to say the least. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of stuff to go over with you guys here in the coming hour. I'm just kind of getting everything together here. We're still having a lot of reports coming in right now as I'm speaking to you guys. And so I think maybe in an hour or two from now, we'll go over kind of everything. Right now, we're just kind of keeping an eye on flight radar. I'm kind of getting a bite to eat in the background here, taking a break from the stream, while whoever that is up on that camera in Kiev keeps messing with us. I'm not sure who that is, but if you're tuning into the stream, person on the Kiev camera, stay safe out there, man. Shout out to the Dennis who hooked it up with the donation. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for supporting the channel. If you want to PM me on Discord, I'll give you your VIP rank. And yep, lots of news. Yeah, we do have reports, fresh reports out of Ukraine for you guys. There's a whole bunch of people over in the Discord right now exchanging a bunch of reports in real time. So if you guys don't want to wait around for me, go hop in the Discord, and you guys can kind of get an idea of what's going on the ground there. But I'll be with you guys in a little while. To everybody that's on the ground in Ukraine, stay safe. To all you guys out there gathering intel and analyzing reports coming in, again, thank you guys so much. You guys are doing great. You're the power, you're the backbone of this operation right now at the moment. To everybody on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this stream. To everybody on Twitch, hit that follow button. Share this stream around with your friends, and we'll be with you shortly to start the news night here, which is going to be a busy one in Kiev. I believe this is the night that we've been dreading would come over the past few nights. We've seen an escalation, one would say an exponential escalation of both rhetoric and conflict occurring in the region, and we've only seen just a stark increase in that over the past 12 hours or so. Definitely pretty crazy, the stuff that's just coming out of Ukraine tonight. We're gonna, as I said, we'll go over everything with you guys here shortly. Bear with me. I've been up for probably 30-something hours now. I haven't got much in the way of sleep, but I'm hoping after I fill you guys in a couple hours, I'll be able to take a break for a few hours. And I guarantee in the morning, at least in the morning here in Ukraine, it's going to be busy for them, and it'll probably be busy for us to bring the news to you as well. So with that said, guys, stand by, and we'll be talking to you shortly.
Hey, I much appreciate the likes and the shares and stuff.
врагом беспощадный, другом, как Ленин, нежны. Ни коммунизма поют перед нами, враги нас хотят окружить. Мы будем, как Ленин, хранить наше знамя, как Ленин работать и жить.
How's it going, Dom? We are working on development here. Stay tuned. We might have some breaking news earlier.
flag on it. There you go. There's somebody that don't care. California. Well, you know.
Shitload of people here.
Yeah. I'm online. No, I'm more welcome. I'm YouTube and I'm live streaming. This is live right now to the world.
Oh, good.
So, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah.
What do you want to tell Biden?
I want to tell Biden you're an idiot.
Now, remember, there's kids watching here, so no dirty words for the most part. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, I'll be back here in a few. I'm going over to my parents' house to eat food.
Reminds me of Marine Antoinette. Let them eat cake. Remember what happened to them? I'm not calling for that or nothing, but still, it's just they're ignoring their people, you know.
Yo,
People are
hey,
mad
yeah,
as
but
hell,
we did for the
and
fall.
they're ignoring
What's up, man?
This is a way to wake those
Just
people
in the
up.
war room.
What's your name?
Hey, freedom time.
Bob? Okay, nice to meet you. And I got a YouTube channel. Let me get stickers here. I got a YouTube channel. I'm a 35-year veteran truck driver. And I'm kind of on an extended vacation. Otherwise, I'd be on tour. And this is just a little small town. Have you heard anything update on when the truckers are going to show up? That'll be Buck. By the time they get here. When I first got here, yeah, take care. Well, let's walk across the road here. Well, I'll get across now. Walk across the road and get back with some people and continue the talk. How you doing? You're doing a YouTube live stream. Would you like to be on there?
I usually not. But
Okay, well, it's up to you.
I mean, hey, if I'm on it, I'm on it.
Okay, well, anyway, you know a lot of YouTube live streams.
Not really.
I have a YouTube channel.
I clicked it. Let me know.
I can go with make a video, edit it, all that, put it up, or it's just live. Whatever's recording is recording.
Okay.
So why, what's your first name?
My name's Kyle.
Kyle? Why? And why are you out here?
I'm here to support the truckers and what they're doing for us in this country. They're the backbone. Down on where it is. And, this country is
Cadillac. It's hard to do interviews out here. I was over there, it was fine. It was fine. All right, so any words to America? Just one last thought.
How about you?
You want to say anything to America? Or actually, to the world. Save America. There you go. What's your flag say? Does it have words on it? Helps you. Wrong side. It's backwards, but it says don't tread on me. It's backwards. So, and yours says on the white. All right. A few people ought to only be here armed and disciplined shall have sufficient arms and Second Amendment stuff. Yeah, you bet. And this one here, we the people. FJB.
Yes.
So,
Best way to say it.
don't drag the flag on the floor.
Yep. Keep it up, man.
Don't let it go on the ground.
Gotta keep it up.
There's the sheriff. Here, let's see what the sheriffs do. State Patrol. Let's see what they do.
Here we go.
All right. That's state troopers. You bet. Uh-oh. We're going to get shut down. We're going to get shut down. He's going to tell people to stay away from him. People are staying too close to the road, and he's just for safety reasons. I want to back up just a little bit. 4 more. Wow. Is the tear gas coming out shortly? I wonder if the tear gas is coming out shortly. Yeah, there you go. Hey, let's turn you around here. Read it stuff. You guys can watch what's going on here. Now let's see. Here, let's see. I don't know, man. Some of these comments are hard for me. There's other commenters. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go through these comments later on tonight after this last one. If I need to check, I'll do it. Hey, girl! Oh, hey, guess what? Guess what? Listen, you recognize this girl? You recognize? Take a good look at her. Remember the video, What's Sexy in Yuma? She was the thumbnail. I did that.
We were just talking about you. You right here?
Oh, there he goes. So,
I was going to send you a message too.
I didn't know about this. I was driving along and just stumbled across it.
I'm so
There you go. Wake up.
Of course you're fucking here, man.
Hey, we're live streaming, so there's children.
There's children.
There's children.
No.
So,
We were just staying inside. We were
you know,
at home computer.
remember the video of what's sexy about Nina? She was the thumbnail. Yeah, I did that.
Did it finally work?
I did that just to see
How many hits you get? Yeah.
over 4,000 compared to 15 and 13. So what we're gonna do is when it warms up, we're gonna come by, we're gonna put her in a bikini, and we're gonna put the thumbnail shots, and every video is gonna have a video of her in a bikini.
I am glad to see you here, though.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
I am glad to see you here. This is perfect.
470 viewers right now. Why is that? We got people coming in.
How did you find out about this?
I was over in Laughlin last night, America. I was getting ready to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
I had a choice to go over the back and go up. I come driving by here. I'm like, man, this is
Yeah.
what's going on? A mile down the road, and there's more people coming in.
Yeah.
I got to turn around. I went and asked somebody, I said, what's going on? And they said, the Freedom Trucking Convoy is going to come by. I went, oh, they're coming from Laughlin? He said,
Yeah.
no, they're in Vegas, and they're going to come down. And then come this way just to spend the night here.
They said Newsmax.
They're not.
Changed it.
They've changed
Well,
it.
they got there was an announcement.
Because I was going to meet them in Vegas. And they changed it straight here.
Okay. Okay.
Gotta keep freezing.
Okay. What's the latest? What's the latest estimate? Because when I got here, they said about 2 hours, and it's been well over 2 hours.
They guesstimated between 6 and 8 first thing this morning.
Where did they leave from?
Just curious.
They were supposed to. So who changed the lead truck? Just don't bother everybody on the CV. We're changed. We're going that way. No, my God, we're not having fun. Damn trucker. Hey, if they show up later, they're gonna get docked.
I know.
I'm a truck driver. Whenever you show up late for an appointment, you get docked. You know, docked.
I'm a flatbedder if they wanted to get
Flatbedders have that attitude. You'll get it. I got a friend, he flatbedder down in Florida, and he got that exact same attitude. They want it today, they really want it tomorrow.
If you were paying out hell when it came to the last one, it came in with the red truck. truck. I've got 2 of mine parked out front. Here, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how I can't tell how much battery I have on my phone.
Got an iPhone? Here.
Oh, you turned it?
Yeah, I got an iPhone.
I'm live streaming right now.
Okay, you'll have to get out of that.
Okay.
Basically, when your battery's up,
Yeah. So I'm on YouTube live streaming right now.
Awesome.
So you guys are worldwide. But I'm
fast
trying to
forward.
figure out how much battery I have.
Somebody inside there.
Filming is not a crime.
Yeah. Robert, yeah. Robert Cassidy, you're good. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah.
Did you see their new fire pit back
Oh,
there?
yeah. The barbecue's huge. Great. The smoker's
They said they
nice.
got, now, are they
Room
gonna
for Kamala and
are they
for
gonna do-
Biden in there.
She won't be saying that.
That's what new smoker he had. He's been cooking pizzas in here, and they have a fully built pizza oven and everything. He said they turn out. They're not open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So the 3 days of the week they're shut down. Yeah, he still turns out pizza.
We got a hold in the back of the box for
He should. They have a bunch of high school
care.
kids that work in there. And there's no beer sold on Saturday.
Pay for it in the back.
For the children, yeah, cheating.
What?
Pulled right up here on the cell.
Oh, I know.
I don't know this.
What?
But from what I understand, the restaurant at the Chase, they don't hire anyone but they can't cut the heck in the job.
I'll be right back.
Work if they can't. If they live in the same food if they can't. Yep. It's the same as the, well, this is what's on around here.
They ran out of boxes before.
Yeah, they got more.
It's pepperoni pizza and it's the same as their spot right here.
It's Keep America
Look at
Great.
that. You recognize her? She's the one that did the Morning America.
We all
She kind of whispered it.
She whispered it. Did she breathly do it?
Don't tell nobody it's Morning America. And he was the one that, he was, yeah. Morning America.
On everything.
There we go. We got a Patriot dog here. Come here. Yeah. Therapy dog. Very Patriot.
still got more videos to make.
You got number one spot, You got the number one spot, so when the National Guard rolls in here and starts throwing tear gas, it'll be all over your truck.
I'm gonna tell the professor. I'm gonna tell the professor you're live.
Here we go. Here we go. Got somebody coming in. Got a backwards sign right there. Thing is, when you're so busy doing this, you don't have a chance to watch this song.
Sono alzato, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 stamattina.
Undisclosed location.
Undisclosed location. Yes.
It's kind of like we're doing this. Who was that other guy? George Moore. George Moore and the guy before him, Art Bell.
Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao.
Undisclosed location.
I didn't know the name, but I knew that.
I am
so happy to be here.
Come here. Yeah, I was glad to see you.
I'm so glad to see you.
We're live streaming right there. This is the photo.
And now we got a picture of you.
We told two people, we said, hey, I don't know why this guy's not in here. This is perfect.
And we look out. Who do we run into?
And it literally fits everything we do.
Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao.
Yeah, we've been
Se io muoio da partigiano.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
glad
that's
I
what I've
moved
always
here.
noticed about any
But this isn't about conservatives or liberals. This is about just the country. You know, the Constitution and everything that matters with it.
Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Seppellire sulla montagna sotto l'ombra.
Why is Rachel yelling? Oh, because Rachel's watching.
Rachel's watching. Hey,
Yeah,
Rach.
hey, Rachel. Hi.
How's Donnie? Donnie's having surgery today. How's Donnie doing?
How are you feeling?
Are you nursing those?
All right, hurry
you're
up,
nursing
Rachel.
those wounds.
Type it in real quick. How's Gary doing?
We heard you got kind of bruised up with the e-bike.
Watching Rachel here.
Che passeranno ti diranno che
Oh, clap for Jan.
Oh, hey, Jan. I had no idea.
Jan. Okay,
I had
Jan.
no idea that this guy was going to invade my town.
Rachel.
Rachel's finally. Oh, finally. She's probably been commenting her ass off.
Well, we heard you say. Yeah, she just blew up Debbie's phone, so I haven't gotten my dick yet.
Thank you for all over the $2. Appreciate it. Rachel, Stan, yes, Stan, you finally noticed it. I'm not noticing anybody really. I've been talking to everybody. I don't have the time to scroll through all the mail.
Yeah.
And when I walk over here and I scroll through them while I'm walking, but then I fall down.
But then no. I.
Be pretzel.
We're going to show you this recipe. These Swiss horses.
Oh, my whole truck's
Can I-
got a half inch.
Can I look at your Swiss horses? Yeah. Look at these guys. Come here. I'll flip you around here. Man.
He knows everything about that pizza box.
Are these St. Bernards or some other breed that I'm not aware of? Okay. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, slobber monster. My neighbor's got one in Texas.
Oh, really?
He shaves them down every year, and he's about that size too. So, but yeah, he doesn't shave them all the way down. He shaves about that much, to where it's about ½ inch long, so 2 inches. No, they're not.
You and I were like, because you're not a slobber. No.
Don't you, boy? Do you drool? Yep, I drool.
I think the only time I really see her drool is if she's doing
Now stand over.
like this. That's the one you put a saddle on.
Yeah, no kidding. Put a saddle on that bugger. Now, what was that? Right here. About 10 years ago, Tea party. Tea party. Yeah.
And he asked, of course, the youngest person he knows.
I think I'm getting. Senioritis. Senioritis. There you go.
I like it.
I'm getting senioritis. Can't remember shoot. Was he on here? He don't know how to
You don't do that.
come for USA. We stand with you. All right.
Very good.
Good.
Yeah, I catch people on the other side. You got your maybe a little cars here. Very nice.
160 views. I'm kind of wondering how much longer I have on the battery there. I can't tell. If it just, I'll tell you what, folks. If this dies, just anytime or later on, whatever. If this phone dies because the battery dies, I'm going to run back to the van and plug it in and get a bit of a charge, and I'll be back online later on tonight when the truck's good here, or as soon as the battery gets charged. So we'll live stream as long as I can. Recharge it, live stream it. This is going to be a... Oh, man, look at that. Hey, it's snow going down here. The irony of it all.
I know.
Walk over and watch.
Yeah, you should.
When I first got here, before I turned the camera on, or anything, Tom and Pat are here. Oh, okay. Lamper Jan said Tom and Pat are here. Flagstaff had about but as of this morning when I woke up, it really hadn't hit. Good time.
Yeah.
Almost.
Who's that? I don't know who you're talking about.
So anyway, it really hadn't hit. I mean, from what I can tell, it hadn't hit very much. But it was supposed to be hitting throughout the day. So overall, he's going to get 6 or 8 inches.
Time to get to work.
Did you see the police car? He's been driving back and forth and like driving down the shore and people off on the grass and stuff. Because next thing you know, somebody's out there.
Working the Kingman to take care of some things.
You done? Just so you know, here we go. Are you done?
Hey, I'm doing good, man.
Are you?
Okay.
Trying to get the order.
It's live right now.
No, I'm live.
Oh, you're live?
I told him I was going to ask you about the
Oh, of course, yeah.
Robert? Stan? You know these people?
We met him a couple of times.
I know, you know.
These are patriots.
Yeah, we got, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's us. We're live worldwide right now.
Yeah, make sure you have the shirts good.
Make sure everything's good. You want to do a little quick plug about your business here? What's the name of it? It's Great American Pizza. Great American Pizza and Sub.
And we're in Golden Valley.
60 would be perfect for you too.
It's the smoker. We want to do good. When they hear something's coming out, they do it. We're all this is my number
You're shocked because you were driving home.
So we go to the
Any idea when you're supposed to ride? Great.
It's just a great thing to do. I'm honored that they would ask me to do it. And, we love the fight anyway.
Somebody asked you to feed
Well, they asked, they said, can you guys feed a bunch of people? I said, that's what we do. They said, well, we got a bunch of people, like a convoy of people. I said, that doesn't scare us. They didn't really tell me how many right away. And, so we started cooking 2 nights ago, getting sauces ready, because all our stuff is homemade, so it's all pre-made 2 or 3 days ahead of time. It has to ferment. All the smoker takes 12 hours to smoke everything. So we actually started 2 days ago to prepare for today.
Your ambassador, what's his name?
That's my pops. Oh, Jim?
Yeah,
Ambassador Jim over there.
Ambassador.
Over there.
I was talking to him a little bit, and he said you guys got it the other day, or yesterday, or whatever, and started.
It got unloaded at 5 o'clock yesterday. At
PM?
6 o'clock, it had a fire. At midnight, it started roasting a pig and a lamb, and it's reloaded again about 4 or 5 hours ago with more pork butts and tri-tip and everything else that we can try to. We're trying to cook everything we can get our hands on.
Yeah, I noticed when I first got here, you met the employee to go up the counter. So tell me what that. So
Yeah.
I got out there, and you guys are unloading these U-Haul trucks, the trailers and stuff, all this food.
Right.
What
That's
is
all
it?
donations.
Donated from people around
and
the
those
area?
are some churches in Las Vegas. Very generous people. There's a I can't remember the name of the firm that showed up in this truck right over here. I'm sorry. They just unloaded like a semi-loaded truck or a food on my pallets over here. And that's all for the truckers to come through, load themselves up. They got everything from batteries to coffee to
he drives around with a
Yeah.
cat in his van.
Hey.
Say, hey, Odin.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, okay, so you got a
His
kitty. All right,
dog,
that's all good.
no.
We got
Oh, no.
another YouTuber we know that has a cat that rides with him.
I can't
his name's
imagine how
Odin.
fun that would be.
Oh, man.
Cat's happy.
Yeah, he likes it. We love it. So it's really about getting the people together. It's about the country. This isn't a protest about truckers. This is a protest about
I
our.
keep telling them,
It's about our
the
borders.
truckers are just carrying
It's
the
about
flag.
our gas fuel being double priced. It's about our food being double priced.
Here.
They think we're so stupid. They kill the pipeline and then they think, oh well, they won't notice. We were energy independent just over a year ago. Okay.
It's amazing. I was talking to somebody. What has happened in 1 year?
Yeah, in 1 year.
It's just amazing.
1 year. You let them in control for 1 year. And it's a disaster. You know, they've been a disaster for years. And no one has been paying attention to it.
I'm really surprised I'm so happy.
Me too.
I think we got out of that. I'm like, okay, maybe.
Well, how did 100 million people know to vote for Trump with all the fake news and all the crap that goes on and all the lies and twisted stuff? People know. There's a third of the country white people. There's 2/3 of the country that are kind of like one you'll never get. The other third is the middle. They got to wake up and understand. You guys are about to lose your inalienable rights. You know, you read down that and you see what you're born with. Okay, we don't need their permission to make a living. They need our permission. They work for us. They work for us. We don't work for them. And all I want to do is just make a living.
What?
You know,
says
they
your
just
live
keep
stream
on
is
and
doing
on
better
and
than
on,
his.
trying to kill every business they can get their hands on.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
You're laughing about something. Yeah. Okay.
There's a little rivalry between a couple of buddies, YouTube buddies here. He says his live stream is doing better than mine.
That's because we're a great American.
That's
pizza.
where we're at.
Yeah, it's because
Well,
of where you're at.
he's got more than double.
Well, we got pizza.
Yeah, we got pizza.
We
Oh, and-
We got pizza.
Okay, and listen,
Barbecue.
and
We
I
got freedom.
okay now I'm gonna say this. I've ate lots of pizza, right? Now, and you know I'm new to this area. Your pizza, take all this away.
Yeah. You got them trained beautiful.
Indispensable.
I mean, these kids are the very best on the planet.
Yeah,
Against any
super professional. Oh yeah, like a clockwork machine.
You walk in almost. I walked in. Somebody here. Oh yeah, he's right back. Let me take you back there. And she's walking me back to you.
I think that's my daughter.
Most of the time I
Gabrielle.
go, okay. And most of them are just like, yeah, over on Palestine. And they walk away.
You know, these kids understand freedom. They watched us go through this fight. And I told them, you're living it right now. You're living history right now. When you look back at this, you'll be proud to understand.
There are things happening I never
You're
thought.
not the ones that are going to take my position. You're going to take my spot. And sooner or later, right? So we got to train these kids. We got to help the young people understand the Constitution. And here, if you're the
Well, this is interesting.
you can put an apron on and I'll teach you how to make a pizza. Okay? Now that's the greatest challenge for a young person ever.
You had to say that in front of my wife. Yeah, she's one of those people that's gonna come back and do
And
that.
I got
right?
kids that have already done it. Or maybe more. This is my daughter right here. That's who brought you out to me. Yeah. They wanted to do an interview about it. This is why with another number one. These two right here are absolutely the best pizza chefs on the planet.
Oh yeah?
And his brother Tristan.
So do you throw the pizzas up in the air? You do? Oh really? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You bet.
Yeah, we'll see you again. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Robert.
Do you have somebody, not you, but or somebody else that can give you a tour of the ovens or something? Or anything like that?
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, you just give me a
And you said you're the guy that black.
I told him that man in his truck just needs to be
I'm
here.
all over the place. Yeah, you're running phones.
No, we gotta keep those out.
Because I keep seeing him go, dude. It's a whole parking lot right here.
I know. I haven't been out here. I've been in there.
Oh, I was trying to find you, but after hearing when you were, I went out there to tell them. And I said,
That is a
cut it
good
off,
question.
don't let anybody back.
How are the truckers going to leave here and get through the blizzard in Flagstaff?
Well, they might be
Times
here.
tomorrow,
If they're gonna
hopefully it'll be gone.
Yeah.
Roll the dice. Yeah, you gotta roll the dice. They gamble in Vegas on money. They gamble on weather here. Tried. You didn't try.
3 months I come out of Arizona to get away from the snow.
Well, see, now you know the next time you're back through here next year, after we're done in Quartzsite, you can come out here and we'll treat you to a pizza. Your pizza's on us.
We've got a group Quartzsite and once that death is over, everybody's like, well, where are we going to go now? There's some people that are doing this and come up there. I'm going to Vegas. Some people go back home and there's a group of them. I'm sure I'll get a dozen of them probably.
Absolutely.
We'll come on up and we'll
right after Havasu. Yeah. Right after fireworks. And then
I definitely
that's something we can probably do next year.
So we're gonna be doing it.
Now that's a proud dog, the way he prances.
And I guess you're getting a reporter.
There you go, watch. There you go. All hand signals. Look at that.
Oh, wow, very well.
Very good.
Like Jeff, he looks like a little bear.
Get him! That's a tack dog there.
Ankle biter.
No, before we was walking out here, that dog, he was just prancing
Right,
the way
just
he was
strutting.
talking. He was strutting his stuff.
Right. Oh yeah, but still got a little out of hand. Yeah, it is. Really true.
Thank you. Thank you. For all of it, I'm saying. What's that? For working.
Aprons, don't they cover up another part of the body? Yeah.
They can't hold a real job, okay, or they can't run a real business. If they do it, they will understand that what they do is illegal. There's one of our buddies up there, plane flying around. He's taking a few movies. Yeah, that is really
Is he the one that was filming down on the 40?
Yeah, that's
They said it.
Kingman, yeah. That way.
I mean,
30 minutes.
I'm talking any little airstrip.
30 minutes.
Any little airstrip on the ranch. 5 miles? Yeah, maybe. Okay. If you're not allowed to fly a drone, 5 miles.
For safety reasons.
I can get this thing goes down. I can run back here, let this thing charge back up. I can shut the live feed down, let my phone charge back up.
So he wants to get the convoy when they come in.
okay.
And take a video.
Yeah, you better get it charged up because they'll be here pretty quick.
So,
There you go.
let me, where are you guys going to be?
We're gonna stay around, right?
Okay.
How close are they?
About an hour, they said.
Okay. So I'm going to go do that. You just heard the plans. So I'm going to run back to the van, shut the live stream off, charge the phone back up. So last thing I want to do is the first truck pulls in and the battery dies on this thing. So I'm going to go back and charge the phone up, pull the drone up real quick, take a video of it. And then, you know, until you do this, you don't realize how distracting cars are when they're honking the horn when you're trying to make coherent thought. But anyway, why are you smiling so much? What? What's not for her? Exactly. That's what I always kind of wondered about this kind of a gathering. This is what I'm thinking, right? Okay. I always wondered about this. This kind of a gathering, okay, whether it goes back to the tea party or whatever, everybody is in a good and happy mood. Whenever it's the party up, they're pissed off and fussing and, everything. Everybody is nice and happy as can be. Except that one, there was one crazy guy over there. There's that one crazy guy that came here. So, all right, I'm going to shut the camera off, and I will be back in probably about an hour, okay? So with that, ciao.
folks. Good morning. At the staging area, got a lot of folks out today. I'm going to show you a lot of people come to do the send-off. Again, we are live in Adelanto, California at Adelanto Stadium. I don't know where the trucks are going. It looks like I think they're circling the area right now, but you can hear the horns honking in the background. I'll turn around and show you all this. But good morning, God bless, and let's pray for a safe day. We will be heading out to Kingman, Arizona today, guys. Kingman, Arizona. Filled with a lot of folks that came out today to support the truckers. I don't know where they're staging the truckers at. I'm probably over this way, so look at this, guys. On the other side, they got a truck. Yes, the desert is absolutely gorgeous at sunrise and sunset. But one time the desert is not gorgeous. Don't mind when it's cold, but when it's 100 and like 21 degrees here, we did that. If you guys remember, those have been with us for a while. When they were having the audio days in Phoenix, Arizona, we went over there, and I remember we drove all the way through the night. We got into Phoenix at 5 a.m., but at 2 a.m. it was 98 degrees. Literally, and in the daytime when we were coming back, it was like 119, and you get out and you just melt. It is a drive, but it's That truck's coming the opposite way, just honking.
I believe that was some more troop movements we just saw on the Luhansk cam there, guys, as we're coming on the hour. 3 a.m. in Kiev. I am tired as all hell, and I bet the Ukrainians are tired as all hell of this situation. I've been up now for about 30 hours, so bear with me, guys. I might be a little slow here in my delivery tonight, but we're gonna get you guys updated on everything that has happened over the past 3 to 6 hours. There's been a lot going on in the news. I'm going to start by just talking a little bit with the chat. So if anybody that's over on Discord right now, if you guys want to send anything over my way, any alerts, any news, start sending it over in PMs to me on the Discord. Get it in the situation room. Make sure to ping me in that so I get the notification. Any type of news you guys think deserves going up on screen here. If you guys have any new developments or anything like that, get them sent over to me. First of all, to everybody tuning in tonight, good evening if you're in America. Good evening to you all. Thank you for tuning in. If you guys are in Europe, I guess you could also say good evening if you're in Europe. Thank you for everybody that is watching and following along. If you're following on Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button. If you need any links to anything, they should be in down below the stream there. We currently got 191 people watching on Twitch right now. I think that's the most we've had actually all week, so that's pretty cool. You guys on Twitch, you're awesome. Thank you for sticking with Twitch. Keep in mind, we're also streaming to YouTube. If the stream goes down on Twitch, you can always jump over to YouTube, and vice versa. If the stream goes down on YouTube, you can always hop over to Twitch. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, guys. Everybody that's watching over on YouTube, shout out to everybody. Every single one of you is awesome. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I can't believe we got 1,700 people right now watching this stream, and we have amassed over 1,000 people in the Discord that are currently analyzing intelligence, open source intelligence that's coming out of Ukraine. We have, as I've said, I probably sound like a broken record here, but we have people in the Discord monitoring flight radars across multiple platforms. We have people monitoring radio communications, running translations on Russian radio communications. We have people that are monitoring all sources for news posts and events in real time. Over in the general chat on our Discord right now, we have some live alerts being shared from a source of ours. If anybody's interested in that, we're getting live AI-fed reports. So we kind of have a really good flow here of real-time information that's coming out of Ukraine. And the reason we have that is because of you guys, okay? Every single one of you guys is, it could be looked at as a computational node along our network of Intel analysts that we have now begun to construct here, okay? Every single one of you guys is utilizing your computational power, right? Your brain power to piece together little pieces of this puzzle that we're putting together on the ground in Ukraine, okay? Think about it that way. We're like one large computer right now trying to fix this big math problem, which is the true story of what's going on the ground there. So yeah, every single one of you guys deserves a thank you. So much support you guys have provided to this operation. Now I'm just looking over on. I'm going to start kind of taking some questions here from people on live chat. I'm mostly paying attention to the Twitch and YouTube live chats. So if anybody's sending me stuff on the Discord, I'll get to that in a second. We'll start going through some of the news. Somebody said the mood has shifted in Kiev tonight. Yes, we have definitely seen a shifting of the mood in the Ukrainian region over the past 12 hours or so, for sure. In fact, just earlier we saw a pretty stark gathering in Odessa. We're pretty sure that was a gathering of solidarity, kind of like a ceremonial event that they held in short order over there in Odessa tonight, with a bunch of police out in force, and military reservists were there. Thanks for keeping us updated. Great work. Thank you, Fletcher, for joining in, for watching the stream. Can you talk about the cyber attacks, please? Yes, we'll get to the cyber attacks. I don't know if if any of you have been following along. You know, I've been saying for days now that the first things we were going to see before a escalation from the Russians and movements into the country, we were going to see what, and that is cyber attacks. Okay. We were going to see cyber attacks in the form of DDoS. We were going to see cyber attacks in the form of malware, which now there are reports of both. Okay, not just DDoS attacks, but malware has been reported all over. This is exactly what I was telling you guys would happen. It's just like the InfoSec memos that came out weeks ago were saying would happen. We've been looking at not only attacks on government websites and infrastructure, but also power grid infrastructure and energy infrastructure in and around Ukraine. I talked about the other night, though, that a lot of Ukrainian power grid is not cyber exploitable, so the Russians are having to resort to traditional kinetic sabotage, things like bombing power stations. We've seen that over the past couple of days. They've been bombing gas pipelines. They've taken out water infrastructure. They've been bombing substations on power grid infrastructure, all sorts of stuff there. So that ties in right into that cyber attack. It's a dual-faceted operation. They're taking down the infrastructure. Okay, you do that with multiple means, kinetic and cyber. Those are the two means that the Russians have at their disposal. And you can see them utilizing them right now as we speak. Earlier today, we witnessed large numbers of troop movements on our Luhansk camps. I don't know if you guys have been paying close attention to that, but just over the past probably 30 minutes to an hour, you guys probably saw some movements on those Luhansk camps down in the lower left-hand corner. We've been seeing trucks all day with tanks on them. We'll show you guys pictures and stuff of that shortly here. What is the stream in the upper right? What platform? If you're talking about the tweets coming in, that's all. These are all live tweets that are coming in from Twitter, and they all have either something to do with Ukraine, Russia, or the Donetsk and Luhansk. Okay, so that's real-time tweets and news that are coming off that. The feed that's scrolling across the top is not the best. It's comprised of a few different feeds from various mainstream media sources. So that kind of just gives a good idea what the general discourse is in news right now. Any U.S. Army active? Yeah, we'll talk about that shortly here. Not on the ground in Ukraine directly, but there is U.S. Air Force assets in the sky above Ukraine. Sudden outages around Kiev. Yeah, we've had reports of that, but a lot of people don't realize that some of these places do turn off streetlights and stuff at night. This isn't the U.S. In Ukraine, they do limit certain power grid usage at certain times of the night when people are sleeping and stuff. So that could be what we're seeing in some areas. However, that's not to say that power grid is down in some areas, because it is, and we have reports of that. However, on all the cams that I've been looking at in Lviv, Kiev, in Kharkiv, everything still looks up for the most part. But I haven't been fully briefed on the past 30 minutes to an hour of events, so just stand by on that. Where does the 4 a.m. time frame come from? I have no idea. People just kind of seem to pull that out of their ass, and we just kind of play it by ear here. Thanks. Following on Twitter now too. Thumbs up. Awesome. Yeah, I actually don't really use Twitter very often, except for polling data. I don't really broadcast tweets out. So, but thanks for the follow either way. Has Putin declared war yet? Yes, days ago. We're far past that now. 3,000 U.S. troops are currently in Poland from Fort Bragg. Yeah, I believe there's a significant amount of U.S. assets in NATO member states currently that are being shuffled around. We've been seeing all sorts of movements in Poland and Germany over the past couple days. We've been tracking movements of Black Hawk helicopters, cargo planes, RC-135 reconnaissance aircraft. There's all sorts of stuff. We'll get to that in a minute when I go through that in more detail. Question: one would think that GPS signals would be jammed. Do we see any of that? Well, we do see some masking of transponder data. We do see aircraft turning off their transponders and stuff like that, but that's the extent of that, what we're seeing. There's a video on Twitter of Lviv showing air artillery in the last 15 minutes. In Lviv, that doesn't sound very likely, probably fake. See, Lviv is the last holdout point here, guys. It's the farthest, most western city. It's where basically it's the are these camps on satellite? Gee, I've talked about this over the past couple of days, guys. A few of our cameras, I know that we've been in contact with people that host the cams. A few of them do have power redundancy. Okay, so if the power goes out, they can stay active. Internet is a little bit dicey. Some of them do have data connection, redundant data connection, but we will lose a majority of cams when power grid and the communications start to really deteriorate in the region. Somebody says 1 hour remains. Yeah, don't get your guys' hopes up. I think you guys should play it by ear. You see people, talking about these different times, and we've seen that all week long.
Linda says thanks for showing that. No, Linda, that's one of my favorite things so far that I've seen on this road. Is we've done that a couple times and it's incredible, absolutely incredible. Like, share, subscribe. Our brothers and sisters north. Oh man. All right. This thing goes on forever. I just didn't think we had that many, but everybody was outside. Everybody was not everybody was at that everybody was, you know, people were staged outside instead of coming inside.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo, thank you. Hey, Scooby-Doo, where are you? We're on I-40, just not too far from Needles. We're heading to Kingman. We'll probably be in Kingman about, I don't know, 6:30. We're going. Looks like the snow. Oh, guys, look at this. Once again.
Russian soldiers are going to die, and their bodies are going to be sent home to their families, okay? And, you know, the Russian economy is going to suffer greatly from this as well. I think the Russian people are going to suffer a lot more, and the Russian people are really in the dark on things, okay? They're fed that one-sided Russian narrative, and, you know, I think it's important here that we not only be compassionate for the Ukrainian people, but the Russian soldiers that are also going to die in this conflict too. Right now, I mean, we've seen reports out of eastern Ukraine of young rebel conscripts, so young men that are basically being called into action by the local rebel government that is there, Russian-backed government that is there in eastern Ukraine, and they're the ones that are going to be put on the front lines, okay? Which, you know, there's going to be a lot of young dead Russians, okay? And that's why that's what's going to give Russia its narrative and its pretext to move further into Ukraine here, okay, over the next 48 hours. That's my speculation right there. So just watch out for that. Yeah, people talking about the U.S. Air Force has put a global hawk over Ukraine for days now. Yeah, we've been tracking it actually for a couple weeks now on the stream. We've been tracking it specifically over the course of about 4 or 5 nights. We have seen a drastic difference in the posture in the Ukrainian airspace by U.S. personnel. Even right down to the patrol paths that these Global Hawk drones are taking in Ukrainian airspace. Somebody says, my internet connection here is lagging, it never lags. Yeah, everybody right now is kind of in a heightened sense of awareness right now with all these cyber attacks going on. We were looking into that earlier, and I'll touch on that more later, but it does have a lot broader consequences than just in Ukraine, okay? These cyber attacks are going to probably reach us right in Europe, right over into the United States.
Look at they've rented a lift, and to get the American flag on the lift, you got
Forte 12 is still there. Yep. We're gonna touch on that. We'll talk about Forte 12, the drone that is still in the airspace right now. How about the explosion in Donetsk? Yeah, we've there. When you say the explosion, there's been dozens of explosions in that region. People tend to think that Donetsk is just a town. It's not. It's an entire region in eastern Ukraine and covers many miles. And same with Luhansk. Okay, and so yeah, there's a lot of conflict going on in those areas, and we'll get to that here shortly. Peter Greaves says it's looking like it's going to commence between now and first light. Yeah, I mean, a lot of reports that I've been getting in all night shows heightened activity and an increase in posture on both sides.
Yeah, when we're talking,
somebody talking about the Stingray. Yeah, Stingrays are just it's
what we're talking about we're looking at
a type of equipment that basically mimics
look at
cell
where
towers
Brantford
and,
Liberty is down right hand left corner
it,
here.
It soaks up basically all the cell phones in the
right
area.
Now we're over Ukraine.
Connect to it.
Over
and
top
then,
Ukraine.
And then you're able to initiate a man-in-the-middle attack and kind of sniff for packets and data that is coming off of different cellular communications. And so they're probably using.
He's got a 30-hour flight time.
They're using those capabilities on the ground right now.
There must
in Ukraine,
be.
On both
he's
sides
either
of
flying
the
out of
spectrum.
an airport right here.
That's just one
probably
of the tools in their reconnaissance
or
toolkits, so to speak. Do we have troop locations on Belarus and numbers? Yes, we'll get to that in a second. Russia has approximately 190,000. I believe we're probably more around 200,000 at this time, if you include all of the rebel conscripts and all the entirety of Russian forces in the area.
Keep an eye on it.
Moldova
If you guys do hear
absolutely
static
is
in the
at risk.
background,
Yep,
that is
there's no doubt about that. We've had official reports
we are
of
also
activity in that area. We've had a heightened
radio
a
traffic.
heightened level of activity in and around Romania by NATO forces, both in the air and on the ground. We'll talk about that. I don't, okay, alright, Poland needs to take one for the team to get NATO rolling. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea here, guys, to be honest. Do you think this can escalate into more than regional conflict? Yeah, that's what's at risk here. I have serious erectile dysfunction issues. That's not good, PJ. Let's get that checked out, man. You should probably see a doctor. What's that flying in from Dominican Republic to Kiev? We'll take a look at the air traffic here in a second. We definitely want to get a look at that. Did you not sleep during the break you just took? No, I have not slept in, I think we're going on like 34 hours or so. So, yeah, I've been, I need to get some rest. I'm going to do that after we get you guys updated here. Tanks on highway, yeah, we've heard reports of both Ukrainian military movements as well as Russian military movements. We'll get to that again in a second. Can we see the images of the tanks moving you mentioned earlier? Yep, we'll pull those up for you. In fact, anybody on my Discord, can you guys send me, can you guys repost the links, or PM me actually the links to the tank movements that we got on our Luhansk cam? If you guys can do that, and then I'll put those up on screen for us, because they're probably buried in the Discord chat, and I'll have to scroll for 3 hours to find them. I'll probably pin those as well. Have they declared martial law? I actually have not been updated on that yet, but we'll look into that here. Somebody maybe in chat can speak to that. Hold on, I'm just gonna scroll right down to what's going on here immediately in the chat. So Russia is planning to cover up war crimes in real time. Yeah, there's also the reports of mobile crematoriums. We'll get to that in a second. That's definitely a pretty stark development. Bruh, take a nap. Yeah. Discord. The Discord link is in the description below, guys. Everybody is welcome to join there. That's where we're sharing all of the information that you guys are hearing about tonight. Somebody says it's not a good idea to attack Russia when they are ready for war. Yeah, I don't think the Ukrainians going on the offensive or NATO going on the offensive is a good idea at all right now. I think most U.S. national security personnel would probably agree with me on that. We do have to be assertive in our posture, though, so don't get me wrong there. But there's a difference between being assertive and having a strong posture and being dumb. So. Excuse me, guys. Mariupol is under shelling right now. We'll take a look at that. We have 2 Mariupol cams right here. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's been all sorts of warnings about Kharkiv tonight and Mariupol. We'll see, guys. I have a feeling, I have a little bit of a feeling that Kharkiv and Mariupol will make it to the morning, but we shall see. Attacks in Mariupol, people are saying. Ukraine imposed state of emergency, but no martial law yet. Yep. So that looks consistent. Somebody says, "Are you waiting for more words of comfort from geopolitical expert Cardi B before you go to sleep?" I have her on a mixtape on repeat. That'll lull me off.
Wonderful day. Amen, guys. Amen.
Agenda freeze, and that's sweaty bloke reading wiki pages for hours. Yeah, let's try to keep things civil in the chat tonight, guys, and not be ripping on any other streamers. Let's try to keep things focused on what's going on the ground in Ukraine instead. Sanctions are doing nothing. Well, most sanctions have not been instated yet. However, I've been talking about how as soon as they announced sanctions, we were probably going to see immediate retaliations, beginning of retaliation from the Russians. We already see signs of that. The Russians are already talking about targeting us with cyber attacks now publicly. So we definitely have to keep an eye on that situation. All right, guys, I'm going to hop over now from answering questions to holy shit, a lot of you sent me. I literally just turned 90 degrees to look at my other monitor, and I just see like a million PMs. So, thank you guys for sending me everything you guys got. Drill bit, this video, I need it in link form. Actually, I guess I could download it and.
Yo, chat, if y'all know where the...
Download it and watch it real quick. If somebody could send me just the ones that we posted on. Just send me a Twitter link or something.
Send me a link or put them in the chat, please.
Hi, sorry, 69K, he sent me a question from Philip Markov. He says, do you think this can escalate into more than a regional conflict? I believe I already answered that question. Yes, it definitely has the possibility to. Give me a second here, just kind of going through everything. Luhansk camera that we keep seeing trucks. Yeah, so the camera that we got our tanks spotted on we've been seeing traffic on that all night. All night long we've been watching traffic coming in on that. Here's a interesting way. First of all, really quickly, let's take a look at what's going on. So Forte 12 is still over eastern Ukraine. Russian Air Force went, or sorry, not Russian, but Royal Air Force went home, I take it, and Forte 11 went back to base, so I'm not even going to worry about that. Here's a tweet just to start us off here. Here's a bit of news about airlines. Including European carriers have tonight been informed by aviation risk management agencies that Ukraine as a whole is now considered a do not fly. So as we've talked about over the past couple days, we've watched slowly over the past 48 hours a degradation of the security of Ukraine's airspace, and thus a clearing out of commercial aircraft, so to speak. We've witnessed a dramatic drop of hold on, you guys, I've been distracted by whoever is doing this on the Kharkiv cam. It looked like somebody was doing drifts in this parking lot. What is that guy doing? Everybody is messing with us on the cameras tonight. Can you guys see this right now? There's a guy doing donuts in the Kharkiv parking lot right now. This is awesome. Hold on, I need to get this window out of the way for you guys, but I can't. Can you see? You guys can see him. He's doing donuts.
1 second, guys.
It's I literally was in the middle of starting my starting to kind of give you guys some updates here, and I kept seeing this light in the Kharkiv camera, and I'm like, is that a car doing donuts in the parking lot in reverse? Hold on, I just got to get that up on screen here for you guys. What the hell? Wow, man! To all the wow, I hope there are Ukrainians on the ground actually watching us, man, and messing with us tonight. That'd be pretty awesome. If there are any Ukrainians watching, any Russians watching, shout out to you guys. Stop
shout out to Russia, y'all. Shout out.
All right. Anyway, let's go back to talking about.
Everybody in the house.
Yeah, do not fly zones over Ukrainian airspace. Here's another video that's being shared on social media. Recent minutes from Mariupol. Hard to confirm these, but nonetheless, I hear some shells in it. But let's move on, because we need to get through this here. There's a lot to go through. NATO should determine its own stance and do whatever it will do. As you know, we didn't see any significant deployment of military forces in Ukraine. Everyone is talking about, but there is no action. That's out of Turkey, I believe, Turkish president. Here's an interesting update. There's a traffic jam towards the Ukrainian border, is now potentially up to 30 kilometers, 18.5 miles long, at 3:20 a.m. local time. So there is currently a traffic jam being reported on Google Maps, I suspect, and it is 30 kilometers long. So that is people that are trying to, or that's probably Russian hardware actually. It's either Russian hardware or it is evacuations. That could also be what we're seeing there. So yeah, we talked about all of Ukrainian airspace is under a do not fly currently. Here we go, guys. Okay, so this is the footage so this is the footage we got on our Luhansk cam earlier that somebody clipped for us and sent over on Twitter. DrillBit42, thank you for this. I believe Dookie Kaka is the one that went and clipped this for us in the Discord. Thank you very much for that. I don't think there's any audio really to look at, but keep an eye here on this footage here, guys. You'll see the tank movements that we're talking about. So they come with police escort. We've been seeing these all night on the Luhansk cam. Not surprising though, because we had been hearing about them for over 12 hours now. Police, and you can see there, guys, the tank's there, I don't know how much proof I don't know how much more proof anybody needs. That the timestamp's right there in the footage. That is from our Luhansk cam in the lower left, or sorry, yeah, lower left corner there. Sorry, bear with me, guys. Pineapple says multiple shelling reports from Mariupol. Can we get the sound up on that feed? Hashtag important. Yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can do that for you guys here. Here's the initial reports we were getting in about the malware. More reports about fighting. This is more reports about the malware and DDoS attacks that occurred tonight. Just more reports that we were getting in. These are troop movements. Alright, so here's a Kiev cam. This is some video from Patrick Lancaster. We don't need that right now. Odessa. Where's my Mariupol cam? Sorry guys, bear with me while I get my Mariupol cams here. I believe it's... Is it this one? Yes, it is. Okay, so I figured out what one it is. Give me a second here, guys. Here's the Mariupol cam live, and there's audio. Is there audio on this one, or is it the other one that has audio? I think it's the other one that has audio. Dang it. That's the wrong cam. This is the Luhansk cam. Alright, let's put this one back up on... Sorry, not that one. This one back up on screen. Like that. And we'll put this one... yeah, this one. Put this one back up on screen as well. Okay. Let's bring this up here. This is our Mariupol cam here, so we'll keep this on stream for you guys, of course, but we want the other one, which is this one, which has the audio. So let's find that one. It's buried in my stacks of cameras and tabs here. I literally probably have 1,000 browser windows and tabs open right now, guys. I'm not joking. It's not good. It's not good. Things are really bad. When I have over 1,000 browser tabs open, that's when things are not good. Okay, here's the audio from Mariupol. I have that on for us now. That audio is coming from this cam here, okay? It's in Mariupol. It's the same train yard as this camera here. It's like a marketplace slash rail yard thing. In the daytime, these stalls open up. It's kind of like a marketplace here. Yeah, these are just two different angles. The audio is coming off this camera here. And so we should be able to hear any signs of shelling near Mariupol, if that is in fact the case. But while we're listening into that, I'm going to continue reading on our news posts here. I'll turn that down because we got a little bit of wind in there, so I'm just going to turn that down just a little bit. If I hear some shelling, we'll turn it up. Our Kiev cam guy was back with a love heart as you speak 4 minutes ago. Thank you for that update. Yeah, the amount of people playing around with us on the cameras tonight has been definitely an uptick from recent nights. I just want to let you know that there's a better Kharkiv cam. Roger that. I'll keep a look on that. Moriarty, thank you for sending that to me on Discord. From Samuel B, an article over on Reddit. Russia has closed the airspace along the northeast Ukrainian border. Visual of closed airspace and notification to airmen not to fly in the region. Yep, I've had this sent to me from a couple people now. Hold on, let me take a look at this. Yeah, so basically it's just everything. I'll put it up. Just give me a second here. Let's get this up on screen for you guys. So here is the airspace that the Russians have ordered a no-flyover zone. All of Ukrainian airspace has basically been ordered a no-fly zone as of this evening. If I'm to believe the reports coming out of Ukraine, is that there's no commercial air traffic right now. Am I right? Let's take a look at flight radar. And we still have a couple of flights up in the air. Not sure if they're... I mean, we could be seeing Exodus flights still running in and out of Kiev, you guys. That could be what we're seeing here, but, I mean, there's no... I'm pretty sure Kharkiv Airport is down. Odessa is down. Maybe if somebody can update to me to all of the airports that are down in that area. Holy cow, we have 1 million people... I'm starting to gain an accent here, guys. We got like 1 million people in the general chat over on the Discord right now. I take it they're all keeping tabs on Tetsoma's real-time AI-driven alerts. Tetsoma, if you want to send me maybe some of the important updates from the past hour, that might be useful. I can read off some of those to people. Right now, in my current layout, if I try to open your stream right now, the text is way too small for me to see it, and I won't be able to actually get that on stream for you. But if you can send me some updates in the form you've been sending me them, just from maybe the past hour or so, I can read those off if you think they are worthwhile. Sounds of heavy shelling in Donetsk. Yeah, we've been kind of listening into that all night, but let's... We'll take a listen here to this. Hold on, can I... Which one is it again? God, you guys got so many cameras. Oh wait, it's that one. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna mute our Mariupol cam so we can listen to this. This is out of Odessa. Some shelling audio out of Odessa. Somebody recorded for us. Somebody said CNN is saying Donetsk is being bombed by Ukraine. Yeah, well, we will take a look at we will take a look further into the mainstream narrative here in a second. People keep saying YouTube cuts at 12 hours. Our last stream went for like 48 hours straight without being cut on YouTube or Twitch. So I don't know where you guys heard that, but yeah, I can stream indefinitely on here as long as the internet stays up. Okay, so we heard enough out of that recording. Nothing really of interest there for me. I'm gonna keep moving on here through the news, guys, for you. Here's a tweet. A number of sources report that shelling began near Mariupol. This is consistent with what everybody keeps saying.
Just, you know, you guys, this is history. So I had to pop on Instagram. I wanted to show you guys what's going on.
Now, see, this is unconfirmed, of course, guys, so keep that in mind. But
yeah, so right now we're in Arizona. We just
definitely sounds like some shelling. Unable to confirm if that is indeed Mariupol or not, or if that is old footage, new footage, or what, but we'll keep tabs on that. I'm heading over to the Situation Room now to kind of start looking through some of the stuff you guys have left me in there over the past hour here. I'll start at the bottom. We got a tweet here. Oh, yep, this is more about that traffic jam, 3:15 in the morning on the road from Belgrade, Russia to the Ukrainian border. It starts exactly where we saw a Russian formation of armor, so that's very, very interesting. Russian armor moving into the border. Huh, I'm getting shivers, guys. I'm getting shivers. Shiver me timbers. Wow. More Google Maps data here. And they talk about turning on live traffic so we can see that in real time. Yeah, let's. We don't need to do that. We've seen the pictures, so that's definitely enough. Twitter Sky Earth. Yeah, we'll take a look at this. These are the rocket attacks we've been hearing reports of. Not sure if these are the Grad rockets or are these some other rocket attacks, but we have been getting videos all day of Grad rockets. Okay, so this is just a report of news of Katusha rocket landing in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol. So yeah, this is more of these reports of shelling Mariupol, but on the camera we were just listening to you guys, there was no audio out of Mariupol. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, you guys, this is audio, fresh audio, coming out of Mariupol. Listen in. Do we hear any shelling? Let's take a look. But I'm also going to show you other stuff, because we need to keep moving. No, wrong. Let's go over here. On this one, yep. Okay. Another video, second video from Mariupol tonight. Very dark, very hard to confirm. It just sounds like sounds of distant shelling, you guys. I don't think there's really... It's just about just sounds of distant shelling. So let's listen in ourselves on our camera and hear if we can hear that distant shelling. People asking false flags. Yeah, that's what we're looking for right now, guys. People asking in the chat, is there actually shelling? Yeah, that's why we're listening in. We're looking. We see these videos, but the only way to confirm it is to get eyes on, guys. So get your eyes on those cameras. Go look for cameras with audio on them. Let's get ears on these cameras and let's start listening. And if anybody hears anything, report it on the Discord, and then we can get it up on screen here and have everybody kind of decide for themselves. People talking about the ship blockade going on in the Kerch Strait. Yep, so we've been covering that for the past 12 hours here or so. There's been a lot of developments from the Russian Navy, both in the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, and even right down into the Mediterranean. I'll probably touch on that a little bit later, but just got the first message about Grads landing near Mariupol, so that is Grad rockets that were landing near Mariupol there. I'll put that tweet on screen here so you guys can see that. Numerous reports on Twitter about southeastern city of Mariupol being shelled. I cannot verify this at all. This is just like the other night, guys. I feel like we're having a replay of the other night. They kept saying Mariupol was getting shelled and stuff, but then the next morning the Ukrainians all came out and said that that was fake news and that nothing of that sort had happened. However, it could be that tonight is the night and that the Russians are moving in. Everything that we've seen, everything that we have seen, that could be what's going on here. Another video, actually I think we saw this one a second ago. Again, just, you know, gentle booms in the distance. Yeah, just some gentle purr of some grad rockets striking the ground there. The grad rockets striking targets, hopefully just the ground and not targets. Some gentle grad rockets, you know, just to lull you off to sleep in Ukraine. Let's another video here from Mariupol. This might be the same footage that we just looked at. Yeah, this is the same footage we just looked at, so we're getting a lot of that same footage in constantly. I've gotten like, yeah, geez, 12 of them. Okay, more troop movements. Bombs are now falling in Ukraine, Donetsk region. The last 20 minutes sounds like Russian BM-21 Grad missiles. Yeah, they really like to prep the battlefield with the Grad missiles. Saturation of fire. 69, thank you for the update on that. Thank you for keeping tabs on everything, moderating the YouTube chat for me, bro. Much appreciated. Holy cow, we got 300 people watching on Twitch all of a sudden. Hey, to all of you guys on Twitch over there, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in. Twitch is the Wild West, man. Our Twitch chat is crazy. I love every single one of you guys. You're awesome. 449 followers. Holy crap, I actually hadn't checked that all day. That's awesome. Yeah, guys, if you're following along on Twitch, hit that follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. It's the best way to support the channel. It's the best way for you to get updates if the stream goes down, when streams go live. It's the best way for you to get those updates. Sorry, bear with me. As I said, I've been up for quite a while here, so I'm about to go to bed here soon, at least in an hour or two. I think I got a little bit of fight left in me here. We got a lot of stuff coming in here that people want me to show you guys, so I'm going to try to get through as much of it as I can. More stuff about the traffic jams. Here's a live view of. Actually, wait, do we have that up on screen here? I believe we do. Yeah, here it is. Let's go to the live feed on Kiev. Here, so this is our live feed on Kiev here. Always a little bit of police activity. All right. Yeah, more reports of that Katyusha rocket landing in Mariupol. We'll see about that. Somebody says go to bed right when they're coming in. Yeah, I know, that's my luck. I've been up for like, I've been doing this for about 4 days now straight, and I've been on Kiev time, so I'm really kind of jet lagged. And so today I just decided I would stay up all night and all day, and so here I am 30-odd something hours later, and now the Russians decide to do something. I'm practically falling asleep with the keyboard over here, so I'm going to try to just hurry up and get as many of these updates done for you guys, and I'm going to go get a little shut-eye, because I feel like when I wake up it's going to be pretty busy over there in Ukraine. So, of course, the stream will continue going 24/7, guys. The stream is up indefinitely, and we have mods in the chats to kind of like answer questions and talk to you guys. As for me, I'm going to be getting a little shut-eye soon. But first, as I said, I'm going to, for the next hour or so at least, I'll try to get some more updates out to you guys. A lot of people sending me reports of the aircraft that are in the air right now. I think we'll take a look more into that here in a second. The Jen Psaki, was that just recently, or was that earlier, the White House press briefing? I think we'll take a look at that right now while we're listening in for shells here. One second, let me get that audio up for you guys.
And what we wanted to provide to all of you today is an overview of what we're seeing as an impact on the Russian economy. Obviously, the bite of these sanctions has not taken place yet, so this is largely in anticipation. So let me just go through a couple of these points. Borrowing costs for the Russian government has spiked to almost 11%, highest since 2015. Foreign investors are fleeing Russia. The ruble is trading at its weakest level since November 2020, one of the weakest currencies in the world. In response to inflation risk, the Russian central bank has hiked rates 8 times in the past year to 9.5%. And Bloomberg reported, just going to cite Bloomberg there, that the fortunes of Russia's super rich have tumbled $32 billion this year with the escalation.
Really quick, guys, I just want to touch on something. Reports that they might not be grad. I post swords with this little bit of information. Thank you much for this. He says reports that they might not be grad, but much larger Smirch. Different to Smirch is a 300 millimeter diameter, 800 kilogram rocket. Grad is 122 millimeter. 122 millimeter. Let's take a look at this here. Yeah, it might even be Smirch MLRS, which would be a big deal. Are those thermobaric or are they not thermobaric? Because I have heard reports of them moving thermobarics over the border, and those definitely pack a little bit more punch. Smirch are mostly armed with cluster munitions, maybe, possibly. Some people touching on, saying that the Russians won't fully invade tonight. They need to set up that propaganda first. And yep, that is one thing I should probably touch on, is that they definitely aren't going to. I don't think they're going to move as far as Kiev tonight or anything like that. We might see some conflict in Kharkiv or maybe some conflict in Mariupol. But really, what we're going to see is tomorrow in the morning a furthering of that Russian narrative that has been building the past couple of days that we've been following along with here. Just the reports of what they're calling sabotage and terrorist acts. There was the bombing on the TV station in Donetsk, I believe it was. We watched that on Mr. Lancaster's channel earlier, the Russian propaganda blowhorn, which we have basically confirmed that he is a Russian actor, basically pretending to be an independent journalist on the ground in eastern Ukraine. All right, we say that with a grain of salt. We have done like a fair amount of looking into the background behind those videos, but kind of sometimes it's important not to just jump to assumptions. We don't know. Patrick could be authentic, but all the evidence that we have points to that he is indeed Russian propaganda operative, you could call him in a sense. If you guys want to look more into him, you can find him on YouTube. His name's Patrick Lancaster. You can see some of those videos that are coming out of the eastern rebel-held areas and kind of what their narrative of the things is, and it'll kind of give you a better idea of what the Russians are probably going to do in the next few days, okay? Which is a furthering of that. We were talking about just a little bit ago, we were talking about in the rebel-held areas, they've issued drafts. They've publicly stated this morning, they stated in their Security Council meeting there in the LPR and DPR that they were speaking to that it would be illegal for anybody to try to dodge the drafts, right? So they're drafting up a bunch of young Ukrainians that are in the LPR and DPR, all right? And then they're going to send them to the front lines, okay? To be the first to basically be slayed by the Ukrainian defense forces, the Ukrainian forces that are, taking up defensive positions right along the conflict line, and then Russia will then most likely use that as a pretext, along with other false flag operations. Use those as a pretext to further their incursion into Ukraine. That's my speculation at this time of what we're seeing on the ground. It is pretty stark stuff. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, somebody said poor cannon fodder. Yeah, exactly. I really feel bad for the young Russians and Ukrainians that are in the eastern portion of Ukraine, because they're going to be the first ones sent to the front lines, most likely. I believe we also had reports. We were talking about their field hospitals earlier. We have satellite images from Maxar of their field hospitals from 12 hours ago, and we noticed something interesting, that a lot of their field hospitals don't have the usual Red Cross symbolism that you would see on the field hospital tents. Usually, you would see some kind of like a red cross. Or like a red diamond shape, something to indicate that they are field hospitals, both on the roofs of the tents and on the sidewalls, and that's basically to keep them from getting bombed. And so there was speculation that maybe Russia could be building that field hospital specifically for a pretext, for a false flag narrative event where they bomb it, they come in with cameras, they make it look like the Ukrainians shelled a field hospital. They maybe litter a couple bodies around, and then they use that as pretext to move further into Ukraine. Okay, it's the same thing we've seen the past couple hours. Past day or two. If you guys go watch Patrick that video on that Lancaster guy's channel, and also watch some of the videos that have come out on RT, the Russian-backed news agency YouTube channel, you'll see that there's kind of there's stark similarities actually to the videos coming out on both of the channels. In fact, on Patrick's channel, he covers the same location for one of the. It's a single mortar strike that killed some civilian, and he happened to suspiciously cover the story about a day before Russia dropped the story on RT. And they almost made it look like it was the same day, but it's very suspicious. You can tell it was prefabricated, so those same type of propaganda, that same type of propaganda that's coming out of Eastern Ukraine, I think we're going to see a lot more of over the next 12 hours or so here. So yeah, pretty rough stuff. Coming out of Ukraine there right now. So this was a video of the heavy fighting in Ukraine. I think this is the same one we've seen quite a bit of. Smoke is seen billowing high in the sky from in and around Mariupol. Well, we so far have not heard a single... Somebody find me this camera, because so far we have not seen a single sign of shelling in and around Mariupol. Both the cameras are right here, guys. Look, I don't see any smoke. I don't even hear any shells. I don't see smoke or shells. I guess we don't have a very good sky cam here, though. Somebody PM me with a better camera above Mariupol. Get me eyes on some action. Somebody talk about 2 Turkish Air Force aircraft arrived at Kiev International Airport. Yeah, I think that could be a continuation of possible Exodus flights in and out of Kiev. I know personally of some people that are trying to get out just as of the last few hours out of Kiev, actually, trying to get back either stateside or to their home countries. Breaking reports of Russian invasion could occur in less than 20 minutes time from now. Ticker news. Let's take a look at that. I always love when they say it could happen at this time or that time or this time, and yeah, somebody's saying that is fake. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I mean, we're playing it here, but let's keep distance between us and this with a 9.5-foot pole. How about that? First footage is emerging. I believe this is near Mariupol. This is, I think, the same footage. Okay. Definitely sounds pretty hot here. Okay, to that's a camera of Kiev, yeah. Pretty hard to you know, discern what's going on. It's a dark video. Who can say exactly? So let's kind of keep just, you know, keep that in mind. A lot of these reports I'm showing you guys are unconfirmed, but it's the quickest we can get them to you, the better, I think. Same video here. Maybe actually this might be a different video. This could be a different video, but yeah, somebody saying it might be a propaganda piece. Yeah, so I've talked about this over just the past little bit here. We saw a lot of evidence of you know, fighting happening in Mariupol the other night, and then we immediately the next morning realized it was basically just fake news, and we were hearing a ton of it coming from all sorts of sources, some confirmed, some unconfirmed. You know what I mean? And it all turned out to be Ruski propaganda. Fireworks, yep, possibly. Probably not though. That definitely sounded like some fully automatic gunfire. But we'll have to, as I said, keep an eye on Mariupol and what's kind of going on there. We have the audio feed of Mariupol coming in right now. You guys are hearing it. There's no, I'm not hearing any shelling, at least in this area where these cameras are. Tetsoma, if you are chilling on the stream right now, if you could maybe just send me over some first alert updates that I can share with the people here. That would be pretty useful if you're listening. You can either private message me those or drop them in the situation room, and I can take a look at that. So this is light over sky in Kharkiv, maybe a UFO, you never know. Earlier there was random reports coming in all over the place of Russian soldiers reporting UFOs over Crimea, just ridiculous. And everybody was chalking it up to be aliens. It was probably, when they received, like when they heard those reports, they probably thought, immediately their minds jumped to aliens. But really, the Russians were probably just seeing U.S. aircraft over Crimea because there is U.S. aircraft, Royal Air Force aircraft, and Ukrainian Air Force aircraft in and around the airspace tonight. There's also experimental reconnaissance aircraft right now flying in and around Poland and Germany that we've been keeping tabs on. I don't know if that's in the air at this very moment in time. It could be because most of the time we don't have transponder data for sensitive flights like that. Somebody said the RC-175 started pinging on the ground in Chechnya. We'll have to keep an eye on that because when that bird goes in the air, you know that something's going on and that they need to have eyes and ears on the ground. So that's usually when you see Forte and the RC-175 in the air. Okay, a whole bunch of flights. People are sending me in the flight radar. Yep, keeping eyes on it. Forte 12 is doing some interesting maneuvers. There's just such a large influx of information coming in here that I'm just kind of not really caring about what's going on in the flight radar right now. I'm letting you guys kind of take care of that while I just kind of read through this barrage of information that is coming at me out of eastern Ukraine. A lot of people keep, tossing around these times, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., this and that. As I said, you guys, don't pay attention to that stuff. Here's a live stream from Mariupol. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Yeah, not getting any connection out of that, so we'll have to keep an eye on that camera. I'll open it up in another tab, see if it loads in the background while we're just looking through these updates here. Feynman said you should probably lower the volume of the Mariupol cam audio. Your voice is barely topping it. Yeah, I'll do that here in a second. Image from Mariupol. I'm trying to get you this live cam. Yeah, that would be good to have that live cam there so we can kind of get an idea. Oh, so that's this one here. It's very slow to load. You may need to refresh multiple times. Probably server overloaded. Roger that. Let's get that open and see if... To everybody tuning in on Twitch, thank you guys again for following along. To everybody following on YouTube, we got a lot of you guys following along tonight. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure to hit that like button, share this stream, so we can keep the momentum going here. To everybody on Twitch, hit that follow button. You guys are awesome. Every single one of you are awesome. That's the only reason that this works is because of you guys. I've said that multiple times tonight. Once again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you guys deserve a pat on the back and a huge thank you. If you guys would like to join the Discord and join in the open discussion of intelligence that is occurring over multiple channels that we have set up over on the Discord, you can find that link in the description below the stream. Anybody is welcome to join. For those of you guys just joined the Discord, welcome. You can find your ranks on the left side of the screen. You should see a list of channels. If you scroll all the way to the top, sorry, there's some wind there. If you guys scroll all the way to the top, you can, hold on, I'll turn that volume down. How about that, huh? If you guys scroll all the way to the top, okay, so interesting. Interesting view we're seeing here, guys. We'll keep an eye on that. This is a camera out of Mariupol here. Somebody says, can you confirm the cell phone towers are out? Well, we have multiple reports coming in, but it's really hard to know really what's going on the ground. Somebody said, is there any other streams we can also monitor along? In the description below this video, you guys can find links to a bunch of sources for cameras. There's way more sources in the Discord. Go to the Discord and you can find a bunch of links to cameras in the video channel. You guys can then look through all those cameras. Also use Google search is a powerful tool. Go on Google, look up CCTV cameras in and around Ukraine, and get listening, get looking, and if you can, contribute to the reporting of these sightings on these cameras. This camera is just not loading for me. However, it does have a very compelling angle, that's for sure, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Yeah, the cam you want, but mine got overloaded. Thank you, Hiccup, for that. Much appreciated. Yeah, we're looking at it. Random Man, hey, bro. You asked for a Mariupol cam. Yep, that's the one we got. Thank you, Random Man. We're looking at it. Thank you to everybody that just tried to source that cam for me. Yeah, I see every single person that's doing stuff in the Discord, and I'm keeping track of it. Everybody that needs a rank, I'll give it to you. Just stand by. It might take till tomorrow, and I'll go through and I'll give ranks, or one of the mods will get to it if they get a second. Okay, so yeah, let's get this camera back up on screen here for you.
Talk to the viewers on there, give them the whole rundown. That's on the, go to my YouTube and watch over there, so they can share it, like it, comment, all that good stuff. So, glad you guys are back. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Love you guys.
Yeah, probably a million people. Guys, if anybody's watching and trying to access this camera right now, back out and maybe clear up some bandwidth so we can access this camera. If possible. If at all possible, guys, maybe back off this Mariupol cam so we can get this on stream, maybe. It could be that their internet is just under such heavy DDoS that we can't get through right now. That could be what is going on. Okay, here we got it up on screen for you guys here again. kind of that smoke cloud looks like it was gone, but I don't know. It's hard to tell. There are factories in the area, and we have been tricked by smoke in the past few nights, guys. Okay, it has happened, so we gotta keep an eye on that, eh? Yeah, for everybody that's asking, in the description you can find links to like the flight radar we're using, the marine tracking, the ground force troop map, like the maps of like where troops are located. All of those resources you can find in the description, as well as yeah, that Discord link. We also have links down there if you guys are interested in supporting the channel. There's links where you can donate. If you donate, you get your name up on stream, and you also get the VIP rank over on the Discord. Oh, and we also have some merch available if you guys are interested in that at any point. And then yeah, we also have links to, as I said, the force, the placement of Russian forces in and around Ukraine. We have different cameras down there. And I'm going to try to like update that list with more sources as the days go on, so that everybody can just kind of quickly look in the description and be able to click on cameras, or look in the description and be able to quickly find all of the different maps and stuff that we are using. So yeah, once again, this camera is not wanting to work. Interesting view above Mariupol though, and we have access to the other Mariupol cams up on screen up here in the top right. We still haven't heard any fighting though in and around those regions, and I don't see any smoke in the sky around here. Okay, we definitely have KGB spider activity in the upper left-hand corner. We're definitely gonna have to keep some tabs on that. Definitely gonna have to keep some tabs on the KGB spider movements. No signs of our KGB pigeon friends. We have a 4 a.m. babushka here. A 4 a.m. babushka. Hello, 4 a.m. babushka. Greetings to you. Oh wow! Actually, we just surpassed 3,000 people watching on YouTube. That's awesome, guys. To everybody new tuning in right now, glad to have you guys. We're not spying on Ukrainian babushka. We're looking for signs of shelling in and around Mariupol, where there's a lot of reports coming out of. We have a camera that's in and around Mariupol, but we're having some problems accessing it. That is probably related to either the amount of traffic on that camera right now, or more likely the cyber attacks that are ongoing in the area. Somebody said Forte 12 heading to Kiev now. Okay, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. A lot of talk of the no-fly zone above Kiev. That is, I believe it's in effect now, actually. Restricted due to potential hazard for civil aviation. So that's an interesting development there. Prototype says, "Can I have rank?" Yeah, for everybody that just joined the Discord, if you can't find your ranks in the rank channel, I will have to give them to you at a later time, probably later this evening, or I'll have one of the mods get to it if I can. So let's try to get this camera up here again for you guys in Mariupol quick. Yeah, we have, I see some people in the chat talking about trolls on some of our live cams tonight. It's weird. We had a guy doing reverse donuts in a parking lot a second ago for like a couple minutes straight with his headlights on in the middle of Kharkiv, guys. This big parking lot up here, look how big this is. The guy was doing reverse donuts in this parking lot, obviously for the stream. We had a guy up here on the Kiev cam. I don't know where this is. This looks like it's in a high-rise or on a tower or something. But right there, actually, it just looked like maybe some activity in and around that cam. But yeah, somebody was holding up signs on that cam for us earlier. All sorts of crazy actors out there tonight in Ukraine. Anyone tracking this flight? Interesting. M96532. Number 2 worldwide. That's an interesting flight. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about. It says country of origin was Ukraine, but it doesn't say the origin. Sorry, the takeoff location. Yeah, wow, that definitely looks like a blaze over Mariupol here. Is this Mariupol? Is this the same Mariupol we're seeing on these cameras up here, guys?
No, I've actually never run. So after I got out of the army, I started.
Is this the same Mariupol as KGB Spider?
So I've worked for companies like Oracle and some small startups. That was my background back in the day. Okay. Yeah, I worked for banks and stuff. Yeah. Wide area networks. Yeah. And then you got out of the office and you liked it a little bit better. Amen. So, yeah.
Smoke again on cam. Yeah, we're taking a look. This camera doesn't want to load at all. If anybody's watching it, I bet there's a million people watching it. Yeah, dude. This website's definitely having a hard time. Looks like the database had some errors here. It was returned connection refused. Yeah, and that's all we're getting out of this. So yeah, looks like the site went down there. Unfortunately, if somebody can get me another camera up in and above Mariupol that shows this smoke, I will put it up on screen. Yeah, to everybody asking for rank and stuff on the Discord, I'll give it to them at some point. If 69K, if you're watching, if you can go through and give everybody ranks and stuff that doesn't have it, that would be super helpful. Here's just a picture that somebody sent me of a bomb slash the moment of a bomb or an explosion going off there. Over here, this definitely looks like more signs of explosions and smoke. Those are some definitely some big heat signals there. However, you know, let's not jump to any conclusions. That definitely is pretty bright, though. We'll keep an eye on that. Somebody get me another camera angle above Mariupol, please, so we can get eyes on where this is happening.
I haven't watched TV in a while, so. No, but I tell you what, we've gone out and we're going around talking to people where they work, where they hang out. We go to bars, we have beers with people, and it's just amazing the support that we're getting, the amount of people that are interested or they said that they've lost faith. They want to get back involved, so like this is just it. We're really happy.
Yeah, we don't need multicam streams. We just need singular cam streams. We need a stream of this. We need a stream of this area. Oh, was there action on the Kiev cam again? Is that what we just saw? Yeah, looks like we saw something on the Kiev camera. Direction from the Mariupol dead camera. Okay, so that's like what we're seeing daytime. All right, let's take a look at that here. So this is apparently the daytime shot of what that Mariupol cam shows. Oh yeah, wow, that lines up perfectly. That lines up perfectly. Look at the power lines, guys. It's the exact same shot. So that's what we're seeing there. Okay, so look, guys, look. Look what you see in the distance. What do you see in the distance here, guys? What do you see in the distance? You see smokestacks, okay? So let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. I also see what seems to be almost a plume of smoke right there. So IR, guys, IR has a habit of refracting off stuff. If this is some kind of plant maybe over there that's producing a large amount of heat, as well as steam and smoke, that could be what we're seeing reflecting back over to us. Let's not jump to conclusions right away, okay? Because, yeah, in that daytime shot, we did see a bunch of those smokestacks there. So, yeah, I mean, right here, guys, we're piecing together the puzzle. Let's not try to jump to conclusions right off the bat on that.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, that'd be great. Perfect. That's your channel? Subscribe, like to the channel, you know, all that stuff, right? Well, yeah, they're on there right
Somebody says Kiev shaking. No, that's just somebody messing with the camera. Cyber attacks are starting. Yes, they've been ongoing since about 4 p.m. Eastern, or sorry, 4 p.m. Kiev time. We have been watching those. This website gone down after the explosion. Yeah. So that camera has gone down. That looks like it was probably from just an overload of traffic, but it could have been from either power outage or something else. We'll have to wait and see on that. If anybody else can get me cameras up and around the area, that would be useful.
But like I said, when they understand, like feeds the rest of the country. Yeah. You start to understand. We just got to start working together on these things. And
Somebody showed me a clip from our Luhansk cam. That could have been traffic. That could have been traffic reflecting through the tree branches. That's what that looks like. But it could have also been perhaps even maybe some kind of conflict you're seeing there. That looked like it was probably headlights to the tree branches.
Going? How's it
Webcam. Sorry. Just a hiccup. Is that Mariupol
If you can
cam?
hear me. Hey.
Does it show anything? Let's take a look. Okay, so another Mariupol cam here.
I saw it when I was a kid, and it's not the same.
Yeah, if you don't believe, go to Google Earth and go down to the bottom left.
Yeah, kind of seeming like business as usual on the ground here, but yeah, let's get that out of there. Let's not jump to conclusions though on that. Some developments out of Crimea. This looks like amphibious landing craft to me, or some kind of naval outpost is under attack. Ukrainian soldiers and civilians are running away.
For Russia as well?
Yes, well, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this. Again, unconfirmed,
NATO's
guys,
the one
but
pushing up on them.
some reports of conflict in Crimea. Keep an eye on that. 1 second here. The site had stopped working. The last frames are fleeing soldiers and civilians. Yeah, I think that's what we just saw just now, but yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Ukrainian airspace is now closed. Reports of explosion in Mariupol. Yeah, that's what we were just listening to. Live view of yeah, we have that live view already, Kursu, but thank you.
Just don't drink too much of it, or you might forget. All right, appreciate it, guys. Have a good night.
I still got a couple more pieces of pieces. 3 more. I'll have the whole dang thing.
Some recruitment alerts I
God
see.
damn.
Yeah,
Right,
earlier we had also gotten reports that were showing that conscriptionists, or basically military reservists in the rebel-held areas were getting text messages about basically being called up to arms.
War for a little while.
I don't know if somebody could send me the sauce on that. I can get that up on screen for you guys. I thought that was definitely a pretty interesting update, and I think you guys would find that interesting, even though it is probably 8 to 12 hours old now.
Looks like Hobotech's up to something. What's he talking about?
More reports of grad missile attacks coming in.
Getting Gal's phone number is nice.
Gal.
That was a dude. That was Captain Morgan. That was the captain.
That was Mr. Morgan there.
For Congress. You got a little plug. That's good.
Yeah, more reports of just explosions in the port city of Mariupol. Of course, guys, we're going to have to wait and see. I think the next few hours will be very telling what's actually going on here, and we'll kind of clear the fog of war. Under the cover of darkness, guys, our heightened senses, start to kind of muddy the waters here, guys, and I think a lot of us have a habit to jumping to conclusions. I think we should just kind of take things slow and wait until morning to really kind of get a good idea of what's actually going on the ground. Right now, though, we're just going to continue with the stream of reports coming in. It's now 4:14 a.m. If somebody could get me sunrise, get me time of sunrise, and we'll
much appreciated.
I'll let everybody know what that is. I believe I think it's like sometime around 6-ish.
For some reason
Somebody says my sound is very low. Yeah, we have the sound on the camera coming in, so that might be blocking out some of my my microphone. Lucas says history is happening now. Yes, I believe that is true, Lucas. Let's get that. Let's get that muted there, guys. So we were listening to the audio out of Mariupol. but we're not hearing anything there but wind noises at the moment. But we will continue to listen in on there for activity. Really quickly, just to continue going through the updates here. We need a couple more threads for intel. Yep. So tomorrow, guys, me and the mods are planning to go through the Discord and just rearrange and make some new channels for everybody, so that we can kind of get a little bit more bandwidth here, and have a couple more channels set up for doing some more of these some more specific tasks when it comes to gathering this intel. Somebody says we should have a first notice speculation channel and a private line for the certified investigators. Yeah, so we've been talking about that. We'll keep all those ideas in mind. Thank you for that suggestion, Pineapple. Feynman with some another unconfirmed tweet, but we're going to take a look at it anyway. Feynman usually feeds me some pretty good news posts here. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is now underway from Marco Rubio. So that's interesting. Once again, we'll have to wait and see on that. I don't want everybody to be jumping to conclusions here. Sunrise approximately 6:19 a.m. Thank you for that, Dan. Commercial flight heading towards the conflict zone diverted to Kiev. We'll pop that up on screen here, guys. So you see, guys, here commercial flight, and you can see its diversion here into Kiev. So thank you for that information, Dan. That is super helpful. Here we go. Here's a tweet from ABC News. We'll take a look at this real quick. Latest, and another indication that an invasion of Ukraine may be very close to taking place. Russian military leaders have gone to their command center, and cyber attacks are underway, according to a U.S. official. Sorry, once again, to everybody if I'm slurring words or anything. I've been up for like 30 hours here. I'm getting pretty tired, but we're almost to the end of my news updates here, and then I'll be taking a break to get some shut-eye, so you won't have to bear with it for that much longer. Here's another tweet here from Conflicts Worldwide. We've gotten a couple tweets from them. Breaking: border guards have been seen running away from checkpoints. Yeah, we saw. That's just what we saw a few minutes ago from these reports from I believe that was Mariupol. We'll hear more about that, I think, as I said, in the coming hours.
So the sheriff have been by here a couple times. They've been really cool, though. They just said keep it safe and keep yourself off.
Here's another tweet here. Video posted tonight from Crimea. Again, guys, keep in mind this could be unconfirmed.
But as cold as it is out here,
again, we're seeing the same Russian music over TikTok video. This seems to be a big trend. The past.
So, chat, we may see some drop-off.
Week or so, the TikTok videos have definitely escalated. The TikTok narrative has intensified.
Just a heads up.
Shot shrapnel, definitely shot shrapnel.
we've got other people with really expensive rigs. Look
at the photos uploaded to the webcam link here. Yeah, so this is these are all the factories we're looking at, guys. And as I said before, in that video shot you guys are seeing of Mariupol, okay? There's all of these factories are there covered under darkness, okay? And I was saying before, when a webcam like that is under infrared spectrum, when it's at night, it's using infrared spectrum, okay? And when it's under IR, everything like smoke and steam carries, smoke, steam, and smog carries light, specifically infrared light, way better at night. And than visible light. So you'll see, the big plumes glowing and stuff, but oftentimes it's not what it seems to be. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. What we could be seeing in those images are indeed it could be indeed shelling on the ground, and it could be shot shrapnel, as Grimet over in the chat just said, over in Mariupol there. But I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves because, as I said, just the other night we had reports like this coming in all night saying that there was shelling
That
going on in
pathway is
Mariupol,
perilously narrow
and
now.
the next
But
morning
you know
the
me,
Ukrainians
and you know
themselves came
that
out
I
and
will
said,
always
no,
say
that
it's
was
not
just
too
the
late.
Russian.
And really, there is an opportunity to do the right thing tonight and to choose that path, the other pathway, and that's a path to dialogue and peace. I can only hope that this last-ditch call on the Russian Federation to do that will be heeded tonight. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. As you see, the situation seems to be serious and very serious. President of Russia took some political measures 2 days ago, but it seems to be just the beginning of an escalation. We are expecting further steps, and this is why we are about to meet tonight. Earlier today, President Macron spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine. He reiterated our full support to Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, so we'll stand with the people of Ukraine. As far as Security Council is concerned, we'll continue to monitor the situation closely. We are about to take action with a draft resolution condemning what's happening in the next days. So we'll get back to you and we will share our deep concerns tonight in the Security Council. And I'm afraid this is not the end of this story.
Then invasion will have the resolution be put to a vote? You have a day?
It's eye-opening, isn't it?
It was eye-opening,
Yeah.
and you know, these guys are as peaceful as you can get. And
I have just one question for you. Are you a citizen?
Of the United States?
Yes. Then you and I are brothers, no matter what it says. And that's what matters. And that's what matters.
Same team.
But you have to fight for that situation because if anybody wants to change that, that's not what America's about.
Right, and it does seem like the people at the top, their goal is to maintain the status quo, keep us divided.
They don't care about either of us. That's right.
Put that in there. That's how you conquer. Like in the military, you cut their
Block
forces.
this guy.
That's art of war. Art of war, exactly. Do you have anything you can, so these people can find you?
Yeah. My Instagram is RW2 Productions.
RW2?
RW2 Productions, one word, no dot. There's
Very good. You bet. Man, you want to trade cameras? Yeah, I see you got. Check this. I don't know if you can see this up here. He's got a backpack on. He's got a backpack on and a boom up here and a cord coming down supporting the weight of this camera. Here they are! Here they are! There's a couple buses. Here they are. They got a couple Prevost buses.
Have the UN up frames between the before and after. We could take a look at that and further analyze that here on our end. Could be factory bombing. Somebody says that could be. Now that could be, okay. It could be a bombing of a power station or a factory. That might have been a coal-fired power plant we were seeing there. That could be what we were seeing, perhaps. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Thank you, 69K, aka High L, for those those updates. Very important. Another Marco Rubio tweetio here. In the hours to come, Russia will, and he lists off here some items: conduct strikes on the air defense systems, move to cut off Kiev from eastern Ukraine, move to cut off Ukraine's military forces on the line of contact in the east to prevent them from falling back to defend Kiev. Okay, that's definitely an interesting. That last one's interesting. I don't know how they're going to handle. I don't know. I don't know how they would handle that many forces unless that's what the mobile crematoriums are for. Put on those tinfoil hats, everyone. This could be what we're seeing here take place. Maybe Marco Rubio has the inside scoop. Let's hope he doesn't. Okay, let's hope for the sake of Ukrainian servicemen that he does not have the scoop. All right. All right. With that, we're gonna move on to another another post here. Yep, sunrise 6:52 in Kiev, 6:19 in Mariupol. So we got just a couple hours here to go until sunrise.
So chat, Russia's hitting
until
hard
morning
right
in
now.
Ukraine.
DDoS attack, hard, like hard.
We're still waiting for that United Nations.
We do have.
Do they already? Are they waiting to meet? I take it they're waiting to meet, right?
Top camera.
Hey, how do they pin? How do they pin
top
stuff?
Screen, right-hand
I got to figure out how to pin stuff.
Bottom video, left-hand corner of that.
That could be useful. The security console will be shown here and also on a dedicated video link here starting at 9:30 p.m. Hey, that's in 4 minutes, guys. So we got just enough time to go through a couple more news posts. So let's do that real quick.
Bottom below that is
update. Initial reports of attacks at border checkpoints in Crimea by Russian ground forces. Yes, we keep hearing of this. We're going to keep an eye on this. To everybody that's taking a look on those Russian radio communications, you guys keep that up because definitely some interesting developments coming out of that right now. On Google Maps, there's a metalworks in that direction, but I need to do the math to see if that's in the right direction. That could be a strategic interest for them. That could be a strategic target for them. It's the Russian Federation president. Jeez. Everybody in there, all the hair on everybody's necks in the room just stood up in place.
When the shit goes down, you better
Somebody's saying huge
ready.
breaking news: Russian strategic bomber, voice HF active on 8131 kilohertz, USB at 0215 GMT. Yep, that's some of the radio reports we're getting out of the Discord. We'll keep an eye on those. We like to take those radio communications with a grain of salt and hope that we're not hearing the end of the world unfolding. And maybe we're just hearing some drills or some...
Yeah. This is heard. Thought I could list one of them. New here, be sure to hit that subscribe button. On YouTube, know that you guys want to see us at the top. On Twitch and Facebook, hit that follow button. Know that you want to.
All right, let's move on. We got the TUA F-600, Turkish Air Force. So they are in the skies tonight, or actually they're on the ground in Kiev, to be more precise. Keep an eye on those. I'm kind of just taking a look here. This definitely looks like... this is Russian, then? Yeah, so this looks Russian. Not exactly sure... Well, that's about... Oh, and Forte 11 is in the air, about to take off out of Catania. So watch, we're going to... Oh, wait, no. Forte 11 is on the ground. I see. Okay, Forte 11 is coming in for a landing. Forte 12 is up in the air. So right now, we currently have one Global Hawk in the air. I would like to assume that we probably have some RC-135s hanging around in the airspace, probably with their transponders dark. I wouldn't put it past them, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and just get the Forte 12 in our sights here. Somebody says Forte 12 is done for the night, pretty sure. I don't know. It looks like it might still have some fight left in it. However, we'll see once it gets over by Moldova. You would think it would have assumed its patrol path before heading back down that way, because that's usually the behavior we see out of it. But I think we'll see another drone or some other reconnaissance aircraft go up in the next couple hours here. We've checked all these webcams of Mariupol, right? I believe we have. If anybody actually has action on cam in Mariupol live, let's get it up on screen here. Send it over to me. We'll get it up on screen. To everybody that is tuning in on Twitch, we're up at almost 600 people tuning in on Twitch,
Just
562 people. That's
Ukrainian
crazy,
has
guys.
closed
Thank you very much.
all
Hit that follow button.
airspace.
Share the stream if you can. Links are below the stream.
Ukrainian
To everybody on YouTube, thank you guys for tuning in again. Sorry to sound like a broken record. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Thank you guys so
here,
much for
that is
supporting
a
the channel.
spy
If
plane.
you'd like to join the Discord, there's a link to it in the description below.
And that is a military
If you like to support the channel, you can do
that
that down there as well. With that said, I think what we're going to do is take a look at the UN General Assembly and to kind of get a look at what they're saying over there. I now probably have at least 2,000 browser tabs open, guys.
I'll be back now.
Definitely going to have to do some cleaning up in that department soon. Somebody said, thank you, posted in video channel. Thank you so much, Panazoic, for posting the information. We'll get to that here. So everybody keeps saying check Marco Rubio Twitter. Yeah, we have seen Marco Rubio's tweets. All right, they're usually not very indicative of anything, but we are going to, nonetheless, we'll keep an eye on it. Still waiting for this General Assembly. Sorry. Somebody caught me on that, Slots. Yeah, it's not the General Assembly. It's the United Nations Emergency Council meeting. Sorry, guys. I keep, as I said, I've been up for quite some time now. So, Bonsai says, congratulations on 5,000 subs. Did we just pass 5,000 subs? There's no way. There's no way. I just checked that, and we were still like 4,000 something. Hold on. Let me check. Check here. check. Holy cow, guys. Yeah, we are, oh, wow, guys. Yeah, we, surpassed 5,000. The number's still going up on my screen right now. It doesn't matter. Let's listen to the United Nations, guys, and hear what they have to say.
The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter dated 28th of February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council. S/2014/136. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Germany and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance, I also welcome to this meeting the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. And in accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo and the Secretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I wish to warmly welcome the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, and give him the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, that I'm sure you are all aware of. In between, during the day, a number of events took place, and with your permission, Mr. President, I would like to ask Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo to be able to brief you on those events. But simultaneously, the day was full of rumors and indications that an offensive against the Ukraine was imminent. In the recent past, there were several situations with similar indications, similar rumors. And I never believed in them, convinced that nothing serious would happen. I was wrong. And I would like not to be wrong again today. So, if indeed an operation is being prepared, I have only one thing to say from the bottom of my heart. President Putin, stop your troops from attacking the Ukraine. Give peace a chance. Too many people have already died. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Secretary General for his introductory remarks. And I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, the so-called authorities of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics requested military assistance from the Russian Federation. Also today, the Ukrainian authorities declared a nationwide state of emergency and announced other related defense and security measures, including the mobilization of reservists. Throughout the day, we've seen disturbing reports of continued heavy shelling across the contact line and civilian and military casualties. There are also reports of the repeated targeting.
Once upon a time at the magical Ever.
Позиции США не меняются. Они не считают reports of an ongoing large-scale military buildup and on military columns moving towards Ukraine. The Russian Federation has also reportedly shut airspace to civilian aircraft near the border with Ukraine. The United Nations cannot verify any of these reports, but if these developments were confirmed, they would greatly aggravate an already dangerous situation. The Ukrainian authorities are also reporting a new large-scale cyber attack targeting several state and financial institutions. Mr. President, President Zelensky earlier this evening called for continued diplomacy. Separately, President Putin also spoke about his continued readiness to engage in dialogue. We encourage such efforts, even at this late hour. UN staff remain on the ground to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine. We are committed to staying and delivering. All parties must ensure their safety and security. Respect for international humanitarian law and international human rights law is also paramount. We cannot predict exactly what will happen in the coming hours and days in Ukraine. What is clear is the unacceptably high cost in human suffering and destruction of an escalation. The people of Ukraine want peace, and I'm certain the people of Russia want peace. We must do everything in our power to ensure that peace prevails.
All right, guys. Really quickly, I think we're gonna switch over. A lot of people are saying that Putin is addressing the nation right now. So let's see what he says, because we can switch right back over here to the United Nations to hear the same thing from everybody else.
Что касается военной сферы, то современная Россия даже после развала СССР и утраты значительной части его потенциала является сегодня одной из самых мощных ядерных держав мира. И более того, обладает определенными преимуществами в ряде новейших видов вооружений. В этой связи ни у кого не должно быть сомнений в том, что прямое нападение на нашу страну приведет к разгрому и ужасным последствиям для любого потенциального агрессора. Вместе с тем, технологии, в том числе оборонные, меняются быстро. Лидерство в этой области переходит и будет переходить из рук в руки. А вот военное освоение прилегающих к нашим границам территорий, если мы позволим это сделать, останется на десятилетия вперед, а может и навсегда. И будет создавать для России постоянно нарастающие, абсолютно неприемлемые угрозы. Уже сейчас, по мере расширения НАТО на восток, ситуация для нашей страны с каждым годом становится все хуже и опаснее. Более того, в последние дни руководство НАТО прямо говорит о необходимости ускорить, форсировать продвижение инфраструктуры Альянса к границам России. Другими словами, они ужесточают свою позицию. Продолжать просто наблюдать за тем, что происходит, мы больше не можем. Это было бы с нашей стороны абсолютно безответственно. Дальнейшее расширение инфраструктуры Североатлантического альянса и начавшееся военное освоение территории Украины для нас неприемлемо. Дело, конечно, не в самой организации НАТО, это только инструмент внешней политики США. Проблема в том, что на прилегающих к нам территориях, замечу, на наших же исторических территориях, создается враждебная нам антироссия, которая поставлена под полный внешний контроль, усиленно обживается вооруженными силами натовских стран и накачивается самым современным оружием. Для США и их союзников это так называемая политика сдерживания России. Очевидные геополитические дивиденды. А для нашей страны это в итоге вопрос жизни и смерти, вопрос нашего исторического будущего как народа. И это не преувеличение, это так и есть. Это реальная угроза не просто нашим интересам, а самому существованию нашего государства, его суверенитету. Это и есть та самая красная черта, о которой неоднократно говорил. Они ее перешли. В этой связи и о положении в Донбассе. Мы видим, что те силы, которые в 2014 году совершили на Украине госпереворот, захватили власть и удерживают ее с помощью, по сути, декоративных выборных процедур, окончательно отказались от мирного урегулирования конфликта. 8 лет, бесконечно долгих 8 лет, мы делали все возможное, чтобы ситуация была разрешена мирными, политическими средствами. Все напрасно. Как уже говорил в своем предыдущем обращении, Нельзя без сострадания смотреть на то, что там происходит. Терпеть все это было уже просто невозможно. Необходимо было немедленно прекратить этот кошмар, геноцид в отношении проживающих там миллионов людей, которые надеются только на Россию, надеются только на нас с вами. Именно эти устремления, чувства, боль людей и были для нас главным мотивом принятия решения о признании народных республик Донбасса. Что считаю важным дополнительно подчеркнуть. Ведущие страны НАТО для достижения своих собственных целей во всем поддерживают на Украине крайних националистов и неонацистов, которые, в свою очередь, никогда не простят крымчанам и севастопольцам их свободный выбор воссоединения с Россией. Они, конечно же, полезут и в Крым, причем так же, как и на Донбасс, с войной. С тем, чтобы убивать, как убивали беззащитных людей, каратели из банд украинских националистов, пособников Гитлера во время Великой Отечественной войны. Откровенно заявляют они и о том, что претендуют на целый ряд других российских территорий. Весь ход развития событий и анализ поступающей информации показывает, что столкновение России с этими силами неизбежно. Это только вопрос времени. Они готовятся, они ждут удобного часа. Теперь претендуют еще и на обладание ядерным оружием. Мы не позволим им этого сделать. Как уже говорил ранее, Россия после развала СССР приняла новые геополитические реалии. Мы с уважением относимся и будем также относиться ко всем вновь образованным на постсоветском пространстве странам. Мы уважаем и будем уважать их суверенитет. И пример тому – помощь, которую мы оказали Казахстану, который столкнулся с трагическими событиями, с вызовом своей государственности и целостности. Но Россия не может чувствовать себя в безопасности, развиваться, существовать с постоянной угрозой, исходящей с территории современной Украины. Напомню, что в 2000-2005 годах мы дали военный отпор террористам на Кавказе. Отстояли целостность нашего государства, сохранили Россию. В 2014 году поддержали крымчан и севастопольцев. В 2015 применили вооруженные силы, чтобы поставить надежный заслон проникновению террористов из Сирии в Россию. Другого способа защитить себя у нас не было. То же самое происходит и сейчас. Нам с вами просто не оставили ни одной другой возможности защитить Россию, наших людей, кроме той, которую мы вынуждены будем использовать сегодня. Обстоятельства требуют от нас решительных и незамедлительных действий. Народные республики Донбасса обратились к России с просьбой о помощи. В связи с этим, в соответствии со статьей 51 части 7 Устава ООН, санкции Совета Федерации России и во исполнение ратифицированных Федеральным собранием 22 февраля сего года договоров о дружбе и взаимопомощи с Донецкой Народной Республикой и Луганской Народной Республикой, мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции. Ее цель – защита людей, которые на протяжении 8 лет подвергаются издевательствам, геноциду со стороны киевского режима. И для этого мы будем стремиться к демилитаризации и денацификации Украины, а также преданию суду тех, кто совершил многочисленные кровавые преступления против мирных жителей, в том числе и граждан Российской Федерации. При этом в наши планы не входит оккупация украинских территорий. Мы никому и ничего не собираемся навязывать силой. Вместе с тем мы слышим, что в последнее время на Западе все чаще звучат слова о том, что подписанные с советским тоталитарным режимом документы, закрепляющие итоги Второй мировой войны, не следует уже и выполнять. Ну что же, что ответить на это? Итоги Второй мировой войны, как и жертвы, принесенные нашим народом на алтарь победы над нацизмом, священны. Но это не противоречит высоким ценностям прав и свобод человека, исходя из тех реалий, которые сложились на сегодня за все послевоенные десятилетия. Также не отменяет право нации на самоопределение, закрепленное в статье 1 Устава ООН. Напомню, что ни при создании СССР, ни после Второй мировой войны людей, проживавших на тех или иных территориях, входящих в современную Украину, никто никогда не спрашивал о том, как они сами хотят обустроить свою жизнь. В основе нашей политики – свобода. Свобода выбора для всех самостоятельно определять свое будущее и будущее своих детей. И мы считаем важным, чтобы этим правом выбора могли воспользоваться все народы, проживающие на территории сегодняшней Украины. Все, кто этого захочет. В этой связи обращаюсь и к гражданам Украины. В 2014 году Россия была обязана защитить жителей Крыма и Севастополя от тех, кого вы сами называете нациками. Крымчане и севастопольцы сделали свой выбор быть со своей исторической родиной, с Россией. И мы это поддержали. Повторю, просто не могли поступить иначе. Сегодняшние события связаны не с желанием ущемить интересы Украины и украинского народа. Они связаны с защитой самой России от тех, кто взял Украину в заложники и пытается использовать ее против нашей страны и ее народа. Ответственность за возможное кровопролитие будет целиком и полностью на совести правящего на территории Украины режима. Теперь несколько важных, очень важных слов для тех, у кого может возникнуть соблазн со стороны вмешаться в происходящее событие. Кто бы ни пытался помешать нам, а тем более создать угрозы для нашей страны, для нашего народа, должны знать, что ответ России будет незамедлительным и приведет вас к таким последствиям, с которыми вы в своей истории еще никогда не сталкивались. Мы готовы к любому развитию событий. Все необходимые в этой связи решения приняты. Надеюсь, что я буду услышан. Уважаемые граждане России, благополучие, само существование целых государств и народов, их успех и жизнеспособность всегда берут начало в мощной корневой системе своей культуры и ценностей, опыта и традиций предков. И, конечно, прямо зависит от способности быстро адаптироваться к постоянно меняющейся жизни, от сплоченности общества, его готовности консолидировать, собирать воедино все силы, чтобы идти вперед. Силы нужны всегда, всегда, но сила может быть разного качества. В основе политики империи лжи, о которой я говорил в начале своего выступления, прежде всего лежит грубая, прямолинейная сила. В таких случаях у нас говорят: сила есть, ума не надо. А мы с вами знаем, что настоящая сила в справедливости и правде, которая на нашей стороне. А если это так, то трудно не согласиться с тем, что именно сила и готовность к борьбе лежат в основе независимости и суверенитета, являются тем необходимым фундаментом, на котором только и можно надежно строить свое будущее, строить свой дом, свою семью, свою родину. Уважаемые соотечественники, уверен, что преданные своей стране солдаты и офицеры вооруженных сил России профессионально и мужественно исполнят свой долг. Не сомневаюсь, что слаженно и эффективно будут действовать все уровни власти, специалисты, отвечающие за устойчивость нашей экономики, финансовой системы, социальной сферы, руководители наших компаний и весь российский бизнес. Рассчитываю на консолидированную патриотическую позицию всех парламентских партий и общественных сил. В конечном счете, как это всегда и было в истории, судьба России в надежных руках нашего многонационального народа. А это значит, что принятые решения будут выполнены, поставленные цели достигнуты, безопасность нашей Родины надежно гарантирована. Верю в вашу поддержку, в ту непобедимую силу, которую дает нам наша любовь к Отечеству.
Это было обращение Владимира Путина, в котором он объявил о начале специальной военной операции в Донбассе. Напомню, ранее лидеры республик Донбасса обратились к Владимиру Путину с просьбой о помощи для отражения агрессии армии Украины. Об этом сообщил пресс-секретарь российского президента Дмитрий Песков. Он процитировал тексты писем. По словам Пескова, в обращениях подчеркивается, что из-за обострения обстановки и угроз со стороны Киева граждане республик вынуждены покидать свои дома. Людей эвакуируют в Россию. В условиях продолжающейся военной агрессии со стороны вооруженных сил Украины в республиках происходит разрушение гражданской и промышленной инфраструктуры, школ, больниц, детских садов и, самое страшное, гибель мирного населения, в том числе детей. Главы ДНР и ЛНР Денис Пушилин и Леонид Пасечник в обращениях ссылаются на 3-ю и 4-ю статьи договоров с Россией о дружбе, сотрудничестве и взаимопомощи. Там говорится о совместном противодействии актам агрессии со стороны других государств. Напомню, ранее Совет Федерации одобрил обращение президента об использовании вооруженных сил России за рубежом.
Люди, связанные с нами кровными семейными узами. Издавна жители юго-западных исторических древнерусских земель называли себя русскими и православными. Так было и до XVII века, когда часть этих территорий воссоединилась с российским государством, и после. Нам кажется, что в принципе мы все об этом знаем, что речь идет об общеизвестных фактах. Вместе с тем, для понимания того, что же все-таки сегодня происходит, для объяснения мотивов действий России и тех целей, которые мы перед собой ставим, нужно хотя бы несколько слов сказать об истории вопроса. Итак, начну с того, что современная Украина целиком и полностью была создана Россией. Точнее, большевистской, коммунистической Россией. Этот процесс...
I do think that is the old footage. If somebody can, we got reports wearing same tie as he was in the office. The speech he gave Monday it may have been recorded. This speech back then too, since 5 a.m. now in Moscow. If somebody can give me maybe a more up to date video on that, and I'll get that on screen here for you guys. Basically, Putin orders invasion of eastern Ukraine. That's the summary of what's going on here. Has the DEFCON level been raised? It was 3 in U.S. last time I heard, and it was I believe 2 in Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
It doesn't negate the fact that it was being portrayed as live right now for this situation.
Kadia said, hi, I really want to thank you for the coverage. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. And hi from Brazil. Hey, man, that is awesome. It's really cool to hear that you're tuning in all the way from Brazil. To everybody that's tuning in from the far reaches of the globe, thank you guys so much for tuning in. For anybody that has supported the channel, if you guys could reach out to me, I'll get you the ranks for that. general chat. Trying to keep an eye on some of the. Yeah, so Putin has basically officially. What we just heard is that he is officially declared war, and that that he is now moving into eastern Ukraine officially. Tetsoma says Russian President Putin says special
Here's my
military
opinion,
operation is
chat.
aimed at
We do not
demilitarization
have an official
and
declaration of war yet.
denazification
Okay, we
of
do not have
Ukraine.
a declaration of war.
That's interesting.
Probably any minute now, from what we're hearing.
That's a very interesting narrative, you guys. What do you think are his goals on
Go
Messiah?
to the
I've
store.
talked about this a couple times on the show. I believe that he is not only going after his ideological goals, but the regional and strategic interests of Russia. Okay, so it's a multifaceted operation, and it's a multifaceted situation for Putin. He definitely has his ideological interests, which he spoke to in that speech we were just hearing him a few moments ago give, and I believe he also is acting on kind of the regional and security interests of Russia as well. One could argue. Titsoma says what he really said is he is going to slap the Western ideology out of him. Yeah, basically. It's interesting, this narrative that he gave about denazification. That's actually the first time I've ever heard that word out of the Kremlin. I think, at least in recent memory. Somebody says, "God damn, I wouldn't want to be Ukrainian right now." Yeah, that's for sure. I also would not want to be a Russian that is in the Donbass that is being called up to fight right now, because those are going to be the first kids on the front lines. Okay, and they're going to be the tool he uses to expand this narrative that you guys are seeing right now. And I mean, we've been seeing evidence of this all week. Yeah, people are saying to me right now, Fox and CNN and mainstream media right now at this very moment are coming out and live reporting that he has basically declared war in Ukraine in an official capacity. As I said earlier, guys, we need to wait until morning. Wait until the darkness goes away and the sun rises over Ukraine. And I think we'll get a little bit clearer of a picture of what's going on the ground. So let's not start jumping to any conclusions yet. As I said, all night we've had reports of fighting in Mariupol, everywhere from Mariupol.
Это привело к тому, что прежние договоры, соглашения уже фактически не действуют. Уговоры и просьбы не помогают. фоне низкого уровня общей культуры и чванства тех, кто готовил, принимал и продавливал выгодные лишь для себя решения, ситуация начала развиваться по другому сценарию. За примерами далеко ходить не нужно. Сперва, без всякой санкции Совета Безопасности ООН провели кровопролитную военную операцию против Белграда. Использовали авиацию, ракеты прямо в самом центре Европы. Несколько недель непрерывных бомбежек по мирным городам.
He just sat here and said that Europe has no need to be meddling in Russian business. That's what he just said.
Западные коллеги не любят вспоминать те события. А когда мы говорим об этом, предпочитают указывать не на нормы международного права, а на обстоятельства, которые трактуют так, как считают нужным. Затем наступила очередь Ирака, Ливии, Сирии. Нелегитимное использование военной силы против Ливии, извращение всех решений Совета Безопасности ООН по ливийскому вопросу привело к полному разрушению государства, к тому, что возник огромный очаг международного терроризма, к тому, что страна погрузилась в гуманитарную катастрофу, в пучину непрекращающейся до сих пор многолетней гражданской войны. Трагедия, на которую обрекли сотни тысяч, миллионы людей не только в Ливии, но и во всем этом регионе породила массовый миграционный исход из Северной Африки и Ближнего Востока в
Okay,
Европу.
so I started thinking outside of the
Подобную
box.
судьбу уготовили и Сирии.
I've got Google Translate
Боевые действия
image
западной
thing.
коалиции на территории
Google
этой страны
Translate is not
без
accurate and it will
согласия
not help
сирийского
you. I'm
правительства
sorry.
и
Yeah,
санкций
no, it just
Совета
told me that
Безопасности ООН
the NATO
это не что
countries were
иное, как
supporting
агрессия,
neo-Nazis. So
интервенция.
Wait, what?
yeah, I'm holding it up
Однако
against it. It
особое
says
место в этом
NATO
деле занимает, конечно же,
NATO expansion
вторжение в Ирак,
military
тоже без всяких правовых оснований.
territory of Ukraine by the
В
United
качестве
States
предлога
unacceptable for Russia.
выбрали якобы имеющуюся у США достоверную
Scrolling.
информацию о наличии в Ираке оружия массового поражения. В доказательство этого публично, на глазах у всего мира, госсекретарь США тряс какой-то пробиркой с белым порошком, уверяя всех, что это и есть химическое оружие, разрабатываемое в Ираке.
Alright,
Потом
I've heard
оказалось,
enough
что
of this
все это
motherfucker's
подтасовка,
bullshit over the live stream.
блеф.
Fuck him.
Никакого химического оружия в Ираке нет.
No, he was sitting there just saying that
Невероятно.
Europe needs to stay
Удивительно.
out of
Но факт остается
Russia's
фактом.
affairs,
Имело место
and no one
вранье
needs
на
to worry about
самом
the whole Ukraine
высоком
situation.
государственном
He's
уровне
doing what's best
и
for
с
the
высокой
Russian
трибуны
people,
ООН.
the Russian economy.
А в результате огромные жертвы, разрушения, невероятный всплеск терроризма. Вообще складывается впечатление, что практически везде, во многих регионах мира, куда Запад приходит устанавливать свой порядок, по итогам остаются кровавые, незаживающие раны, язвы международного терроризма и экстремизма. Все, о чем сказал, это наиболее вопиющие, но далеко не единственные примеры пренебрежения международным правом.
Russian President Vladimir Putin said Thursday announced a military operation in Ukraine, claiming it's intended to protect civilians. This is a breaking news update. Putin warned other countries that any attempt to interfere with Russia action would lead to consequences they have never seen. So yeah, let's try to ratchet down the tensions here. Somebody says massive spikes of light at Kharkiv. We'll keep an eye on that. Somebody says the Kharkiv stream, it's happening. We're taking a look at it. I don't see any. Somebody says they're live bombing on this camera. Okay, let's get an eye on that. Looks like fighting. Explosions in Kiev. Is this not?
What cam?
What's the
what
camera you're
cam?
speaking
What
of?
cam?
What's that camera, Billy Bob? Heavy contact on this camera. All right, let's get that open now, guys.
What cam's got contact?
Where is this camera located, guys?
Where's this cam?
Guys, where's this camera located? Is this Mariupol? What's the geolocation of this camera? Sound off in the situation room. What's the geolocation on this camera that I'm looking at here? Holy shit, that was a large explosion, actually.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we're watching.
Holy shit.
What was?
Holy shit.
What's the geolocation on this camera?
Park cab.
Somebody get me the frickin' location on this camera, please. Kharkiv. That's the Kharkiv cam. This is also our Kharkiv cam here. There's no audio on this cam. Can somebody give me a Kharkiv? Holy shit, you guys. Oh, God damn it. I just wanted to go to sleep, you guys.
Oh,
Fucking
man.
Putin.
Oh, y'all.
Okay, hold on. I'm rewinding just really quickly, guys. Okay, here's the darkened skyline
I'm
here just
looking
a
at
moment
I'm
ago.
looking at the
Let's
flight
wait,
map
for
right
the...
now, guys. 1 second.
Actually, I think I might
Flight
have gone
map.
back too far.
Nothing. We
Go
got
forward a little bit here.
We got
all right, guys. We're waiting
the
for those
other
initial explosions on camera here that just
TUA
happened
taking
literally seconds ago for you guys.
4012's out of there. 4012's
Okay,
out of
Kharkiv.
there.
Yeah, sorry guys. My stream is behind like 30 seconds here from you. Okay, so just bear in mind. Everybody's like, Kharkiv, bro, chill. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, it's my stream is behind by like 30 seconds, so I was just urgently trying to get that out there. So I have the stream rewound here a little bit. We're just waiting for that explosion to come in. Any second now, you guys will see that. That looked like grad rocket fire from off in this direction here. If you guys see, you can see the rockets coming up over here. And you will see them land in the middle of the camera here. Just wait a few seconds, guys. And then we'll skip ahead towards the live. Or actually, we'll just keep playing it and just pretend it's live. It's only a few seconds behind, guys. Somebody says that was an Islander ballistic missile. It was fired at the local SA-11 system in Kharkiv. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Eric says, "Oh my God, I'm shaking." Yeah, guys, let's stay calm here. Let's stay focused. Let's do our job and let's get this information out, guys. Report on this everywhere you can. Share the information in the Discord, guys. Let's get everything shared amongst each other. We're waiting for this missile to bombard here in Kiev on the camera, which we just saw moments ago. But I rewound for you guys so that everybody in chat can see it here. Just wait here, guys, and you will see the explosions here. You can see off to the right of the screen there that it does look like grad rocket fire. Could be artillery. No, that's definitely missile fire. That looks like missiles. So you'll see here, guys, some of the explosions. Right there, there's some explosions there, guys. Also in the right side of the frame, too. Yeah, definitely. God bless Ukraine at this hour, guys.
Can somebody share that link?
We definitely we could definitely safely say that this is confirmed reports here of conflict occurring right now live in Kharkiv. That's what you're seeing here on camera. Just wait here, guys. You will see the large explosions from the incoming missiles here in Kharkiv.
Honestly.
Everything looks business as usual on the Mariupol cams. Yeah, that is true. Our main Kharkiv cam also is showing everything as business as usual, but this camera here we have right now it is from Kharkiv, the one you're seeing in the bottom right. Serious shelling is going on there right now. You guys will see just here in a second a large mushroom cloud over Kiev. I really wish we had, over Kharkiv. You guys will be able to see the skylight up here. You can see it now. guys, just take a look in here at what is occurring. I believe the UN Security Council meeting is still underway at this moment. In fact, yep, I believe they're still meeting.
China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the situation in Ukraine is at a critical juncture. China has been paying close attention
there's
to the
that ballistic
situation.
missile, guys, right there.
In the
You saw
current
the
context,
ballistic missile
all
explode
parties
right
concerned should exercise restraint
in Kharkiv
and avoid the further escalation of tensions. We believe that the door to a peaceful solution to the Ukraine
they'll
issue
definitely
is
touch
not
on this
fully
at the UN
shut,
here any second.
nor should it be.
Here's the live latest. Let's
China
tune into
has
that,
pointed
actually.
out.
Screw the UN. Let's tune into ABC Live latest and just kind of get an idea what they're saying. Is this a grad storm? No, I think what we just saw is a ballistic missile strike. Crap. Where's that camera? Gotta get that camera back up now. Sorry, guys. Bear with me here.
I haven't seen.
Somebody says there is audio.
Can
Yeah, we're not hearing
I get
any
a link
audio.
to the one that's getting explosions, please? I can't seem to find it.
So this is live. Is this a different camera? So this is the same camera, just a short time later, guys. In fact, we'll just kind of rewind that here so we can show that to you again. This is coming out of Kharkiv. This looks like a different camera angle all of a sudden. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. I'll go back to the live feed. You can see the smoke cloud here hanging over Kharkiv. Zachary says, "Thank you for doing this." Yeah, thank you for bearing with me, guys. Here, I've been up for over 30 something hours now, 30 odd hours, bringing this coverage to you guys. And just now, I was just about to head off to bed, and now we are seeing huge signs of conflict on our live cams here. We haven't seen this at all the past couple nights, so this is definitely a ratcheting up of events on the ground. We just saw what we think are ballistic missile strikes on
here, I'll point it out
Ukrainian
here. As you can
strategic
see where that one strike
sites.
Right here.
Unconfirmed explosions in Odessa, Mariupol, Kharkiv.
Right in the middle of the screen coming up.
Our Odessa cam. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on our Odessa cam. We probably have a better angle in Odessa. We should probably get that up on screen for you guys at some point. But here, outside Kharkiv, we could definitely see a large mushroom cloud rising at this time from a ballistic missile. Yeah, we did see grads left side of the screen, so there was definitely other strikes. We saw flashes from all around the territory in and around that area, but we believe that large explosion there you saw was a ballistic missile strike on Ukrainian positions. All right, guys, so bear with me here. I'm getting a frenzy of updates in. I'm going to kind of just go silent here for a few minutes, guys. Keep an eye on Ukraine's airspace. Keep an eye on what's going on. We're just going to get some of the most recent news posts sorted here so I can kind of address you guys a little bit better. For everybody that's just tuning in, just over the past 30
we'd be seeing a lot
to an
more
hour
of them.
here, we had Russian President Vladimir Putin come out and officially declare war on Ukraine. They've launched missiles into Ukraine. Multiple targets are being reported hit at this time. What you're seeing on camera here is a smoke cloud over Kharkiv. This is 100% confirmed. that there has been an attack here on this camera. We saw evidence of both artillery and grad launches off to the left of this camera, and either artillery or it's probably missile, either missile, artillery, grad launches. We're not exactly sure at this time as to the specifics, but we're pretty much 100% sure that large cloud you see there in the center is from a ballistic missile, which has struck. We believe it's Kharkiv. Is this camera? If we could just get a double confirmation on that. What is that light on Kharkiv's stream? The light you're seeing might be headlights. It could be fires burning. It could be military personnel. It could be, if you're looking off to the right, we're seeing the sun rising above Ukraine this morning, you guys. And you guys, the past couple of days, I've been talking in preparing you guys for what we're seeing here. I told you we were going to see the cyber attacks first. That's what we saw. We've seen a downing of communication infrastructure, so we've already seen that. Now we are in the bombardment phase. We have begun the bombardment phase here of these targets. That's what you're seeing now. I believe we're going to continue to see more bombardment of these targets. Yep, just there, guys, off to the left side of the screen on that live stream there, you can see flashes continuing from what looks to be either missile strikes or artillery strikes over there. A lot of people coming in right now saying it is confirmed as Kharkiv. We're keeping an eye on things, guys. So far, we only have Kharkiv confirmed. There are reports coming in from everywhere, though. So let's try to keep the chat simple, guys. Here, let's try to kind of slow the pace so we can get the kind of the flow of information through first, as much as we possibly can. To everybody tuning in on YouTube and Twitch, what you guys are seeing. Russian President Vladimir Putin just declared war on Ukraine officially over a live speech just a short while ago. Immediately after, we have seen missile strikes occur on targets reported all around Ukraine. As I said, we need to slow our roll, though, guys. Let's not start jumping immediately to a bunch of conclusions. We could just be seeing limited escalations in certain areas. So let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. If you guys are following on Twitch, hit that follow button real quick. Make sure if the stream goes down, when it comes back up, you guys will get a notification. Same if you're on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button really quick so that if the stream goes down, when we come back up, you guys will get notified. Also, share this stream around real quick. Let's get some other eyes in on what's going on the ground in Ukraine in real time here, guys. We've been live streaming this now for four days and nights straight. We didn't think it would take this long, but it's finally here. They are officially, the Russian military is now officially moving on Ukrainian targets, not Eastern Ukraine rebel-held targets. They are in Ukraine now at this time. That is confirmed. They are taking carrying out strikes on Ukrainian territory.
Oh, Dustin. Much appreciated for the follow, buddy.
Right now, we're just going to keep an eye on this camera here. I'm also going to get, we'll get a live feed up here. Yeah, we'll try to get a live feed up here for you guys. Flashes in Mariupol cam, left side. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Somebody said, confirm, okay, thank you, Bester, for popping that in really quick. We're gonna diverge away from the Kharkiv camp just for a second, guys, and we'll take a look at this ABC News video.
It is 5:23 in the morning in Ukraine. The sun has not come up. We had been told by senior defense officials with the U.S. that likely this operation would begin under the cover of darkness. We'd also been told that they are expecting some difficult weather in the coming days, and that likely Vladimir Putin would move in
when I go back to work and they say,
particular time period, given the weather conditions on the ground, and
I'm gonna be like, well, if you
before
listen
sunrise
to Trump,
allows
he
them to
said
get this
after the
operation
Olympics,
started,
dumbass.
before the Ukrainian people have a chance to recognize what's
Why did I not get
playing out in their own country. We do know that Western journalists in Kharkiv.
Sorry, I get told
this is a
my
city. It's the
information
second largest city in
buoy
Ukraine.
a
It's
lot of
north of the Donbass region.
Nice
They
to
are
have-
also
nice to
hearing
have a lot of other
explosions
people
there
that
as well. And
know
so we
what's
have
going
Ian Panel in Kyiv, of course, the capital of Ukraine, where they're hearing explosions in Kharkiv. And you can see it on the map there. If you look just off to the right, you can see the Donbass, those two regions that were declared, suddenly declared independent by Vladimir Putin. In the last couple of days, those are in that area right there. It was suspected that it was most likely that Russian troops that had amassed along the border, 150,000 troops or so in the north, the east, and the south, but there in the east, that they would enter the Donbass region. The big question was whether or not this operation would be much larger than that. The fact that you're hearing explosions in Kyiv, and again, just north of that region, you can see it there on the map, Kharkiv.
Military trucks just
would
came through
signal
on
that this
the,
operation is a large one. We don't know if it's as large as U.S. authorities had feared, but it is certainly much larger than just simply entering the Donbass from the east. I should mention that we've also learned tonight that civilian flights over Ukraine have been restricted, particularly over northeastern Ukraine there. This is believed, the restriction came after a warning from Russia to flights entering these areas that they do so at their own risk. We also know that a no-fly notice had been issued for the Kharkiv airport. That's the city just to the north of the Donbass, where I said they're hearing explosions as well at this hour. As I mentioned, the second largest city in Ukraine.
Guys, really quickly, I just got to add, okay, I'm going through with some of our other personnel really quick, and we're going to get confirmation for you guys on if there is in fact conflict happening in Kiev as well. Some people are saying that there's other explosions happening in Kiev. Look, some military, looks like, military trucks on Luhansk cams, lower left. If you guys want to report maybe those movements. I'm really quickly, while we're watching this ABC live stream, we're going to be working with some other personnel in the background to get confirmation on the Kiev explosions, and we'll be keeping tabs on the Kharkiv explosions as well. I think I'll get that other camera up on screen for you guys so we can watch that while we're watching this live stream here.
Ukraine. After the Ukrainian military reported Russia may target Kharkiv in an attack, and in fact tonight these explosions would signal that in fact is the case. You heard Martha mention earlier that U.S. authorities had urged President Zelensky to leave Kyiv, but in addressing the Ukrainian people, he made it very clear that he was staying put, at least for now. James Longman, our foreign correspondent in Moscow, listening to Vladimir Putin these last couple of days, his address to the Russian people, making the case for moving in, declaring those two separatist regions independent, and James, Vladimir Putin coming back on television in Russia just tonight, declaring a special military operation now underway, and he told Ukrainians to lay down their arms.
That's right, David, and I think the choreography of this was really rather extraordinary. The timing of this message, just as the United Nations Security Council was meeting, and actually just as the gavel went down after the Russians stopped speaking, we heard those explosions in Kiev. They know how to send a message. This is about undermining international cooperation. That is what Vladimir Putin has sought to do for years. And he's done that because he wants to divide his enemies in order that he can carry out his objectives. And we heard in that statement he gave earlier today, that word denazification, a loaded comment there. Very similar to the words he's been using around what he believes to be happening down in the eastern part of Ukraine. This word genocide, he's used it time and time again. This is about appealing to his people, to say to them, this is not an offensive war, this is a defensive war. We are saving people in the Donbass. And he's warned off other foreign elements. He's saying to the rest of the world, don't come anywhere near us because we are in the process of saving the people of eastern Ukraine. Obviously, these comments bear no relation to what is actually happening in that country, but this was a message squarely for his own people. We just heard President Zelensky in Ukraine appeal to the Russian people. Well, Putin has done the same to his own people now, and we'll just have to see just how far he wants to go into the country. He said he doesn't want to occupy the Ukrainian territory. That was one of the quotes from the speech he gave. Quite what he believes that to mean, we will wait and see, because of course he doesn't really believe that Ukraine should exist. He would deny that if you asked him, but from what he's been saying all week, that speech he gave earlier this week, very, very clear that he believes in rebuilding some kind of Russian empire. And if you just look at what's been going on in this country and the region over the last 10 to 15 years, this is very much part of a path, a trajectory that he has been on. In 2008, the war in Georgia, where again he sought to move the Russian military into an area that he had declared independent. The annexation of Crimea, this is part of Vladimir Putin's playbook. Is he the cold, calculated KGB former profiler, or is he a man bent on achieving his true objective, which is to rebuild the Russian Empire? Could he be both of those things? It was a very, very scary speech, David.
Just an extraordinary split screen playing out on the world stage. The reality that Vladimir Putin is trying to present to the Russian people versus what the West has signaled to the world for several weeks now about Vladimir Putin's plans in Ukraine. I should mention we're hearing sirens now going off in Kyiv, of course, the capital of Ukraine, in addition to bombs, explosions off in the distance, both in Kyiv and in Kharkiv, which is north of the Donbass region. All of that playing out at this hour. We also are aware of this emergency meeting at the United Nations. You can hear the explosions there in the distance. The UN Security Council meeting at this hour, and the U.S. ambassador to the UN had already told the UN General Assembly just today that Vladimir Putin has asked the world to travel back in time by more than 100 years to an age of empires. And Martha Raddatz back with us tonight. And Martha, I am just struck that what authorities here in the U.S. had warned would happen, the sequence of events that they prepared the American people for, and much of the world for that matter, have begun to play out in exactly the sequence that they had predicted.
It certainly has, David, and the administration kept saying, I hope we are wrong. I hope this invasion does not happen, but it appears clearly they were right. It's happening. You know, David, we were walking around the city today, and people were out. Right now, the city is dark. People will be waking up to this. I'm sure word is starting to spread about what's happening, and they'll wake up to see their nightmare, that their country has been invaded by the Russians. There was an absolute sense of disbelief here for many days, but it is indeed a reality right now.
And it's one that they'll continue to wake up as the sun comes up over Ukraine. And as you mentioned, Martha, to learn that the Russians are attacking their country. And let's bring in retired Colonel Stephen Ganyard, who's standing.
All right, guys, I'm just gonna slip you guys a couple updates real quick. NATO personnel just received news of what is happening and are now shuffling units around for defensive positions just in case. We got that from an insider source. So they are currently moving forces now at this hour to respond. Feynman says, hey man, you must be tired as fuck. I'm not tired as you, but I do need to sign off. Need to work in 6 hours. You should probably assign 1 or 2 more mods for the night. Yep, we have mods. Keep an eye on the chats, guys, tonight. I will be signing off here very shortly. I do have to get some rest so that I can get up and cover this for you guys as soon as the morning comes. It's going to be a busy day. So the stream is going to continue going. We're going to have content on the stream for you guys. The stream is up 24/7. And I'm not going to bed just yet. I still want to cover a couple more things with you guys here before we sign off for the night. Everybody is sending in a
Copy
bunch
that,
of
Christopher. Much appreciated. I did
reports
see
of
that.
explosions
I did
near
see
Kiev and
I'm on
Kharkiv.
the phone,
To everybody that's sending
but
us
we're getting
in
more hits
data
here.
right now,
More
thank you
hits.
guys so much. We're sifting through the data as fast as we can. We're going to try to get, before I head off to bed, I'm going to try to get some more confirmed reports of conflict near Kiev as well, because that's really telling as to what's happening here, if it's that phased incursion we've been speaking about all week, or if it's going to be that full sweep into Ukraine, and if we're going to see any forces maybe moving down from the north, from Belarus to sack Kiev. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. What we just witnessed here, just over the past half an hour, President Vladimir Putin, he officially came out with his decree of war against Ukraine. Literally, as that speech was being given, we immediately got reports of the missiles, Grad missiles, striking over Kharkiv. The large smoke cloud you guys see in the air there is don't be fooled. That's not a cloud. That is that's a smoke plume from what we believe is a ballistic missile that struck some Ukrainian anti-air strategic targets. I believe that's what we were looking at. If you guys would like to go back and rewind this the footage, you guys can see the explosions that we were talking about. There was also a lot of grad fire that we saw on that angle there. Forte 12 is up. Yep, U.S. Air Force currently has unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in the air above Ukraine. We're keeping tabs on that as that unfolds. We're also going to see probably a heightened response from other U.S. military and Royal Air Force aircraft over the next coming hours. So we're going to keep tabs on that for you guys as well. Getting reports in. Been hearing rumors about Germany may activate reserves. We'll look into that. Thanks to everybody that's sending the links in to me and information in here. We're getting literally bombarded here. Roger that, Feynman. Thank you very much, man. Keep up the good work. Some video of Mariupol. Yep, so we have piles of videos coming out of Mariupol. A lot of them are duplicates. We'll get to that. Here's a picture, a pretty telling picture here, guys, of Kharkiv. This is from the explosion we witnessed on the camera here to the left that you guys see. This is an image coming out of Kharkiv over the past half an hour here, guys. So, yeah, this is exactly what we've been speculating would happen. Over the course of the past week or two here, as we've been kind of talking about this narrative that Russia has been building and kind of this plan for invasion that they've building. First, today we saw the cyber attacks. We've been seeing the continued sabotage of power grid and energy infrastructure. Now we are seeing a kinetic bombardment campaign via missile artillery systems and ballistic missiles. We believe they struck certain, it might be either anti-air targets here in Kharkiv, but that is still unconfirmed at this hour, and so we are keeping eyes on that. That smoke plume you see is on the side of the screen there. Here's some video that came out of that just now. No word, massive fire on them. Oh, so this is actually not from Kharkiv. This is from Mariupol. Russian forces targeted front line with a massive grad barrage. This is right in line with the reports that we had in a short time ago. So yeah, very large fire there in and around Mariupol. We'll have to keep an eye on that as the morning progresses here. Just people talk about how we could see the grad fire off to the left. So if you see on the left side of the screen here, we have this camera, and on the lower left, in the left side of that is where we saw the grad fire coming out of, which is consistent with our geolocation data. Somebody said Joe Biden has released a statement. Okay, we'll keep an eye on for that to come out here. Once again, this is video coming out of Mariupol from these attacks, which are coming in just over the past hour here. Somebody says, Rubio says, Russia is trying to take over Kiev airport. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on that as it develops. We're going to get ABC News back up here on screen and see what they're
It's too live for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
While we're on commercial break with
Hey y'all,
just
how's
make sure to
everybody
hit
doing?
that subscribe button, guys.
So
Make
what
sure
you
to hit
guys
that like button
fast?
and follow if you're on Twitch. If the stream happens to go down, you guys, you can always jump over to the alternative stream. So we have dual streams to Twitch and YouTube. If one goes down, you can hop over to the other one.
Publicly until now. How is it?
Be sure if y'all are liking the stream, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, hit those likes and shares. let YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch know that you
So yeah,
want
guys,
to
let's
see
try to
us
keep the
stop.
spamming and stuff
Because we bring in the
the
hot
chat to a
shit.
minimum.
What you need to know
Seems to change just about we're trying to keep the open flow of intel and information here going in the chat as much as we can.
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better. Right now, we're just waiting for ABC News to come back on the air. And we're going to keep listening to some of their coverage right now of what's going on the ground there. We just went over and kind of listed a bunch of the
all about you.
some of the recent updates that we just got over the past half an hour here. Some very stark reports coming out of Ukraine. That large cloud you see on the left side of your screen there, guys, is a mushroom cloud drifting away from a ballistic missile strike in and around Kharkiv. We're still working on confirming those reports, and we will continue to provide you guys information on that as it comes in. Once again, to everybody watching on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys. It's the best way to support the channel, best way to get notified if our stream happens to go down. We are expecting the possibility of retaliatory Russian cyber attacks within the coming 24 to 48 hours. It could even happen within the next few hours. As we speculated, they might attempt a media blackout, a communications blackout here in the States while they make their initial push into Ukraine. We've been talking about this all week, guys, so we have to keep an eye on that. We may have some problems here in the States with our connection. So just prepare for that. If that happens, we do have communications going into Discord and a couple other platforms. Let's listen here to ABC News and get a fix on what's going on that side of things.
The Donbass region in eastern Ukraine. It's what senior Pentagon officials call the START invasion. Already, blasts can be heard in Ukraine, flashes of light in the early morning sky. Take a listen.
Whoa.
A stark contrast tonight, the UN holding an emergency meeting, pleading with Russia to pull back and stop any military aggression. UN Secretary General Guterres said, President Putin, stop your troops from attacking Ukraine. Give peace a chance. At nearly the same time, President Putin saying that Russia would now...
Guys, yeah, again, sorry, okay, really quick, guys, an emergency tidbit here. Make sure that you guys are recording everything you are seeing, all of the Russian troop movements we are seeing in and around the area. Record them. All the video and clips you have, record them. Everything you have, record it. Put it in the Discord. Post it online because we're going to need this information for the future, for the history books. Okay, guys? So right now, as you guys are seeing this stuff come in, take catalog of it as best as you can.
Now aim for the demilitarization of Ukraine, calling on Ukrainian soldiers to lay down their arms and go home. But it seemed those pleas have fallen on deaf ears at the Kremlin, and we now stand on the brink of armed conflict in Europe with potentially dire and far-reaching implications for us all. Ukraine's President Zelensky had earlier declared a state of emergency in Ukraine and mobilizing thousands of military reservists. And late today, he posted a video appealing to the Russian people for peace, saying he tried to call Putin, and the result was silence. And more sanctions today from the U.S. and its allies, trying to make Russia feel financial pain if any large-scale invasion takes place. All right, we have team coverage tonight of this developing situation, and we start tonight with ABC's senior foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell. Ian, talk to us about what you're hearing and seeing right now.
Yeah, hi there. Good evening from New York and good morning here in Kiev. We heard a series of explosions over the last hour. I've counted something in the region of 7 or 8 large, distinct explosions around Kiev. They haven't been particularly visible other than a flash in the night sky. It's not clear what the targets are, but it certainly sounds like fairly heavy ordnance, and we'll just have to wait and see for an assessment and some reporting as to exactly what targets have been struck. But of course, this happened really within minutes of Vladimir Putin essentially finishing his declaration of war in Moscow. So I think the mood here is going to be dark this morning. I think Ukraine realizes that the worst is now coming to pass. Vladimir Putin, in his speech, clearly setting out large ambitions that go beyond this industrial area of eastern Ukraine in the Donbass where they currently are. The Ukrainian military has been on standby. We know there's a state of emergency. 36,000 reservists were called up in the last 24 hours. In fact, we were talking to one of those reservists who's now having to leave civilian life and to go to the front line. That is the reality. Ukrainians say, our backs are to our country, to our families, to our neighborhoods, and we have nowhere else to go to. We will stand and fight. President Zelensky, of course, being urged by the Americans to leave Kiev, to head to the west, to Lviv, perhaps even to Poland for his own safety. They believe that he himself could be targeted by the Russians. Of course, he's refused to do that. And I think understandably so, because it would send a terrible signal to the Ukrainian people when you're asking them to stand and protect their countries. This has been a country that's been very calm in the face of such adversity, such threat from Russia, and now we'll see what that actually looks like here. This is a difficult morning, this is a difficult day, not just for Ukraine, but I think for many people here in Europe.
Another important thing, we're seeing other explosions and signs of smoke coming up over Kharkiv right now at this time. We're also getting confirmed reports of launches from Pripyat near Kiev, okay? So they are moving down from the northern border. This is going to be a long night for us here in the States. It's going to be an even longer night for the people of Ukraine, guys. It looks like this blitzkrieg is in fact underway now as I speak to you. Here, coming on to the hour 6 a.m. in Kiev. The sun is rising over the Ukrainian people here this morning. For everybody that's watching on Twitch and YouTube, you guys, there's a link below the stream where you can find our Discord server. Everybody go hop in that Discord server if you have any type of information to share. If you guys have footage coming in, reports coming in, if you guys are tracking any radar, any aircraft on radar that we should know about, any marine traffic, if there's any intel you guys have, we're sharing all of that information over on the Discord right now. To everybody that just joined, you can get your ranks over on the side. Towards the top, there's a welcome channel. Right below that is the ranks channel. That'll allow you to speak in the Discord, so you guys can share that information and that intel. Okay. So we're gonna continue to listen in here to the live stream, and we're still getting reports out of Kiev. I want to get some things concrete and confirmed for you before I bring you any reporting on that, but we're going to continue to look at what's going on in Kharkiv here. You guys see on the right side of the screen, the large, what it looks like to be a cloud, is actually a smoke cloud from the large ballistic missile strike which occurred earlier on the stream. You guys can rewind to look at that if you want to. There's plenty of images of that circulating right now out of Kharkiv. But there's another small mushroom cloud that just popped up on the skyline there, straight ahead, and so we're keeping an eye on that. As well, along with other developments as they come out. It looks like one of our webcams is broadcasting an emergency stream with Zelensky here. We're going to need to get a translated version of that before we can show it to you guys, but we're going to get ABC News up on stream here and go back to live. So
and Ian, the photography of this was just extraordinary. Putin really does know how to sell a message, and his message is that he doesn't believe in international cooperation. At the moment of his announcement, the Russian gavel went down in the United Nations Security Council. The ambassador stopped speaking, and then you heard the first bombs in Kiev. I mean, it was just an absolutely extraordinary split screen. And we heard from the Russian president. He said, "I have decided to conduct a special military operation. Its goal is to protect people who have been subjected to bullying and genocide by the Kiev regime for 8 years. And for this, we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine." I mean, these words, denazification, genocide, they are loaded, they are emotive words, and they have been words used repeatedly by this government in order to justify what they are now doing in Ukraine. This is being packaged as a defensive operation, not an offensive one. The whole way through this, Vladimir Putin has argued that the people of eastern Ukraine need Russia's help in order to protect them from Kiev, and he calls it a regime here, the democratically elected government of Kiev. And so, you know, this is just exactly the same message we've heard time and time again. The question is how far he goes into the country. You know, we will just have to wait and see, but it was very, very scary from Vladimir Putin. And it's just part of a trajectory that he's been on for some years. If you think back to 2008, the war in Georgia, where areas of that country were annexed, and then he sent in the military to secure them. The same happened in Crimea in 2014. And so, you know, this is very much a president who sees himself as a man who wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. He actually earlier this week said that that wasn't what his ambitions were. He'd heard in the media, I think, probably from world leaders, that this had been the challenge to him, that he was somehow hell-bent on recreating a Russian empire. He said, that's not what it is. I'm just defending my homeland, and I'm defending people in eastern Ukraine. But the evidence is clearly that this is exactly what he's doing. And as we heard there from Ian, you know, it is not just now going to be the eastern parts of Ukraine that will be his focus. It may well be the rest of the country, because we heard in that speech back on Monday, he doesn't believe that Ukraine should exist. You know, he believes that this is a country which is within the former USSR and the former Russian Empire. So I think it's very, very scary, honestly, the language that he was using, and we'll just have to wait and see what exactly happens next. Andrew?
And what about the relationship between these two nations? Can you describe to us how everyday Russians view their Ukrainian neighbors? And do you think Russians expected this to happen? Describe for us how this has been reported in Russia, if you will.
Well, I don't think Russians did expect this to happen, to be honest. I mean, obviously, it depends who you ask, but there's been a sort of level of sort of suspended disbelief about the possibility of invasion. There have been moments where people have been scared or shocked by a development. I think Vladimir Putin's original speech, when he addressed the nation, saying, you know, it sounded like a president who was preparing his nation for war. I think the law that passed here in the parliament, which gave permission for the army to go into a foreign country, that was the same law that was passed in 2014 to allow the annexation of Crimea. That got people thinking here, I think. And of course, that televised Security Council meeting, that has never happened before. So there have been moments that have broken through the suspended disbelief, but most of all, I think people just, a lot of them didn't think this was going to happen. People regard Ukrainians as their brothers. They have a shared history, a shared culture. Vladimir Putin said that. Of course, he uses that as a reason that it shouldn't exist. Regular Russians, a lot of them will have very strong ties to Ukraine, and they'll be waking up now really, I think, very worried about what is happening. But they will be told, as they have been so far, that this is not an offensive military operation. This is the defensive one. So there will be a sense of reluctantly accepting the need to enter Ukraine rather than supporting a president who is hell-bent on rebuilding a Russian empire. They have been told time and time again, this is happening because NATO is a threat. The West is supporting Ukraine. Ukraine will join NATO. We will have yet another country that is allied with other countries throughout Europe and the United States against Russia, and we cannot have that. We've had these wild accusations, for example, that the United States is going to help Ukraine launch a nuclear weapon against Russia. I mean, these are messages that they've heard repeatedly, and not just in the last few days. These have been over the last 8 years to kind of sell the idea that that these operations in eastern Ukraine should continue, or that at least the Russians there should, the Russian speakers should be supported by people here in the Russian Federation. So this is not old news for Russians waking up this morning, the arguments anyway. But I think it'll be shock that this has actually happened.
James, thank you. And let's bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. Thank you again for joining us. A senior Pentagon official says that this is the start of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Is there any way to back away from the brink here, or are we at the point of no return?
I think we've passed the point of no return. I think the attacks that President Putin has announced and that we've started to hear from not just Kharkiv, but even in Kyiv, that's amazing. It's far distant from the border. And even we've heard some reports from the southern part of Ukraine, south of the occupied territories of Donbass. So we're past the point of going back. He's attacked Putin has no justification for this. There is no indication whatsoever that he was able to find a justification. He was looking for one. He was hoping that he would have some rationale, something that he could point to that says, oh, the Ukrainians are attacking. He never got that. The Ukrainians were so disciplined to not respond to the provocations. And so now President Putin is left with no rationale. He has undertaken an unprovoked attack on a neighbor. This is criminal. He will go down in history badly for this.
And now, as that invasion is underway, if you were still the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, what would you be doing right now?
So I would be making it clear to the Ukrainian government that we're strongly supporting them. We support their sovereignty. We support their right to fight back. We have been providing weapons and ammunition, training, and equipment, and we will continue to do that. The Ukrainian government will now have to decide how it responds. Really going to fight. The Ukrainian military is prepared for this. It's not a match. It is clearly not a match for the Russian military, but the Ukrainian military will exact a very high price. There will be Russian soldiers who will be killed if they come across the border, if they follow up these missile attacks or artillery attacks or aerial bombardments, which must be going on right now. If they follow those up with attacks across the border by infantry or artillery or tanks, they will pay the price. So. Biden has been to East European allies. He has also moved forces from other parts of Europe to East European allies because they are now threatened. So Poland is now threatened. Romania is now threatened. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Baltic nations, those are now threatened by this invasion from Russia into Ukraine in the direction of NATO.
So with that, how would you advise the Ukrainian leadership?
So the Ukrainian leadership is clearly capable of mounting a defense. They have to defend themselves. They will also be taking care that they can maintain control of the country. The Russians probably are going to try to depose this government. Who knows what they're after? We know in general what they're after, which is to dominate Ukraine. But how they go about that is not yet clear. And so President Zelensky, who has stood up to President Putin very clearly, very strong, very resolute, he's going to have to continue to do that. He's going to have to rally his nation to fight and resist the Russians as they come across.
Now, as all this is happening, the UN is still in an emergency meeting discussing the crisis in Ukraine right now, many pleading for Russia to pull back. What can UN diplomats actually achieve? Not very much. Sad to say that the Security Council, because it has a veto power for the Russians to use, the Security Council cannot act. So it is not able to stop. It wasn't able to stop the invasion in 2014. The Russians invaded Ukraine, of course, in 2014. Security Council met, and the Russians vetoed the condemnation. It was very interesting. The Chinese, even the Chinese, abstained from that. Be interesting to see what the Chinese do this time. I would imagine that Security Council will propose that the United States will propose a resolution that condemns this attack, this unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation in violation of the UN Security Council and the UN Charter. And I imagine that the Russians will veto it. So that will then set the stage for another conversation in the General Assembly. In the General Assembly, which doesn't have the ability to actually do things, but it can say things. It will vote to condemn Russia, but it's not able to stop this fight. And with that said, so much of this surrounds the possibility of Ukraine applying for NATO membership. Why is that such an issue for Russian President Vladimir Putin? It's a great question. It is a great question. Everyone knows, including Vladimir Putin, that Ukraine is not ready to join NATO today or tomorrow or even next year. So why he is invading
to stop something that's not going to happen anytime soon. This makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's totally unjustified. There is no answer to your question. It's a good question, and there's no answer.
Realistically here, what's the worst case scenario?
Worst case scenario is a massive invasion by these 200,000 or more troops that the Russians have massed around Ukraine. It will be a terrible, bloody fight. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians will be killed, military and civilian. Thousands of Russians will be killed, military. They will go back. Your reporter in Moscow raised the right question. Do the Russian people really support this massive invasion? I doubt it. I doubt it. In particular, when their brothers and fathers and sons come back killed and they have to be buried in the Russian towns. It is not. There is very likely to be an opposition, a strong opposition, even within Russia, to this. So President Putin is taking a great risk.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, thank you for your time and your insight. All right, with us now is ABC News contributor and retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Putin just announced that Russia will conduct a military operation in eastern Ukraine. What does that mean, and is this a declaration of war?
It is, Andrew. Now, what that war entails, that's the big question, and that's what we're having to piece together in these minutes as the opening salvos are fired. Just reading a report from our person on the ground in Moscow, something very interesting, and let's think about what Mr. Putin might be doing. So if we look at the map here, we know that Ukrainian intelligence today talked about that the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, about 1.4 million people, was one of Russia's targets. They also said this little town down here called Kherson is the other target. So we said, why would those be the two? This is the port city that empties on to the Black Sea, controls all of this key economic waterway that Putin, if he held this, would be able to squeeze Ukraine in a way that he could essentially economically strangle the country. So if they attack here and if they attack here, the other thing we just heard was explosions in a town called Dnipro, which is right here. So if you draw a line here from Kharkiv to Dnipro, that would be the only thing that the Russian army would have to take. And then this waterway, the Dnieper River, forms a natural boundary. So now Putin could carve off essentially 1/3 of eastern Ukraine and be able to control the river and all of the exports that go down the river into the Black Sea. All of their domestic gas production is here, and this is one of the richest agricultural areas in the world. So if Putin's looking for a prize, Kharkiv, Dnipro, all the way down to Kherson as the forces come up from Odessa, and he owns this part of it. Whether he goes after Kyiv itself, we'll wait and see. Only has about 30,000 troops up here to the north. That's a city of almost 4 million people if you take in the suburbs. So that's a tough thing. But we do know that what Mr. Putin wants is to teach the Ukrainian government a lesson, and if he can, to bring them down and create a puppet government in Kiev.
And tonight we've heard the sound of explosions in Ukraine. Help lay this out for us. What could a military operation look like? What does it include? Attacks on the ground, missiles in the air? What would this actually look like?
Yeah, we don't know, but what we do know is the Russian playbook. So the first thing that you do in a major invasion like this, where you are attacking a country with very capable surface-to-air missile systems, air defense systems, you would send in cruise missiles and surface-to-surface missiles in all those places where they had missiles that could take down your airplanes. Once the skies are clear, then they'll launch more surface-to-surface missiles that are very accurate, could go after critical infrastructure, power plants, things like that, equipment areas, military command and control. Now that you have the skies clear and you have initial air defense taken out, now you can bring in your bombers, you bring in your attack aircrafts, and you pound the Ukrainian army from the air with no ability to defend themselves. At some point, given all the array of military ground forces we see here, Mr. Putin will come in to Ukraine in some way with some intent. Again, don't know if he wants to go after Kyiv and bring down the government here, or whether he wants to carve off this eastern part of the country. Remember that this is the rebel-held area of Donbass, but this is not all of the Donbass. All of the Donbass goes way out here. The rebel-held area is only about 1/3 of the Donbass. So if he said, I need to go in and retake the Donbass, he's got some work to do. And he to Dnipro, down to Kherson, would give him that 1/3 of the country, and maybe that's enough.
And Russia seems to have struck first here, so how can Ukraine respond? Are they prepared militarily to respond to a Russian invasion?
They are much improved. The U.S. and NATO countries have been working with them to improve their military since they were whipped in 2014 by the Russians in the Crimea and in the Donbass. So they've gotten better. The problem is the Russian military has also gotten much better. Over the last 15 years or so, Mr. Putin has put a lot of money into improving the Russian military in a way that makes them a very, very capable military, once again, in sort of reflecting that past glory of the Cold War. That means that the Ukrainians, even though they sort of match up man for man on the ground, it still means that the technological advantages that the Russian army, Russian military, Russian Air Force has really is going to be no match. So will Mr. Putin be able to take large parts of Ukraine? Yes, it may take weeks, it may take months, but eventually he'll be able to do that. What he will not be able to do is be able to hold that territory. You think about it, it takes about 3 to 1 in terms of the number of troops. So if he has 150, 170,000 troops around here, if he's going to even hold this much of Ukraine, he's going to need double or triple that, and he can't afford that. He goes into an election in 2 years from now and can't have body bags coming home from some bloody occupation like he saw in Chechnya. So it's probably going to be a get in, get out. I think we heard that tonight where he says he doesn't want to hold terrain, wants to teach the government a lesson. What that lesson is yet to be seen.
For the Ukrainians' defense, how does the mobilization of reservists help?
Because really what they're going to have to do is fight sort of a militia, an insurgency. So remember we saw insurgencies in Iraq and Afghanistan that we had to fight. It's actually quite difficult because you have people who believe in the defense of their country, that they've been invaded by a country. They're very proud that the national spirit of Ukraine has grown since the independence in 1991 from Russia. So you have Russians invading and killing Ukrainians, and so what they're going to have to do after they eventually get overrun is to sort of go into the militias and fight a guerrilla war. And that ends up being very, very bloody, not only for the Ukrainians, but eventually for the Russians.
And Colonel, last question here. American troops are overseas right now. What kind of support could they provide Ukraine, and how will they engage?
Zero. It'll be the President Biden has made it very clear that this is not our fight. So Ukraine is not a member of NATO. It's never going to be a member of NATO. Someday maybe it'll be a member of the EU. But it is not our fight, it's not NATO's fight, but it is still very, very concerning. If you think about it, Andrew, this part of the world has a really bad track record for small world wars turning into brush fires and world wars. So it's one of these things that needs to be watched because there's a lot of historical overhang here that's quite scary.
Colonel Gander, thank you for that insight. And we'll be back after this break with more reporting from the ground in Ukraine and our team of analysts to break all of this down. Stay with us.
In the capital itself. It's disturbing. It's worrying. We don't know where this is taking place. Most importantly, we don't know how long it's going to take, and whether this is the first few stages, whether these are first few stages of what might be an invasion. Government spokesman, just reading this now.
Yes, please.
I just want to add this. Government spokesman said cruise and ballistic missile strikes are underway at control centers in the capital, Kyiv. Thank you.
So that is some new information, Charlie. And I think my next question, given what you just laid out and how residents there did not appear to be concerned, how is it that officials are going to be then communicating directives to people about what exactly they need to do now that this Russian military action is underway?
Well, this is Italy, and we don't know the scope or the scale of what's going on and how long it's going to continue. And most importantly, whether people's lives are at risk. One thing we were expecting is that there would be a cyber...
All right, guys, just to update everybody here as we come on to 6
Their
o'clock a.m. in the
hydroelectricity
morning.
plant
A
just got
lot has
destroyed,
happened
everybody.
and is
That's
continuing to
just
happen.
it. Hydroelectricity
This is
plant
what we've
has
been
been destroyed.
expecting all week to happen, and it's now unfolding in front of us. So word in the chat is everybody wants me to turn on the CNN because they're live out of Odessa, the CNN live stream. Somebody link me the CNN live feed really quick so I can get that up really quickly, though I'm just kind of looking at some of the updates coming in right now. Here's some other video coming out of Ukraine. I would say we need to keep a definite close eye on the sources here, guys. As this starts to ramp up, we need to make sure that we are still keeping an eye on our sources. We are checking
So if
for
you're looking over here above the Capitol,
here,
right over here, this video that I'm playing right here,
unconfirmed
when we see the play button, that this bomb hit behind the Capitol. The Capitol is the big building in the back. The lights lit up on it, and they're heading to the right side, so you can see them blasting out.
These look like what seem to be Grad missile systems, missile artillery being fired. Everybody's requesting that.
The video that they're playing right now, that is earlier last night. It's 6:10 or a.m.
Images coming out of Ukraine this morning, guys. I'm not a religious person in any regard, but guys, I think the Ukrainian people this morning definitely deserve at least our thoughts and prayers, guys. To every service member on the ground there, stay safe, and our prayers and thoughts go out to you guys there. I'm still waiting for somebody to link me over the feed here. Probably somebody. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I already. Okay, we're gonna take a look into the CNN live feed here. Apparently, they're live in Odessa, so we can get kind of an idea of what's going on there. We're getting reports from all over the country.
He has been reporting from this, on this. I just want to tell folks what's happening here. We're getting reports of explosions from our folks on the ground in several different cities in Ukraine, and also from our Frederick Pleitgen, who is on the Russian side of the border in the Belgorod region. I also want to get to CNN's Matthew Chance, because Jim Sciutto mentioned what's happening in Kyiv. And we should say near Kyiv, because their reports are not confirming that these explosions that we're hearing are necessarily in Kyiv, but near Kyiv. Also getting information, Matthew, that perhaps you can respond to. I told Jim Sciutto about...
Really quick, guys, we're getting unconfirmed reports of Russian missiles being intercepted by Ukrainian air defense systems in and around Kiev, so I'll keep you guys up to date on that as well.
Peaceful Ukrainian cities are under strikes. This is a war of aggression. Ukraine will defend itself and will win. The world can and must stop Putin. The time to act is now. Ukraine is still defiant.
Absolutely, and that message from Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of this country, is frankly, it's the words that we've been hearing from them for many months now, when it comes to the threat that Russia poses, calling for concerted international action to stop Vladimir Putin in his tracks. They wanted sanctions to be imposed, before this happened, in order to prevent Putin from launching this kind of attack. And they wanted more weaponry so that they could defend themselves from this kind of attack. They didn't get as much as they wanted. They didn't get the sanctions before this, and so now I think those calls for more sanctions and more weaponry, though, are going to be heard much more clearly by the United States and by the international community. I just want to go on to some of these explosions. 13 at least salvos of what we're told are cruise missiles that have been fired at targets in and around Kiev. We're right in the center of the Ukrainian capital, and we haven't seen anything in this immediate vicinity. It's a historic area, There's some beautiful architecture here. The foreign ministry is just, a couple of hundred yards away from where I'm standing right now. So it's really the official center of the city. But what we are seeing, and what the indications are, is that those explosions, for the most part, that we've been hearing, seem to be located near the airport, Borispil Airport, which is the main international airport in this city. It's to the east over there, about 20 miles away. And it's there where we're told command and control centers, surface-to-air missile systems, things like that may have been targeted by these multiple cruise missile attacks. And within the past few minutes, we've seen the direction of the attacks, if you like, change from the eastern location over here to this area right behind me here, which is basically north. It's north over here, and there's another airport about, again, 21 or so miles away from here, still just on the outskirts of the city, as airports tend to be. And that there have also been explosions around that area as well. We can't confirm it's actually the airport, but it would make sense, because it would seem that what is happening right now in the Ukrainian capital is that cruise missiles, which are of course guided by GPS, are being used to target the airstrips, being used to target the command and control centers around those airports, and possibly to disable whatever military aircraft, and it's not that many, frankly, that the Ukrainian Air Force have. Why would they want to be doing that? Well, there's very intense cloud cover at the moment here in Kiev. Very hard for manned aircraft to target effectively the kinds of buildings or exact targets they might want to. But what it might be doing, this is coming from our security advisors here, it's speculative, but it's a possibility. They might be trying to clear the way to neutralize the air defense systems, to make sure that any sort of defense aircraft that the Ukrainians have are neutralized in preparation for, when the skies clear, manned aerial attacks. That may be something that they may be planning in the future, which could be more targeted and pinpoint specific buildings. I'm talking about the various administration buildings here, the government, to cut off the command and control centers. Obviously the government buildings are here, the defense ministry, the police headquarters, the head of the main headquarters for military intelligence. They're all here. And I think the concern is that we may just be at the start of a much broader attack on the Ukrainian capital. Of course, Vladimir Putin said he'd launched a special operation in Donbass, but it is obviously not just limited to Donbass, because we are hundreds of miles here in the capital, Kiev, away from that eastern part of the country. And we are seeing multiple attacks, at least 13 salvos we've been counting since we've been on air at CNN, and each of those salvos with multiple explosions at various locations around the city. And as I say, it could be just the start, Don.
Yeah, and we saw just the start of it just moments ago, as you were reporting live here about an hour or so ago on CNN, just over an hour ago. Matthew, I want you to stand by when we get to now to our Clarissa Ward, who is in Kharkiv. Clarissa, you heard Matthew talking about this was supposed to be an operation, according to Vladimir Putin, that was protective of Donbass, but we're getting reports from at least 7 cities from people, our folks on the ground, and also residents who are hearing explosions. And the European aviation regulators are warning that planes could be shot down over Ukraine. This operation seems to be in full force now, at least the start of it.
It certainly does. And, you heard President Putin, as you mentioned, say that this is all about Donbass. Well, he also said his stated goal was to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. So clearly he has much greater ambitions. We're also not on the front lines with Donbass here in Kharkiv. We've just heard another boom in the distance. There was a steady stream for a couple of minutes after President Putin made his announcement. And since then, we've heard sporadic, what sounds like indirect fire coming from the north. We also saw a surveillance jet up above at one stage, and we've heard a couple more booms just in the last 10 minutes or so. So this is clearly just the beginning. The question is, what is it the beginning of? And the reality is nobody really seems to know yet. And certainly here on the ground, as people are waking up, they're waking up to a very different country and a very frightening reality. And there isn't a clear sense of what people here in the city of Kharkiv, 1.4 million people are supposed to do? Are they supposed to evacuate? Because this city is actually uniquely vulnerable. You have a huge buildup of Russian forces just on the other side of the border. You've heard our Fred Pleiken, who's been reporting from there, hearing a sort of steady stream of outgoing artillery. And we know that troops have continued to mass along with heavy weaponry and armor. So the question is, do we start to see some kind of a ground invasion? Is this a sort of prelude to that as they go about softening military targets? An Interior Ministry advisor told CNN that they believe the strikes here that we've been hearing around Kharkiv are military targets. We don't know exactly what they are yet. I assume we'll get a better sense now that the day is beginning as to what the targets were. But there are real questions now as to what to do with the people who live here, because this could quite quickly become isolated or cut off if indeed we do start to see a more forceful incursion coming in involving Russian ground forces as well as cruise missiles and indirect fire.
All right, Clarissa, I want you to stand by. We'll get back to Clarissa as well as Matthew Chance and our other folks who are there in Ukraine. I want to get now to our Caitlin Collins, who is joining us from the White House. Caitlin, the president releasing a statement. I understand you have some new reporting, but releasing a statement just a short time ago, and I quote here, President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. Caitlin, at the White House, what more do you have for us?
Yeah, and when it says holding Russia accountable, we will hear from President Biden on this tomorrow. He said he'll make those announcements for what exactly they are going to do. My colleague Phil Mattingly is reporting that tomorrow afternoon we should expect President Biden to come out and announce those full sanctions that he has been talking about for weeks now, saying that they would have those ready to go if you saw what we are seeing tonight and what our colleagues are reporting tonight that's happening inside Ukraine. And so we don't have all of the specifics of exactly what those sanctions are going to look like. We know that the president, his team have called them severe and said that they will be swiftly imposed on Russia. So we should expect President Biden to detail that tomorrow. Don, expect it to be about banks, export controls when it comes to technology. President Biden himself has said maybe there will be sanctions on President Putin personally after, of course, they have threatened to go after his inner circle, concerned about where he stores his wealth. And so you will see those sanctions laid out in detail by the White House tomorrow. Of course, we know those are the sanctions that the White House has been threatening for weeks, saying that they believed they would hopefully deter President Putin. Clearly, he does view this decision as an emotional one, as a historical one. The White House has talked about how bizarre and chilling they found his speech that he gave recently that is driving these actions that he has tonight. And so people will be standing by to watch that. But so we will hear from President Biden on this tomorrow. And Don, we should note that he said tonight he and the First Lady are praying for the people of Ukraine who are waking up to this horrible news that's being reported this morning.
Ukraine is about to hit martial law.
We have our Jill Doherty with us.
They are about to go hit martial law. All these cars and people we are seeing,
Jill, if you will, to what the White House is saying. The president said that Russia alone is responsible for this bloodshed. And you heard Caitlin say they were hoping that these sanctions would be a deterrent. Obviously, they are not. At this point, we are beyond sanctions being a deterrent. Can you hear me, Jill?
Get food stock up now.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
I mean, need that warning now.
Obviously, you know, the president, the Russian president, is not talking about sanctions. This is as we get more and more of the translation.
Crazy, though.
This is a very angry speech, and it's directed not only at Ukraine. It's also directed at NATO. He says that NATO supports those neo-Nazis. And he goes back into history about Crimea, etc. But I think two really important things.
Make a plan.
He is actually directly talking to the Ukrainian army and saying that you should don't follow the criminal orders coming from the Crimea, from the Ukrainian government.
Don't rush.
I urge you to lay down your weapons immediately and go home. And he says, let me make it clear that all servicemen, if they do this, they will be left in peace. But then this really chilling warning at the end, where he says anyone from the outside who's tempted to interfere in ongoing events whoever tries to interfere with us, and even more so to create threats for our country, that would be Russia, and for our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and will lead you to such consequences that you have never experienced in your history. So that is really a blood-chilling threat. And it sounds like it's a threat to the outside world, to NATO or to the United States, who might want to intervene to stop this. So this is really extraordinary. And Don, I go back to, and this is just, you know, impression, he is wearing, in this speech, he is wearing the very same tie, the very same suit, and sitting in the very same position that he was in on Monday when he gave that very long speech. And just raising the question, could he have actually recorded this on Monday? It is now Wednesday night, going into Thursday. It could be that this was all planned, even, you know, obviously it's been planned, but maybe even this was planned for a couple of days ago.
All right, Jill, I want you to stand by, and perhaps you can help me out with this conversation. I want to bring our Jim Sciutto. Jim, Jill is reporting on what the Russian president said earlier, and I want to talk about the Ukrainian ambassador, because you know there's this meeting late at the United Nations Security Council, and I want to respond to what the Ukrainian ambassador is saying. He's saying it's too late to speak about de-escalation, that the UNSC needs to help stop this war. He said it was a responsibility of this body to stop the war. The Russian ambassador responding to him saying, this isn't war, this is a special military operation in Donbass.
Well, first of all, the evidence before our eyes and through our ears this evening is that it is not just an operation in Donbass because of those explosions witnessed in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, or just outside, as we saw Matthew Chance reporting, and in Odessa. And as I reported just a few minutes ago, that it is the early U.S. assessment that those explosions were part of a broader invasion plan. By the way, Kharkiv as well, in the northeast of the country, is outside of those supposedly independent republics as declared and by Russian-backed separatists and recognized just in the last couple of days by the Russian president. So again, you know, let's remember with the Russian president, perhaps listen to what he says, but believe what you see with your own eyes or hear with your own ears.
Attack, communications would go down.
Well, all right, guys. Here we are, waking up to a very different Ukraine than the world saw as they went to sleep last night here in the West. We're waking up to a very different Europe. One would argue we're waking up for an extremely dark day, not just for Europe, but for the entire world here, guys. The Discord is absolutely being flooded by reports coming in, and we're just going to start. I'm just going to start going through everything you guys are sending me. What should I do? Should I answer some stuff from chat first? Should I talk to you guys in chat first, or do you want me to go over the updates first? What should I do? Should I go over the updates first? Do you guys want me to talk to you in the chat first?
Okay.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I was playing ABC and CNN just to get kind of their take on what was going on, as I kind of just processed the barrage of data that was coming in. Just a reminder, I've been up for, as I said earlier, like 30. I've probably been up for like 36 hours now. I was supposed to go to bed like 12 hours ago, but it never happened. So here we are, and I'm sticking it out for you guys here, and we're gonna continue to take a look at what's going on. Everybody wants updates first, and so we will get updates first. A nice unanimous vote there in the chat. Let me pull up a chair here, guys. Oh, okay. Alrighty. First, guys, yeah, I just want to, say that our thoughts and prayers go out to the Ukrainian people this morning, and more importantly, the ones that are at risk, which are Ukrainian service members and Russian rebel service members. Anybody that is engaging in contact on the front lines. They're the ones that are going to lose their lives today, and perhaps many Ukrainian citizens will lose their lives today. So make sure you guys, have them in your thoughts and in your minds over the course of the day. This isn't just a TV show you guys are watching here. This isn't fiction. This is reality taking place in front of us. And so we need to be conscientious. We need to be conscious of what we're seeing and show some compassion. Somebody said a lot of caffeine. I actually don't drink caffeine, so I'm suffering right now. But we're going to continue on as much as we can. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Yeah, it says drink some caffeine. No caffeine for me. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get some updates coming through here.
It's a polka.
So last we had heard from some sources we have in Europe.
I can't believe
we're live on the ground with Ukrainian ground forces.
we're nearly there, man.
Let's take a look in.
When we get to the place.
Still live. I believe they are.
Okay, someone wanted me to turn my camera around. Do you see that fucking mushroom cloud in the distance? That's from the hypersonic missile that flew over us. And people told me that we're making this stuff up.
At some point, apparently, they had showed a clip of them live. We'll come back to this. Here was some live footage put out by Ruptly from Donetsk following Putin's address. I'm not sure if this is this morning's address. Yeah, this is this morning's address. So they did, okay, Ruptly put out a live stream just like this the other night when we saw
I can't fucking believe it. I know people are saying that I'm like panicking and shit, but honestly, aside from skipping a block to where Willie was, I must have walked right past you too. But aside from skipping a block where he is, I think I'm making pretty composed decisions right now. This guy's fucking ex-ADF. I'm just a dude with a camera and some body armor. Although, maybe you should have the armor. Nah, we're good. I got that beard. Actually, I have a story for you guys. So, I organized a taxi for Willie to go down to the south a few days ago. And the way that my taxi driver explained to his friend who he was, he said like Willie had a big, beautiful red beard. I can't believe it, guys. I have to reiterate this because this is not. I don't think this has happened at this level before. Russia has officially declared war on Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has said anyone that tries to assist the Ukrainian armed forces, Willie, watch out. Anyone that tries to assist the Ukrainian armed forces, I guess will receive some sort of retribution. As soon as the war declaration was made, they bombed this city. Willie and I. You good, mate? Yeah, I'm good. Willie and I met up with Willie to bring him up here. I had to come out on the street because we agreed to meet a certain spot and time in case the net went down. On the way back, a hypersonic missile was flying through the air and has hit infrastructure.
Not a hypersonic, he's an idiot.
We heard it.
It's just a missile.
I interviewed one civilian in the street and she was just going to work like it was normal. That's what I said. we've heard incoming arty, fucking explosions. I'm so glad my friend got out of here yesterday. I will speak with Stefan and Emil. I know that they are safe. They're cool. I'm going to touch base with them once we get back. Fucking sit down, figure out what we're going to do next. Willie and I were only talking yesterday, like, if we buddied up, like buddy system style, like, what was our plan? And I'm not really going to go into too much detail because you never know who's watching this stuff, but it's like, I can't believe it, man. We're in a war. Like, this is an active war zone right now. Aren't I friends with Finn? Russia have disembarked in... Fuck, man. So there was an amphibious invasion in Odessa. People, you can see, people are evacuating. Like, I don't know why they're doing this now when there's already missiles and artillery in the air. Like, they've known that this situation was likely going to happen. Здрасте. You have people preparing. Huh? Что? Я не понимаю. Не сейчас, извините. Navy is gone, destroyed.
What? Ukraine?
I don't know, man. The people are saying a lot of shit. I'll understand everything that when I actually research stuff. People are... Film this, man. People are evacuating. Look. There's kids. There's people with kids here. Kids are active. Look, people are fucking getting out of here. Is that more?
Nah. It's just bags.
There's a child there. Look. That's a little kid. A hypersonic missile just flew over this area. Мы журналисты. Удачи, удачи. Извините. People are evacuating. Hey, hide your shit. Okay, guys, I'm just blacking the camera. I'm still alive. It might also cut out when I go inside. Здравствуйте. Привет. Да, это я не знаю, как это зовут.
Кого?
Чего?
Это хрен его знает, херня.
Что делаешь сейчас? Почему не в укрытии? You have to be very fucking careful with each other around. Because I absolutely believe that they can't see ready to do shit. You know what I mean? Alright guys, I'm just going back inside. Sorry the stream is black, it's still live. It's just a security thing.
So reports are coming in. This is just specular that the entire Ukrainian naval force has been wiped out.
After you. That's it? Alright. Fuck, guys. I made it. Oh, okay. I'm sure more shit is going to happen, but I have to end the stream now, sit down with Willie and figure out what we're going to do next. I really appreciate that everyone has like tuned in and watched this.
Correction. Sorry, somebody got that information from Wikipedia and didn't tell it.
Square here, not like the Western mainstream media that's just going to show you what's happening.
Let's switch over to something else here. So the report that the United States is moving government officials in the United States to safety bunkers currently. We are working on confirmation of that. That is definitely a pretty stark report there, guys. Let's hope that is not true. That would be pretty unfortunate if that's the way that things were going. Some people are saying that Lancaster seemed happy there. Yeah, I think I got a little bit of that vibe. Here's that video of the grad fire we saw earlier. Said that both of my Kharkiv cams are down. Yeah, this one here is frozen. Let's actually really quickly let's confirm on those. Let's see if those are officially down or if I can get those back up for you guys really quick. Okay, give me 1 second. Stand by, everybody. Stand by while I get the camera from Kharkiv back up. If we can, it might be down. we confirm that the Kharkiv cams are both down? Absolute chaos unfolding over on the Discord and the general chat, guys. I love every second of it. Really, general chat is absolute chaos. That's fine. We'll take care of it at some point, but right now we're worried about what's going on the ground in Ukraine. I could care less what's happening in the general chat. It's like the Wild West over there. You guys are crazy. I love you. I love every single one of you guys. Let's, likely missile attack in Kharkiv. Yep, yeah, we've been seeing these all morning. Let's go ahead and play that for you guys real quick. It does look like our Kharkiv cams are down. Is that angle I have in the top left? Does anybody know if that angle is still up? Because it's showing as down for me. Somebody PM me with that information, please, because I'm trying to sift through everything that's in the situation thread currently. Cookies and Stream said he really needs to play that missile video on stream. This one here, the one we're watching, or this one that I'm about to show you. I think he wants to see this one. Russian air defense units allegedly shot down 2 Turkish TB2 UCAVs over Donetsk. Okay, that would be a pretty big development, guys. If Turkey was already getting involved, this would be a big deal. Yeah, everybody keeps saying Joe Biden's asleep. No, he's probably a couple meters below the surface in a bunker somewhere at this time. Actually, after seeing a lot of the reports that are coming in the past half an hour, I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility, guys. Okay, this tweet was taken off of Twitter. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, we are expecting kind of a blackout from Twitter here as Twitter kind of starts to control the flow of information in wartime. They are going to start to censor a lot of videos and stuff, you guys. Not because of bias or anything. I think it's mainly because of just violations to their terms of service. Russian troops have landed in Odessa and are crossing the border in Kharkiv here with more of those images of the missile strikes. God, you guys, there's just so much coming in right now.
A lot of stuff coming in, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of stuff coming in at the time. We are deciphering through it right now. We will let you know what's happening here in a little bit. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know what to tell y'all. War.
Let's keep the Situation Room open for just links and news. If it it's a video, like, I saw a video was just posted in the Situation Room by Back. Take that, put that in the video channel, okay? Let's keep all videos that are just room, along with like YouTube videos and stuff like that. If you have any live views, I saw Just a Hiccup just put a live view up of Kiev Maidan Square. I'll get that up on screen for you guys actually, just really quick, because I don't think we have that angle in my current shot here. Somebody says, yeah, we'll take a look at that. So this is, trying to get the camera up here for you. Okay, this is Kiev this morning. Honestly, it looks like business as usual in Kiev. Not gonna lie. Yeah, those so Just a Hiccup. So that camera view you just posted, throw that into the video channel as much as you can. Yeah, let's try to keep all conversation out of the Situation Room. Let's just keep pure posts that I can throw up on screen for you guys, okay? And yeah, make sure that you're not posting a duplicate post that has already been posted a million times, okay? Let's try to keep it to new information. A post from our buddy here. Somebody said OCD with Discord. Yeah, we got to keep things organized, because when you got thousands of people feeding you intel and links, it can get a little bit chaotic. So we got to keep things a little bit organized here, guys. That's very, very important. Mr. Russian Blowhorn Latrick Plancaster said, Russia says they are using high-precision means of destruction to disable military infrastructure, air defense facilities, aviation of the armed forces of Ukraine. Yep, that's consistent with what we're seeing, and I believe we will see some degree of precision, at least in this initial approach by Putin, as he tries to maybe take territory without with at least limited civilian casualties. Okay, but things could very quickly take a turn for the worst, and it could go from precision to a bloodbath. Let's get this other tweet here up on the screen. Some Russian air defenses here. I think we saw some footage of this earlier. So what you guys are seeing are Russian air defenses intercepting incoming missiles. That's what you saw there. Somebody says camped just outside Kharkiv. A lot of people leaving the city. Yeah, I could imagine that. Because the Russians are gonna, after this bombardment campaign, the Russians will move in with their hardware, and so everybody's getting out now while they still can. Everybody that's so if you guys have, yeah, so if you have any MP4 videos, okay, raw videos, go into the video channel. Don't post them in here, because I can't immediately put them up on screen, okay? It's easier for me just to, if you guys have like videos from YouTube or any online source, we can put those up on screen here. So send links, pure MP4s, even if they're good, put them in the video channel. We'll look at those later. All right. I was getting some feedback there. Not sure if that was affecting my audio, but I got everything under control now with that. So here is another picture of some of those missile strikes we saw earlier. Sumi Cam has some tanks on it. Let's get that up right now. Out of Sumi, apparently there's tanks on our McDonald's cam. Let's take a look at that. Somebody said there was tank movements on the McDonald's cam. Well, currently no tanks on the McDonald's cam. If we see more tanks on the McDonald's cam, somebody let me know. Okay, so here's some footage of what seems to be Grad missile strikes. Not sure where this is located, if this is outside of Kiev or if this is near Kharkiv. I don't have geolocation for that one, but that's just some footage that's come out of the region. Interesting tweet here from Boris Rouge. Kind of acts of solidarity we're seeing here. Some people in the chat saying don't reveal Ukrainian Ukrainian troop positions. Yeah, we're way ahead of you guys on that one. We've been clear. The Russians are the ones that are currently on the offensive. I mean, that's kind of obvious, you guys. They are, and they've admitted to it. They are now on the offensive, right? And the Ukrainians are the underdogs here. And yeah, we don't plan on publishing troop positions. We have published troop movements on the Russian side of things, but yeah, we haven't been tracking any Ukrainian movements, mostly because the Ukrainians have been keeping on the down low. You don't hear about Ukrainian troop movements because they don't make videos of them. The Russians put out videos of their troop movements because they're using it as a propaganda tool. Okay, looking at it, I believe this might be footage we've seen. Nope, this is different footage. This is other missiles. These are, so that's missile defense systems that you just saw there. Yeah, I think we might have seen some of this footage. So some interesting stuff coming out there. Forte 12 is off the radar. Roger that. Thank you guys that are keeping up to date with the communications coming in. Once again, guys, in the Situation Room, I'm seeing... hold on. Let's take a look at this. This looks a little bit more, possibly a little bit more recent. Let's get a translation on that. Explosions are heard in Kiev. It's interesting. Keep an eye on that. We're gonna take a look at some other cameras here in a second, guys. I hear you. Yeah, we need to look at some of these cameras because there is definitely some activity going on. So we'll take a look at that here in a second. Right now, I am currently trying to get some of these posts together here for you, just to show you. This is a shelling of a military airfield near Kramatorsk. Here, wait, let's see if there's audio on this too. I don't think there is, but. Yeah, so just stark images pouring in here. Russia's Moscow exchange says it's suspended all trading. That's definitely a development. Audible hum of Tu-55 bombers. Yeah, that is definitely not something you want to hear. Let's take a listen. Yeah, that does not sound good.
What up, man?
Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he is appalled by the horrific events in Ukraine. President Putin has chosen a path of bloodshed and destruction by launching this unprovoked attack. Here's our camera from earlier. It does seem to be back up and operational, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, there's no audio. Actually, hold on. It's not even live. Hold on, let's get that live there. Oh, hey, did you guys see the activity on the Luhansk cam there? There looked like they were moving bulldozers and some kind of equipment, maybe perhaps to the front line. Who knows? We'll see. Yeah, once again, guys, just going. In raw. Turn it back on for a couple of those videos of shelling. I'll turn that back on here or I'll show you guys some more of that here shortly. Just going through some of the, somebody said live UA map is back up. Okay, good. We'll keep an eye on that. To everybody that's looking for ranks on the Discord, you can find those on the left side. All the way up to the top, Render the Welcome channel, there's a ranks channel. To everybody offering to contribute to modding and stuff, we'll be either tomorrow and the next day, when we get a second, we'll be going through and vetting some mods out to add to our ranks. So if anybody's interested in that, let us know. A suggestion from Nara to let people that are main contributors pin their links. Yeah, we can turn that on for you guys. In fact, I was thinking about doing that earlier. I should have done that. But yeah, we can get that going here in a short while here when I get a second. From the Sly 4, thank you for the videos you sent over. Russian Navy troops in Odessa. Yep, we've seen those videos as well. Right now, I'm just kind of going through some of the stuff you guys are sending me. I guess I could interact a little bit with the chat here, guys, while we're kind of getting some of these other posts in. Hold on, I'm gonna jump all the way down to the present here. Somebody keeps saying to put CNN on. I think we had CNN on for quite a while there. We're gonna kind of keep an eye on what's going on.
Air raid, we got air raid. Air raid sirens going off. Air raid. Air raid.
The Discord. There's a lot of information coming in tonight. From everything from further cyber attacks that are ongoing to cruise missiles being fired. We have photos of Grad missile strikes, bombers. We have air defense videos of air defense occurring. Somebody says, "What's wrong with Kharkiv?" Kharkiv camera is down, at least the one that we were using. I can. I'm not sure if this is. No, this isn't Kharkiv. We had another Kharkiv cam. If somebody wants me to, if somebody can PM me with another Kharkiv cam, we will put that. We'll put that in there. Somebody said air raid in. Somebody said air raid in Kiev, in the Maiden Square in Kiev. We're going to take a look at that right now. Air raid sounding. Air raid sounding, says Just a Hiccup. We'll get that video up here in a second, and I'll see if we can listen in on that. I'm noticing a lot of reports coming in of DNS infrastructure possibly being out. I'm also noticing a slowdown on certain services. So
much appreciated for the follow. Much appreciated for the follow.
So there is an air raid sounding in Kiev at this time over this live cam.
Air raid, air raid, air raid. This is not a drill. This is not a drill for everybody that's tuned in. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. We got Madian Scare and the. Let's see here. Keep screen, guys. Keep screen.
It looks pretty peaceful on the ground in Luhansk. The fighting is happening past that. So what we're gonna do is
this is not a drill. Those are actual air raid sirens.
Right here next to this cam. So now we have two Skyline cameras of Kiev.
If you want crypto, go buy crypto. It's low.
I'll turn that off here so we can see that.
Russians are 3 kilometers from Donbass. 3 kilometers from Donbass. I repeat, Russians are near Donbass. 3 kilometers. Donbass, 3 kilometers.
Guys, what we are witnessing here together right now.
That is why air raid sirens are going off.
These air raid sirens sounding like this on such a level of this nature over Europe is something I feel like.
By the way, Sarge, thank you for being the 100th follower.
Just on this scale.
How's it going, everybody?
Here right now.
Welcome to World War III.
Conflict in Europe since World War II, but what we are seeing here in Kiev, you guys, is unprecedented. Guys, just bear with my very sloppy cam setup here, guys, right now, because I'm trying to very quickly rearrange cams. We have a lot of them. we have a lot of stuff coming in here from multiple sources, so I'm just trying to get cameras up on screen as quickly as I can. Air raid sirens are sounding over Kiev. I'll go ahead. I'm going to refresh the Dnipro cam because I believe that one was also out. Did those air raid sirens stop in Kiev? Somebody said in the chat, don't test your air raid sirens while you're being invaded. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a test or what, but guys, we just passed 7,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. I just want to take a quick thing. I know it's not probably the right time, but I'm really glad to have every single one of you here following along. We've been doing this here for 4 days now, and this is the accumulation of all that work here, guys. Is what we're seeing now taking place in the Discord. In the live chats, this exchange of intelligence gathering that we are having here is it's amazing, you guys, and every single person out there right now that is contributing in the Discord, tracking flight radars, tracking enemy troop movements, sending me footage of airstrikes that are occurring. All you guys are what makes this possible, so I can't thank you guys enough. If you guys are watching and following along on YouTube, you guys are awesome, every single one of you. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, share this stream. What we're seeing here is history, guys, literally being made right now in front of us. And I believe that in years we'll look back at what happened here, and we'll remember kind of these moments, you know, of this initial assault into Kiev, and how it all kind of began, because I think there's a long road ahead of us in this conflict here, and it's just starting. Hopefully it resolves quickly with very few casualties and very little toll on the Ukrainian people. But we just heard air raid sirens over Kiev. We have 2 cameras here on the screen, guys, both on left and right. Those are both cameras are fixated on Kiev right now. We're keeping an eye out for any incoming artillery or missiles, any kind of shelling, or we're probably most likely going to see ballistic missiles. However, over the past hours, we have heard speculation that Russia is preparing an air campaign, if that's going to be in the form of dropping troops in on the ground. That may be. We saw the evidence of possible evidence of Russian paratroopers being deployed. We could see a bombardment on Kiev with both ballistic missiles and maybe even a aircraft-based bombardment campaign. So only the next few hours will tell what we're going to see here out of Kiev. A lot of people saying they're hearing like jets and stuff in the background. Yeah, if you guys want, I can quiet up here for a while and let you guys listen to some of the audio if you would like me to do that. Alternatively, I can take some questions and stuff from you guys in the comments. D-Troop123 says the bombers are up. Yeah, we have confirmation of footage on the bombers being in the air at this time. At least on the Russian side of things. Teacher, are you speaking about U.S. bombers? If so, let's if they're on the radar, let's get some call signs. I'll get them on the radar here for us. Not sure if that's police sirens or some kind of other siren we're hearing there. this time here. Our feeds coming out of Kiev here, so you guys can get kind of an idea of what's going on there. You can also find, if you guys want to just monitor these cameras yourself,
No problem, Kyle. No problem. Just remember, if we enter it, it's World War III. So just go get stocked up on food, everybody. Don't do meat, nothing that needs to go in a refrigerator. Canned goods and essentials. Stuff that can stay. Hey, this is gonna hurt all of us, okay? This will hurt all of us. I'm not trying to freak anyone out here. I'm just trying to let everybody know. Don't go panic buy. Go there quietly, because not everybody's gonna know, okay? If you're in America or where they're not really sharing information like I am, they're not gonna know. So just go there, stock up, okay? Stock up. Don't panic. If you panic, you'll make everybody aware and you'll get your stuff, okay? Go secretly. You know what's happening. You see it. Stop red pilling people. People will get red pilled when things happen, okay? It ain't gonna happen right away, but this is the kickoff. Now we wait for Taiwan. Remember, China and Russia, they have a pact together. Yeah, it fell, bro. It fell, Christopher.
All right, guys. So right now we are listening to these air raid sirens over Kiev, part of this ongoing developing situation. It's occurring here in Ukraine. It's been a pretty crazy night. Once again, you guys, thank you for bearing with me tonight. I've been up for quite a while. Probably we're going on like 36 hours, I think, give or take. That I've been covering this straight. So I'm gonna go get some. I'm gonna go get some rest now, guys. I'm gonna go get some shut eye because
Hi, Oscar. How are you?
It's gonna be even busier in the coming hours. I want you guys to keep eyes on the skies above Ukraine. Keep tracking the radar. Keep tracking the marine movements in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov for us. Let's try to keep the chats on Twitch and YouTube and in Discord civil, guys. If anything, let's do it for the people of Ukraine, all right? And not just the people of Ukraine, but the people of Russia. Let's not just do it for the Ukrainian servicemen that could be killed today, but for the Russian servicemen that could be killed today, okay? Because on both sides of the conflict, there will be dead bodies going home to families in body bags, okay? So let's try to be civil on all sides of the spectrum here, guys. I know we have people that are in here from both sides of this conflict, okay? We have people in here watching from Russia. We have people in here watching from the U.S., from Europe, from Ukraine, from everywhere. Let's try to kind of stay neutral with each other, at least here in chat, here on Discord. Thank you to all the mods that are currently trying your best to try to keep up with the barrage of discussion and comments. I'm not too concerned because in the morning we're going to be really busy getting the Discord organized, getting all of our mods organized, and everybody that is stuck around, everybody that's talking in the chat right now, thank you guys so much. I'm really glad to have you guys here again for the continued support. And once again, yeah, sorry, my news reporting has probably been a little bit, and my commentary has probably been a little bit lackluster tonight, just because, yeah, I am a little fatigued. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest in me. You guys keep an eye on what's going on. Keep sharing information over on the Discord. You guys try to keep piecing together this puzzle. And I will see you guys in a short while. In the meantime, stand by.
Possible Taiwan invasion. Possible. Not confirmed.
Do you guys think I should play the Ukrainian national anthem for some background music, or would you guys just rather hear the pure audio of the Kiev cameras? I imagine you guys probably just want to hear the Kiev cameras, but I'll leave it to you guys to decide, leave it to the chat to decide. Ukrainian national anthem on repeat in very low volume in the background, or just no music and pure cameras? Roger that, guys. Pure audio.
Yo, MP, yo. Much appreciated for the follow or the like, bro, and the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to becoming a freedom fighter. The attack is underway in Ukraine. The airport has fallen, and not supposedly, but the Ukrainians are saying the landing on the beaches were false news. Oh, what's up? Much appreciated follow. Welcome to becoming a freedom fighter. Ukrainian invasion is underway, and Russia is moving through it slowly but smoothly, nonetheless. They're invading Ukraine. Russia's invading Ukraine. They're almost to Belarus. No problem, Pog. Make sure you get A's on that homework. Awesome, Pog. What grade you in, bro? The reason why they decided to invade was because they how I can put it in my own words is Ukraine and NATO have been pushing up on Russia. Russia doesn't like the New World Order. He doesn't like the mandates, and he will not force his people to do anything. So he's basically putting a stop to it. Basically, don't know why he would work with China, but I guess you need a partner to invade. And to be honest, I wouldn't blame him because the independent states, or the separatists as NATO calls them, they separated from Ukraine, and ever since they've been getting attacked by Ukraine, and they've been attacking you. They've been attacking. It's a back and forth thing, but Ukraine like hits civilian targets too, and everybody's just had enough. Everybody's been to the talking table. And there's a point where even I would say you would say, if you were talking your head off and it wasn't getting through to anybody, or you guys couldn't make a decision, that it would come to a point, it'd come to the point that, maybe talking's not going to work it out, so you have to fight it out. So, well, this is where we're at. We're fighting it out. Copy that, Puck. Sorry, I was waiting for another answer. Yeah, call it. Airplane in the sky. I give it 5 minutes to shut down. Well, if that pilot's smart, he will not put that airplane in the sky. Oh yeah. What video are you guys on? What video are you guys on?
Of course, these are two very formidable forces. Belarus, of course, a very small country, but nevertheless with a very powerful military that now seem to be crossing the border, as we can see there on that video, into Ukraine. And as Matthew was pointing out, the fastest way for an invasion force to get to the Ukrainian capital of Kiev is exactly from Belarus. There's a pretty new road that actually the Ukrainians built to try and increase traffic, to try and increase trade with Belarus when the relations were still better. It really is a very
Так вот началось утро. Еще плюс там вот за огородом грады стоят. Хуяк.
What I'm looking at, yeah.
Так вот началось утро. Еще плюс там вот за огородом грады стоят.
Watch that again.
Так вот началось.
Two very formidable forces. Belarus, of course, a very small country, but nevertheless, with a
Еще
very
плюс там вот
powerful military
за
that now
огородом
seem to be crossing the border
грады
as we
стоят. Хуярят вовсю.
I can't show what I just seen, guys. Yeah, I can't show what I cannot show what I just seen. Ukrainian soldiers sleeping. Break POS by Did you want to see it, Goofy, or no? Yep, pick your There you go. No, that wasn't from a reporter. That's what the Russians show. It's propaganda. One Russian plane shot down by Ukrainian forces. Mariupol has not fallen. Mariupol, I repeat, has not fallen. Ukrainian troops are still fighting. Article 5 is what? Article 5 is what? Exactly. I know we're having fun here, John. We wake up if we all stay up right now. Unless he enacts the Emergency Act, then he can go around it.
Вон летит самолет. Вы сейчас послушайте звук. Через закрытое окно. Улетел.
To get nuclear weapons, also completely untrue. So creating this impression that he is somehow coming in as the savior of a country in crisis, when actually he is the one creating this crisis. And it's interesting, dismay, horror, shock that this appalling event is unfolding, and yet it just shows their inability to prevent President Putin from acting, despite months of warning him not to.
Okay, Deborah, thank you very much indeed. Now, maps always help in these instances. Let's just have a look of the map of the rebel-held areas. Well, there's the broader map, clearly. That shows, well, it just shows the enormous border that Ukraine has with Russia, and where those troops have been massed for several days now, getting into fighting positions, and that attack, the Russians say, is underway this morning. But it also shows you that, well, Ukraine not a NATO country, but if Russia moves into Ukraine in a significant way, then Russia then comes up against those NATO countries. You can see there Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and the West and NATO will defend those countries. Ukraine not a NATO member, which is why there are not NATO troops in this country. And they have been supplying weapons to Ukraine. No NATO troops, it should be made clear, Sky's chief correspondent Stuart Ramsey joins me now from Kiev. And Stuart, I'm just hearing actually that the Russians are now denying that the planes have been shot down. Ukraine saying 5 Russian planes and a Russian helicopter have been shot down. I mean, it's almost at this stage barely worth reporting these claims. The Russians already saying it hasn't happened. We were getting a lot of disinformation before this war began. We'll be getting a lot more now it has started.
Oh, Mark, 100%. I heard that 5 planes shot down. I mean, it's possible. It's probably unlikely, to be honest. And we're going to hear this counterclaim constantly throughout the day, I suspect. Troops coming ashore, troops not coming ashore, troops crossing the border 3 hours away from where I am from Belarus. We just don't know if that is true, and we just have to wait until we see the actual pictures to verify it. But we're going to have that all day, I suspect. One thing I am being told by our local producers here is that the roads to the west from Kiev are now absolutely chock-a-block with traffic. People are pulling out of town. It was a very scary early part of the day here for many people, although, funny enough, you could still see people coming into work, which I find incredible in itself. But we're now being told that people are driving out, heading west. That's not surprising, I suppose, and that will only add to that sense of fear, tension, and basically awful scariness for ordinary people who suddenly see this war coming at them. They've been living with it for so many years, but it's suddenly ramped up in the last day or so, and so we could see some real panic here, I suspect. So it's sad. I mean, it's really awful, actually. We have a lot of friends here. We know a lot of people in Ukraine that we've known for many years, and they're slightly panicking now, and their families outside the country and even inside the country are ringing each other saying, "What on earth is going on? What are we going to do now?" And they don't really have any answers. So you have to look then to the governments involved, to the Western governments. I think Deborah was talking to you a few minutes ago, pointing out that none of this is actually new, but the governments didn't do much about it. And now we have this massive situation whereby we have to actually make a decision as to what we do and perhaps negotiate with the Russians. We just don't know where it's going to go. But it's a very critical day here, a very tense day, I suspect. I think there's going to be lots of misinformation about what exactly is going on. But I think the hope from the Ukrainian people is that negotiations with the Russians can take place and they can try to sort of reach some diplomatic solution. But at the moment, we're in war. Simple as that.
Yes, there is a war going on in Ukraine, and it is scarcely believable in 2022. Let's I'll just show you some pictures that we've got of Mariupol, the port city down in southeastern Ukraine, and now these purport to show a Ukrainian military armored vehicle and other Ukrainian military vehicles on the streets there in Mariupol. Not clear, I have to say, what is happening there this morning, but those are pictures purported to come from Mariupol in Ukraine. Let's go to Moscow now, speak to Diana Magnay. And Diana, are Russian military officials giving you any more information about what they are doing, what they're trying to achieve in Ukraine?
Well, I mean, we're seeing some releases from the Russian Ministry of Defense, but given what Stuart's just said, you know, you wonder whether it's worth what it's written on. They say that they are simply targeting Ukrainian military infrastructure, high precision targeting of military air bases, aviation defense systems, that no civilian infrastructure is being targeted. And in the last few minutes, they've said air defense of the Ukrainian armed forces has been suppressed, as though the operation is done. They've denied that a Russian combat plane has been shut down. And then they also say that the personnel of Ukraine's border service are putting up no resistance to Russian forces, which sounds a little as though Russian forces are therefore pouring over the border. But again, I have nothing more than that. And then military infrastructure of Ukrainian armed forces air bases rendered inoperable. Again, a suggestion that that part of their operation is done, that they have taken out essentially Ukraine's air defenses, which means that they are then in control of the airspace. And of course, Russia has a much more powerful air force than Ukraine does, and it has had months to get its air force, to get its fleets, Black Sea Fleet especially, to get its military, more than half its armed forces around the border.
Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you, Kat, but
and it's just
Ukraine's
extraordinary
air,
that it has come to this, which has been so signposted by the West
Russian
for
air.
such a long time now, that Russia has denied over and over again to the face,
That's
to the
everybody.
faces of the
World
world's diplomats. And I really wonder, when you look at the events of the last few days in Russia, actually, whether even Vladimir Putin's closest advisors really knew that this was going to happen. I mean, we saw this extraordinary Security Council meeting called a couple of days ago, where essentially Vladimir Putin, seated miles away from his security chiefs, ritually humiliating one of them, the head of foreign intelligence, as though he was straight out of the Politburo. We've seen such extraordinary speeches from him recently. The one this morning announcing this special military operation, where he looked so full of vengeance and hate. The one a few days ago where he ranted about Ukraine for more than 40 minutes, essentially declaring it a failed state, a colony controlled by puppets of the West, essentially saying that it did have no right to sovereignty. You know, this is a man whose grievances have been festering and bubbling for years. His anger at what he sees as NATO's aggression towards Russia. And he is letting them go. I spoke to someone the other day who's close to the Kremlin, who said there's no way that we'll go to war with Ukraine. It would make us an utter pariah. We would be worse than North Korea on the world stage. But that is what their president has done, and I think we can expect the toughest of sanctions on Russia now. And his justifications for this onslaught on a sovereign nation are just extraordinary and also utterly untrue. He says, you know, he's going in to protect people who've been subjected to bullying and genocide by the Kiev regime for the last 8 years. That is absolutely not true. There is no genocide in Ukraine or in Donbass or in the region of Donbass that the separatists control. Yes, there has been an 8-year-long conflict with terrible atrocities on either side, but there is no genocide. He said that this was to protect Russia and our people. Now, he has handed out passports to 800,000 people in the separatist republics, so he can now claim that they are his people. The Ukrainian nation is no threat to Russia, and indeed, these are people who are brother nations. If you talk to lots of people in Russia, they do believe that they have a real affinity to their Ukrainian, to the Ukrainian population. A lot of them grew up in Ukraine. A lot of them have Ukrainian blood, but not that they don't believe that Ukraine is allowed sovereignty, which is clearly something that Vladimir Putin has fabricated in his own mind. And yesterday here was the Defender of the Fatherland Day, a day to commemorate World War II. We have heard over and over again how Vladimir Putin harks back to World War II and the colossal losses that Russia sustained during that war. It seemed always extraordinary that a man who has made so much of Russia's suffering from that time could conceivably think of initiating a war which might bring large-scale casualties again in a neighbouring country, and which could spread, because even if NATO aren't going to get involved, this kind of situation is very dangerous, and missteps can happen, which is why the West has to be so desperately careful now as to what they do next. But it seems extraordinary that he would take this step. But I guess if you look back at his rhetoric, and if you remember that this was the man who launched an unbelievably brutal offensive on Chechnya at the beginning of his reign in the early 2000s. Ever since then, the kinds of offensives that Russia has been involved with have been much more high precision, really. They've been smaller scale. Georgia, that was a 4-day war. Syria, that was a fairly limited operation, even though Russian forces are still there. We have yet to see how large scale this will be. But all that we do know is that Russia has done what the West have predicted for months. It has been a long build-up since April last year when they started bringing their troops to the border, and it has felt to me in the last 10 days or so like a slow-motion car crash, but on a colossal scale, where Russia keeps denying that it's about to invade, but it doesn't withdraw its troops from the border after those exercises came to an end. It suddenly announces nuclear drills when the world security chiefs are meeting in Munich. Suddenly the Donbass start to evacuate their civilians. Those pictures run on Russian state TV. The propaganda machine goes into full drive, but only in the last few days. But it really does feel as though this was a decision made in Vladimir Putin's mind a long time ago. And I have no idea whether this is true, but I spoke to someone who said that he had close connections to the Defense Ministry the other day, and he said this was decided on a trip between Sergei Shoigu and Vladimir Putin, one of their trips last summer. We have no way of verifying that, but we have asked for weeks and months what is on Vladimir Putin's mind, and in the last few days we have been given a glimpse, and it is very ugly.
It is very ugly, and Diana, he is now going to bring on Russia much more swingeing sanctions, one presumes. It's what the West have said they will do. And one also presumes, given that he's done what he's doing today, that he thinks those sanctions are bearable, are tolerable.
Well, that is the thing. Sanctions have not deterred him in the past, and clearly those were much more incremental. They were phased gradually. And the trouble is that Russia's economy has essentially sanction-proofed itself, not for the scale that we may see now, but he knew that Nord Stream 2, the gas pipeline from Russia to Germany, would be at risk if he made this decision. And Olaf Scholz on Monday definitively stopped any certification of that the process, and he is still going ahead. He knows that he may be cut off from dollar transactions, from pound transactions, but Russia has effectively tried to de-dollarize its economy over the last few years. It has huge reserves of gold and foreign currency. It has essentially tried as hard as it can to prove its economy and road test what kind of sanction scenarios might come into place, and those clearly have played no role in
Hey guys, I'm gonna go get some sleep, all right? I'm gonna let this roll.
For all that he professes, it's not, he does not really care if his people get poorer, if they can't get their hands on the kind of technology that would mean that they were able to live similar lives to their counterparts in the West. If export controls, for example, are placed, if their banks that most Russians have all of their money in are sanctioned, things are going to get a lot more difficult here. And I wonder whether that will bolster a nationalist spirit here. I'm sure it will. State propaganda is pretty deft, and it can try and rally the cause, but it's not hitting a large group of people in this country. It's not hitting the youth anymore, particularly. And even though Vladimir Putin doesn't seem to care about that, it's not as though this is a democracy. It's not as though the people can vote him out. We'll have to see how this operation goes down, because it's not Crimea. It's bigger than Crimea. Crimea was bloodless. It had a special emotional place in the Russian people's heart. Donbass was a separate conflict that they didn't really get behind, but Russia wasn't actively involved in that. It was fought by proxies with Russian military support. But this is clearly the Russian army taking on Ukraine, which is a weaker nation militarily, but a sovereign nation. And I think most Russians understand that. And I'm not sure that the Russian people are going to see that this is for their own protection, targeting large cities in Ukraine, which are nowhere near the line of contact. And it's an extraordinary decision that Vladimir Putin has made. But I think over the last few weeks we've seen, or since COVID really, he's been incredibly isolated. He's clearly been doing a lot of historical research of his own, painting a picture of grievance, of a sort of Nazification of Ukraine, which is absolutely not true. And he's spun this narrative for his country and possibly even for his own mind, where he thinks he's justified in this absurd and wrong attack on a sovereign nation next door.
Okay, Diana, thank you very much indeed. You are looking at a picture of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and war has been visited upon this country, independent, sovereign country, neighboring Russia. Well, Vladimir Putin, as you've been hearing from Diana, has chosen to attack this country. Details are pretty scarce of what exactly is going on. What we do know is that a fairly major military operation is underway, and the West is reacting and basically condemning the military action taken by Putin, calling it a war of his choosing. Details and information always difficult, a bit like trying to find out. There's so many claims, counterclaims going on. Our security and defense editor, Deborah Haynes, is with me, and we're hearing again claims of some sort of military action going on in western Ukraine, in a city about 350 miles west of here.
Yeah, the western city of Lviv, and again, it's not, we don't know exactly what has or hasn't happened. It's in that confused stage of a war. But that is the city where, for example, the British ambassador evacuated to, because it was decided that it was too dangerous to stay in Kiev because of the warnings that the UK and others had that an attack was imminent. It's now underway. So she moved there last week with a small core of staff that had remained in Ukraine despite this escalating crisis, because that's where it's believed to be safe. And a number of families as well have moved, for example, children and maybe the mothers or older people moving to Lviv. There hasn't been a mass evacuation at all of this city or other cities, despite the rising warnings about the imminence of an attack. But the idea that there could be something going on in Lviv as well, we'll need to wait and see and confirm what exactly is or isn't happening. But it is a confused picture. These events, at the moment, it does seem that it was, when you talk about attacks and explosions on Kiev, it seems that it was from a distance. There's no sense of troops actually on the ground or anything like that yet. But martial law now imposed on this country. The president has urged people to stay at home. They were waking up this morning to this horrific reality of their neighbour, their much larger, more powerful neighbour, launching this attack on them. And the president saying that they will be defiant and they will win, but clearly it's a huge challenge and they are outmatched in terms of Russia's firepower.
Are they in any position to defend themselves if, and I say if, it is a major invasion of this country?
Well, the most potent part of Ukraine's armed forces are down headquartered in the east of the country, because that's where Ukraine has been fighting a war with Russia-backed separatists for 8 years now. And so there is that line of contact in the east which separates those two separatist-backed, or separatist-held rather, regions that Russia has declared now as being independent or recognised as independent. And so they are the most well-trained, well-skilled, well-equipped, including with British anti-tank weapons, part of Ukraine's armed forces. And so any attack, were it to be successful by Russia, would need to encircle those forces in the east, prevent them from being able to move to defend the capital, for example, and then to decapitate, to use a military phrase, the command and control centres which are here around the capital, which is the sort of the hub where the commanders will be giving orders to their people on the ground, and also the logistics chain. Supply chain is so crucial for a military to be successful. If they run out of ammunition and other supplies, then they will be overrun. And so clearly that will be the kind of thinking that Russia will be going through if they are really planning this full-scale attack?
Deborah, thank you very much indeed. It is very clear that a serious war is underway in this country as Vladimir Putin launches his military operation in Ukraine. And if we can just see a map now, that is the, you can see how long the border with Russia is, and you can see the Donbass region down there in southeast Ukraine, on which this has largely centered, has been the justification, if you like, that Vladimir Putin has used. Two separatist states down there, separatist pseudo-republics that have declared independence, and Vladimir Putin signed those decrees a couple of nights ago, and then ordered his troops into that region. Well, they didn't noticeably go in for 24 hours or so, but it now appears that a much bigger operation is underway. He had the choice of numerous, well, he had the choice to do nothing, but he's chosen to do something, and it is much bigger than many feared, or it appears to be much bigger than many feared. Let's go east. You can see Kiev there. Let's go east of there, much closer to the Russian border, 25, 30 miles from the Russian border. John Sparks is there in Ukraine's second biggest city. John, what are you seeing and hearing?
Good morning, Mark. Yeah, the sun is coming up here in Kharkiv, but we are very much in the dark about what Vladimir Putin is planning to do, what the Russian military is planning to do in terms of their strategy, their strategic objectives, their territorial ambitions here. And we are very close to the border, just 20 miles from the Russian border. The Border Guard Service of Ukraine has put out a statement saying that they are engaged with Russian forces in the Kharkiv region. And we have heard from the General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces saying they are experiencing intensive shelling of their units in the east, rocket bomb strikes at airports in Ukraine, and artillery shelling on the border, including here in Kharkiv. But I have to say, we are very, very close to the border, but we cannot hear and we cannot see anything that would denote that type of military activity so close to the city. And it is a big city, 1.5 million people. We did hear at around 5 a.m. this morning an artillery barrage, and we have heard occasional thuds since then. We've also heard a air defense barrage as well go up just above us about an hour ago. But, you know, it's very strange, surreal scenes here. It appeared that people were going back to work as normal. A few hours ago, at least, we could see children going to school, the buses and the trams continuing as normal. It's become more quiet now, and I'm just going to step out of the frame. We are right in the center of the city. I think you can see the grandiose Stalinist city hall in the background. There are a few people around. Zelensky's government, the Ukrainian government, has declared martial law. People are supposed to stay at home, but as you can see, there are still people out there, pedestrians walking around. There is some traffic. We did see one police car come roaring through here with a megaphone blasting, and people began to run towards a nearby metro station. But the police car left, and you know, once again, it's quiet, but people are going about their daily lives. And I think, interestingly, we don't know much about what the Russian military is doing at the moment. We don't know much about what the Ukrainian armed forces and the border guards are doing either. They have no real sign here in the middle of Kharkiv. This is, again, the second largest city in Ukraine. We're very close to the border. If there is fighting on the border, we should be able to hear it. We should be able to see some signs of that. It's just over to the north over here. It's not very far away. We haven't been able to see or hear anything. And I can tell you that the electricity is still on, the water is still flowing, the internet is still connected. So surreal scenes, really. Normality, really, despite the fact that we know that this major offensive has begun. very, very curious situation here in Kharkiv.
Yes, I think things will become a lot clearer as this day progresses, this very dangerous day, this ominous day as Vladimir Putin launches this military attack on Ukraine. John Sparks in Kharkiv, thank you very much. Let's go to Chief Correspondent Stuart Ramsey, who is also in Kiev here. And Stuart, let's just focus a second on an area that you have been to and know well, the Donbass area in southeast Ukraine. Just, you know, what is he trying to achieve down there? We know that there's these two separate, self-declared separatist republics. What is he, if it is focusing on that area at the moment, what is he trying to achieve? What might he be doing down there?
Well, he's saying that he's protecting ethnic Russians, actually, in those separatist states, and that some of this is all about protecting them. It's been going on since 2014, when that uprising began, which was completely supported and probably helped along by Putin himself, and that is his sort of his pitch, if you like. That is always going to be the pitch he makes. He says that Ukraine is an aggressor. He's claiming that they are threatening Russian borders, all of which is not true. And we know ourselves from being down there for the last few months, actually, that the lines of demarcation between the separatist side and the Ukrainian government side have not moved. There's an awful lot of firing that takes place from both sides, it has to be said, but they don't really move. That seems now to have changed. President Putin has made it clear that he says that the aggressors are pushing in to the Donbass region, and we know from talking to our contacts and our friends who are there that we've seen hundreds of thousands of people told that they need to leave, and that men are being effectively press-ganged into the militias and to defend the Donbass from Ukrainian aggression, none of which we have seen any evidence at all of actually happening. But that's the position he's taken. How that is going to play out with the world, I mean, I just think that people have got used to President Putin's storytelling, if you like. I think the Western governments have made it quite clear that they could see what was happening and have identified it well before it's happened, and it's all playing out in that form. The problem now is it appears that the war has started proper, that we actually have an invasion underway, but as all of us who are reporting on this have said, we're not seeing an awful lot of this. Now, we know in Lviv, which is far, far, far away in the west, we're told now that military installations are being attacked. We've seen explosions here. You've heard them as well, Mark, and we've had sirens going off. But we understand that is happening now. We know also that roads west are now chock-a-block with people who are trying to escape Kiev, causing that extra chaos that goes with it. We understand also that the airspace of Ukraine is now closed. There are no planes flying in or out as it stands right now. So we've gone in just a few hours' time to absolute chaos alert status red. And this is exactly the type of thing that people have been warning about. What President Putin thinks he's going to achieve from all of this is unclear. Can he really take over this country? Can he really do that? I don't know. I can't imagine that this city, huge city that it is just going to simply allow this to take place. I don't believe so. But as John was saying, you would expect to hear more of what was going on. He's only a few miles away from the border, and he's not hearing anything either. So we're going to have confusion, chaos, and...
Выезжают с поля. Они на дорогу выехали,
They've been concerned for a long time, but now they're going to be really upset as well, and they're going to be scared, and the West is going to have to make some type of response. And as it stands now, President Putin is saying the invasion is effectively on, and we just have no idea where it's going to go. None at all.
Absolutely. The invasion is on. A military operation of some sort is on. At this stage of a major conflict, there is so much.
Yep, that is true, man.
So much that is claimed, and so much that is wrong, and so much that is counterclaimed. So we will try and concentrate on what we know as fact, and what we do know as fact is some reaction that has been coming in from Western leaders, and it's been coming in all morning. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has tweeted this: "I am appalled by the horrific events in Ukraine, and I have spoken to President Zelensky to discuss the next steps." President Putin has chosen a path of bloodshed and destruction by launching this unprovoked attack on Ukraine. The UK and our allies will respond decisively. What about the United States? US President Joe Biden says that the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. Mr. Biden says President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering, and that the world will hold Russia accountable. The US President says he will be monitoring the situation from the White House and will continue to get regular updates from his national security team. He says he will meet with his G7 counterparts in the morning. The EU's Ursula von der Leyen says that in these dark hours our thoughts are with Ukraine and the innocent women, men and children as they face this unprovoked attack and fear for their lives. Here, the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba has said this. He's called the world to act immediately. The future of Europe and the world, he said, is at stake, and he urged also devastating sanctions, as he put it, on Russia now, including moves on the SWIFT banking system, and he said fully isolate Russia by all means in all formats. He also said weapons and equipment for Ukraine, financial assistance and humanitarian assistance was also needed. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said this: Russia must stop this military action immediately. Today we will coordinate closely with the framework of the G7, NATO and the EU. The German Chancellor added that this is a terrible day for Ukraine and a dark day for Europe. Well, we've been talking about what's been going on here, what the real scale of this military operation is, and throughout the last days and weeks as the build-up has been going on, the United States intelligence has been producing pretty clear images and pretty clear ideas of what the Russians are intending, and we will wait now to see what we get from US intelligence about what the Russians are doing now. Let's speak to Greg Milam, who is in Washington for us. And Greg, is the Pentagon or the White House giving you any more detail about what they think is happening here, or give us the political reaction as well?
Yeah, we do know that the intelligence agencies here in the US, it's the middle of the night in Washington, but they are assessing on the ground what is going on, the extent of this invasion. We know they've been briefing senior political leaders, senators, and of course the White House about what's going on. And you would imagine in the next few hours they'll have a pretty clear idea. When Joe Biden wakes up in Washington, we'll have a pretty clear idea of the scope of this invasion. But you're right, it's no surprise to the US intelligence services. They've been predicting this for days. Friday night, Joe Biden told the world that he was convinced that Vladimir Putin had made up his mind on the basis of the intelligence that he was seeing. And now you have what he described in that call with the Ukrainian president after midnight in Washington as flagrant aggression. And now this job of working out how to respond to that. We know this coordinated raft of sanctions that was put in place, including by the US, the EU, the UK and others as well. They were criticized for not going very far. They said it was a measured first response because they didn't think that full invasion had happened. But the threat was always there that if the invasion went further, and it appears to have done that now, then these second round and further rounds of sanctions will come. And now we wait to see how far they will go with those sanctions on financial and energy. Those ones they've held back, what will they do? That is the big question. There is that G7 meeting, as the President mentioned. You also have the prospect of more military action in terms of reinforcing NATO allies. And Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, was speaking to the Secretary General of NATO tonight, saying the commitment to Article 5, that an attack on one is an attack on all, is ironclad. So will the US move more troops? Will NATO move more troops to other NATO allies to reassure them? But I think the question is, what will stop Vladimir Putin now? They thought the threat of sanctions would do it. It hasn't. What more do they do now?
Yeah, well, absolutely. And there's, on the face of it, very little they can do other than, you know, these strong statements which we've been hearing all morning, and increasingly tough sanctions. But beyond that, what is there that America, you know, this great military superpower, can do?
Yeah, and it's telling, isn't it, that for days they've talked about the window for diplomacy closing. I think in the last 24 hours they realised that chance had gone. They were seeing this attack as imminent over the last 12 hours, really. And they believe that if there is any diplomacy to be restarted, it has to come from Russia, and they're not seeing any sign of that. It's telling, isn't it, that Vladimir Putin made that announcement just after 6 o'clock in the morning, Moscow time, when a Security Council meeting was actually ongoing. A meeting chaired by his own ambassador, because Russia has the presidency of the Security Council. That shows the interest that there was in diplomacy and the defiance of diplomacy. The US has said in the last 24 hours it's been a pretense from Russia about diplomacy. They want to portray Russia as a pariah here, and they believe that Vladimir Putin has been surprised by the extent of international cooperation and the extent of pushback there's been from around the world to the threat, and now the carrying out of that threat.
And difficult politically for Joe Biden, because, you know, his attempts to prevent this have not worked, have they? I mean, that's the bald fact here.
Yeah, and remember last week President Zelensky was saying to the US, if you're so certain, he was saying this over the weekend at the Munich Security Conference, if you're so certain, you're telling us it's 100% certain that this invasion is coming, why are you not putting these sanctions in place now to prevent it from happening? Why wait until the bombs are raining down and people are having to run for cover? The view then from the US, and the Vice President Kamala Harris was in Munich and responded to that, and said the view was that it needed the deterrent effect. They still felt that the threat of those sanctions was a possible deterrent. That hasn't worked. Antony Blinken was asked whether diplomacy had failed today. He said it hadn't. They had the responsibility. They were trying to prevent a war, not start a war. But the question is now, beyond those sanctions, and as far as those sanctions might go, if they're cut off from the SWIFT banking system, for example, as many have wanted, and Ukraine has called for tonight, personal sanctions on Vladimir Putin. If those sort of things can be done now, can they have an effect? Because someone needs to back down, and it's not clear that Vladimir Putin is willing to be that person.
Certainly doesn't seem like that at the moment. Greg Mineham, thank you very much. Joining me now is Rob Lee, a Marine Corps veteran and a senior fellow with the Foreign Policy Institute. Thank you very much for being with us. So, from what you are gleaning, or what you're able to glean, Rob, what do you think is happening here militarily?
So, what's really important to emphasize is that Putin's speech, he mentioned this is most for the Donbass. It is very clear from what the military is doing right now, this is not about the Donbass, that Russia has much more ambitious political goals that they are trying to achieve through military force. So far, we've seen several Russian cruise missile strikes in different cities across Ukraine, in Kyiv and elsewhere. We're seeing, it appears there is a ground invasion coming from Crimea. likely from Belgorod in the northeast corner, and also from the border with Belarus. And allegedly, Ukrainian officials are saying that Belarusian soldiers are also taking part in that. So it's not just Russia, it's also Belarus, apparently. And it looks as though it's going to be a substantial, significant ground invasion that's going to come from multiple directions, from Crimea, from the Donbass, from Belgorod, of course, the northeast corner of Ukraine, and also from Belarus. And you know, when you look at the direction where forces are coming from Belarus and northeastern Ukraine, Kyiv makes sense as a target. And so right now, you know, when we're talking about the worst case scenarios of what Russia might be trying to achieve, regime change is a possibility, occupation of significant parts of eastern Ukraine is a possibility, and a lot of the worst case scenarios are absolutely a possibility right now.
And just briefly, the Ukrainian forces, what is their capacity for preventing what you've been outlining happening?
So it really depends how Russia fights this war. So Ukraine's military has developed a lot since 2014. So has the Russian military. The problem is if the Ukrainian military tries to fight a conventional fight with the Russian military, it will lose. It doesn't have the same capabilities. It doesn't have the same kind of fires, artillery, missiles, all the systems. It doesn't have the same kind of capabilities. And so a conventional fight, they will lose. If they try to fight in an unconventional manner, that means going into cities and trying to break down the smaller forces. If they do that, then everything becomes unpredictable. And it's really hard to predict what happens. From Russia's perspective, what's going to be important to look for is, are Russian forces going into cities? Are they trying to occupy cities? Or are they going to try and bypass most cities and maybe leave it at Kyiv? If that's the case, then maybe this would be a little bit less predictable. But if they start going into cities and try to seize and occupy cities, well, that negates a lot of their advantages, military advantages, and it puts them at greater risk. And it also increases the risk of civilian casualties, and it means that insurgency can be much more effective. So it's a really unpredictable situation right now. In terms of how well Ukraine can resist, a lot of it depends on what Russia's goals are. If they want to occupy a large part of Ukraine, that will be more risky and more unpredictable. And that's really what we're looking at right now.
Okay, Rob Lee, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Stuart Ramsey, who is in Kiev. Stuart, what, as far as you can determine, what is happening in this capital city?
It's really difficult, isn't it? And I think that's your various guests have made that point, as we just don't know where this is going. I think that for the Russians to come in and try to seize Kiev, and the reaction of the local populace, I suspect, is going to be one of attack. I think that they would initially be scared and will stay in their homes. But as time progresses, I think they will come out. And this is a big city, and it's going to be very, very difficult to control. There's an awful lot of fear here now. We know that the roads heading west, away from Kiev, are absolutely jam-packed. We know that the airspace is now closed. We understand that the underground is completely open for free for everyone who wishes to move around and perhaps even take shelter in the underground. So we are in a capital city, Mark, that is terrified about what is happening. Interestingly, though, we've talked about it on a number of occasions in the last week or so, about how people have carried on life as normal, and that has happened even right to today, with people still commuting into work. I think in the coming hours that's going to change dramatically. I think that people are going to be extremely scared, but we know this invasion is underway, but we're still waiting to see clearer evidence of what's happening, how many Russian soldiers are involved in this attack, and what the Ukrainian military are going to do to repulse it. As your previous guest just said, the army is much better than it was in 2014. Then it was actually pretty hopeless. They are certainly more professional, and we know that they have been given an awful lot of supplies from the West. But how they react in the coming hours, we simply don't know. Interestingly, as well, you know, we had these explosions, we heard the noises, we heard jets in the sky a few hours ago, but it's gone much quieter again. And what happens next, we just don't know. But it's really hard to judge. This is a very peculiar place right now, and I think things are going to become clearer, but that could take days. As we see whether this invasion is a full-on one, whether it's an incursion, whether it grows, it appears that it's a big one. But we just don't know at this stage, and we don't know how Ukraine is going to react to it, or, for that matter, how the Western world is going to react as well.
No, absolutely, Stuart. Thank you very much indeed. And interestingly, where we are, there's a square just down below us, and people are still ambling around, not seeming to be that worried. A few people in military fatigues also walking around, but we've been watching pictures of Ukraine, haven't we? And the traffic just seems to be going about, a sort of normal rush hour morning. It's an extraordinary atmosphere here.
Yeah, although we've been told that there are like significant queues at petrol stations now. People, I think the mood is changing. We've had that up until now. Defiance, quiet defiance, but calmly carrying on with life. But this country cannot ignore what's just happened to them overnight, and so I think things will change. It's a huge challenge for the president, a former comedian turned politician who now finds himself at the helm of a country facing what the head of NATO has described as the gravest security crisis for Europe in a generation, a huge test for him and his cabinet. I was speaking to the information minister yesterday who knows President Zelensky well, and I asked him about whether he thought he would be able to cope with this kind of emergency, and he said he really believed he did. He said that the ministers of the government, they had a meeting yesterday, and they all have been given specific instructions as to how they should be working, how they should be responding. But this is an enormous test. Yes, they've had support from the West in terms of ammunition, anti-tank weapons, other sorts of anti-aircraft support, but they don't have any Western troops on the ground to help bolster their defences. This is a military that, yes, it's true, much better equipped and trained than they were 8 years ago, but they are coming up against a Russian armed forces that is equipped with some of the most modern, powerful.
See this going in the next couple of hours into the early to late afternoon in Ukraine. Right now it's almost 9 in the morning there. We're going to take this shot full, but Hal, kind of game the situation out. Do you expect, and I know this just started, but the word ceasefire, are we very far from that word at the moment, or is that an object that is being thrown around here? Is that on the table as we move into these next couple of days, or is it Putin will just sweep up Ukraine?
I think it's going to be more of the latter. Putin has, at this juncture, I can't imagine anything that we have that we could put out there that would compel him to even talk about a ceasefire or a truce or anything like that. He's engaged with the battle plan. How big this is in totality, we're not quite sure, but he's hitting so many targets around the country that it is looking like a full-on invasion campaign plan to take over a very large part of Ukraine, if not the entire country. And then it goes into, obviously, an insurgency at that point. But it's going to take a while for these sanctions, and I'm anticipating tomorrow we're going to see some very draconian sanctions. We're going to, the whole international community is going to really isolate Russia, Russian Corporation, and Russians from being able to do business in the international economy. They're going to become a pariah state in the same way North Korea is
freedom
a pariah state. At least they're going to try to do that. Yeah. Now the problem is they still got a lot of gas and oil that is needed, so there will be a restraint in terms of what can be done, because frankly they have
I can't
certainly North Korea doesn't, which is they have a natural resource that everybody needs, along with other things like nickel, palladium, and other certain materials that they dominate. But I see tomorrow you're probably going to see some pictures come in of tanks and armored vehicles moving across terrain. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Russian aircraft doing airstrikes in and around major cities. And so it's going to be very graphic in terms of the military power. We're also going to probably see some horrific images of casualties. And I think we have to brace ourselves for that.
Now, when you say casualties, do you just mean military casualties or also civilian?
Both.
Both.
You're going to see both. Yeah, and there's no way in doing something like this. It's, you know, we often talk about collateral damage. When they do a full-on invasion, it's not like we do a drone strike or an airstrike.
Right.
And we sometimes get, you know, hit civilians. They're taking over a country. They're going to be taking out civilians at a tremendous rate. And one thing about the Russians is they're not as exact as we tend to be. We're very careful with a lot of our capabilities are much better than what they have. And whereas they've improved in Syria, for example, they seem to hit targets more often than they miss. They're definitely not up to Western standards and things like that. So you're going to see collateral damage just because that's just kind of the way they operate. And and it's going to be